In their eyes, there exists no distinction. Is it possible that this video is authentic, but the individuals within it are mere imposters? Ye Wenya gestured towards herself and then towards Gu Tailin, inquiring, "What differences do you perceive between Gu Tailin and myself?" The policeman replied in unison, "A man and a woman." Ye Wenya remarked, "To you locals, anyone of Asian descent, aside from those with slightly mismatched skin tones, is considered a citizen of Huagua, correct?" This represents a foreigner's perception of Huagua citizens. In their viewpoint, all Asians, barring those with slightly incongruous skin tones, are regarded as Huaguaran. As for those nations, in the eyes of foreigners, they are not nations at all, but mere provinces of Huagua. The policemen remained silent. For the locals, this truly is the case. They are incapable of distinguishing between Asians. Upon seeing any Asian individual, they invariably assume them to be Huaguaran. As long as the perpetrator dons a slight disguise, resembling Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin, their suspicions would dissipate. Ye Wenya continued, "I recommend you investigate a particular individual." The police inquired, "Who?" "Wen Shushu." Ye Wenya opened her phone to reveal a photograph of Wen Shushu, stating, "She is a fugitive in our Huagua, having committed numerous offenses. Can you discern any differences between her and myself?" To the policeman, Wen Shushu bore no distinction from Ye Wenya. There is no difference. Ye Wenya had anticipated this outcome, which is precisely why she employed this tactic. "I harbor many grievances against Wen Shushu, and she has recently been hiding in the United States. If she adopts my appearance to create chaos in various places, who would suspect me, would they?" The policeman grasped the gravity of the situation, recognizing its plausibility. "Miss Yi, could you send us a photograph of this individual? We need to conduct further research." Ye Wenya forwarded Wen Shushu's photograph to the policeman, emphasizing that she possesses certain advanced technological capabilities. This woman has access to high-tech tools and can accomplish a great deal. To prompt the American police to pursue Wen Shushu, they would need to lay a bait. After the policeman departed, Ye Wenya shared with Gu Tailin the details imparted by the system and her suspicions. Currently, the matter of our alleged murders has erupted online, with netizens initiating a collective boycott of our products. Gu Tailin picked up his phone to assess the online situation, noting, "The other system has been quite active in the United States these past few days. I will handle this matter. You need not worry." Ye Wenya felt relatively untroubled, recalling a particular detail. The system indicated that the other one has suffered significant damage and will be unable to take further action in the short term. "Do you think we should seize this opportunity to orchestrate some events to draw Wen Shushu and free you out, subsequently provoking the other system to emerge?" Gu Tailin contemplated her suggestion. "How do you propose we entice Wen Shushu and free you out? They may not necessarily emerge." Ye Wenya smiled, confidence radiating from her. "For you may not appear, but Wen Shushu will undoubtedly show herself." Previously, Wen Shushu refrained from emerging due to the other system's surveillance. Now, that system is severely compromised and undergoing repairs. Wen Shushu will not remain content in obscurity. She will seize the opportunity to emerge and cause a stir, perhaps seeking wealth and identity, allowing her to once again bask in the limelight. Gu Tailin pinched her cheek playfully. "Your air of triumph is simply adorable." Ye Wenya swatted his hand away, puffing out her cheeks. "Could you refrain from such antics?" All right. Gu Tailin raised his hands, his smile warm and gentle. "Your plan is indeed viable. The challenge lies in our ignorance of Wen Shushu's whereabouts. The two finest pawns in the other system's possession are Wen Shushu and Fuyu. He will undoubtedly conceal them in a location beyond our reach. The exact location remains uncertain." Ye Wenya snapped her fingers. "This is easily remedied. We shall host a talent competition. A global talent competition, with the top 3 receiving resources from the Ye family to launch their careers. We will arrange for extensive promotion. I refuse to believe Wen Shushu will not appear." Gu Tailin dialed Liang Yidong's number, instructing him to expeditiously resolve the matters pertaining to the talent show, and demanded that this news reach every corner of the globe. For someone of Gu Tailin's stature and status, orchestrating a worldwide talent competition is merely a matter of a few hours. Consequently, by the end of the day, the entire world was aware that the Gu Group was set to host an international talent competition. A monumental wave surged across the internet worldwide. "The talent competition organized by the Gu Group is upon us. I wish to participate, though I am uncertain if I will pass the preliminary round. I have heard that the top 3 finalists will receive resources from the Gu Group to launch their careers. I have heard that the Gu Group has invited world-renowned superstars to serve as judges. The mere thought of it is exhilarating. Have you all forgotten that the president of the Gu Group is a murderer? Perhaps he is hosting this talent competition to seek out his next target." "Stop joking from upstairs. The American police have already presented evidence proving that Mr. Gu and Miss Yi are not murderers and that someone is framing them. I just reviewed the statement released by the American police, and indeed, that appears to be the case. The American police have also indicated that they suspect someone named Wen Shushu. Who is she? Many netizens recalled Wen Shushu and promptly informed others about her character, inciting anger among the online community. Damn it, so it is such a malevolent woman. Netizens began to search for Wen Shushu's whereabouts. Meanwhile, upon seeing the awakened Fuyu, Wen Shushu conceived an idea. You are awake? Fuyu felt intense pain throughout his body. He pressed his temples, striving to recollect what had transpired. He remembered that he had arrived at the Yi family's villa as instructed by the system, and then everything became a blur. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this state. Where am I? Why does my entire body ache so severely? He rasped. When Shushu shrugged, I do not know where this place is either. The system brought us here. The system has healed some of your injuries. As for the origin of your wounds, I am also unaware. Fuyu suspected that the system had manipulated him, leading to an altercation with Ye Wenya and Gu Tailing at the Yi family villa, resulting in his current condition. You just mentioned that the system has treated some of my injuries? Why did the system not heal all my wounds? Chapter 174. These two individuals exploit each other upon hearing the news, when Shushu immediately comprehended the gravity of the system's damage. Otherwise, it would not have refrained from aiding Fuyu in healing all his injuries. The system is severely compromised, and from what I observe, it will require some time to recuperate. She slightly raised her head, regarding Fuyu, with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for an ant. If the system itself is in such a dire state, how could it possibly assist you in your recovery? Fuyu, uninterested in her demeanor or expression, seized upon the pivotal point. The system is indeed gravely impaired? If that is the case, it confirms the accuracy of his earlier conjecture. Furthermore, Ye Wenya's system is significantly more formidable than this one. This is not a favorable situation. What do you wish to convey? He inquired, propping himself against the wall to rest. When Shushu, eager to depart from this place, had no time to dwell on his attitude. Assist me in leaving here, and I shall help you obtain Ye Wenya. Fuyu, you must understand one thing. The system does not genuinely seek to assist you. Fuyu was well aware that the system was not sincerely aiding him. It merely intended to exploit him to fulfill its own machinations. Yet he was indifferent. As long as he could achieve his objectives, being utilized by the system was of no concern. However, the circumstances had changed. The system was gravely damaged, and he could not afford to wait for its recovery. He must seize the opportunity to obtain Ye Wenya without delay. Can you assist me? He scoffed. When Shushu, have you forgotten that you are a wanted criminal? Without the system, you would have been in prison long ago. Now, you wish to rid yourself of the system? Don't you find that rather foolish? When Shushu did not consider herself foolish. In her view, it was a matter of choice. When the system had been able to aid her, she opted for its assistance. Now that the system could no longer help her, it was only natural for her to abandon it and seek alternative allies. So, you are unwilling to lend me a hand? Nonetheless, Fuyu expressed his willingness to assist Wen Shushu, stipulating that she help him locate what he needed and, when necessary, aid him in acquiring Ye Wenya. Disgust flickered in Wen Shushu's eyes, yet she readily acquiesced. Once I escape from here and find allies, I shall assist you. Fuyu urged, tell me about the situation here. Wen Shushu provided a detailed account, emphasizing the absence of other individuals and the lack of visible roads. Upon concluding her narrative, Fuyu speculated that they were ensconced within a remote mountainous region of the United States. There are numerous undeveloped areas in the U.S. where human presence is scarce and, consequently, no roads are constructed. The system had effectively confined him and Wen Shushu here to prevent them from undertaking any actions that might jeopardize its plans. Hand me your phone, and I will facilitate your exit. After unlocking her phone, Wen Shushu handed it to him. Aren't you leaving? Fuyu manipulated her phone, confirming his suspicions. They were indeed in a mountainous area in the western United States, and they were situated in the very heart of the mountain. Attempting to walk out would be nearly impossible. My injuries are not fully healed yet. I cannot venture out just yet. He returned the phone to Wen Shushu, stating, we are at the mountain center. It is nearly impossible for you to walk out. Do you still wish to leave? Wen Shushu surveyed the map on her phone. Gritting her teeth, I must. This was her singular opportunity, and she was determined to seize it. Fuyu refrained from further persuasion. Very well. Follow the route I have outlined. You might encounter some backpackers along the way. Wen Shushu cast him a deep glance before heading to the kitchen to gather provisions. Then, With resolute decisiveness, she departed. Listening to her footsteps recede into the distance, Fu Yu's expression turned sardonic. This foolish woman truly believed she could escape the system's control? The system was in the process of repair, not dead or incapacitated. Currently, it remained dormant, likely intending to exploit Wen Shushu for some ulterior motive, most probably to orchestrate a scheme against Ye Wenya and her companions. He awaited the system's move. Wen Shushu, do strive to do your best. In the United States, at the Gu family's banquet hall. Tonight marked the occasion of Gu Tailin's hosted soiree, attended by the creme de la creme of American society. The banquet hall brimmed with guests, laughter and merriment filling the air. Gu Tailin and Ye Wenya were engaged in jovial conversation with a group of attendees. Ye Wenya discreetly instructed System 001 to scan the entire gathering for any sign of the author, as the purpose of their soiree was to uncover the author's whereabouts. There was no author in F country, and it was uncertain whether the author had made their presence known in the United States. At that moment, Ye Wenya noticed several prominent international directors approaching. Mr. Gu, Miss Yi, one amiable local director greeted, raising his glass. Regarding the global talent search you're hosting, might I select a few roles? I have a film project underway, but I have yet to find suitable actors for several crucial roles. Gu Tailin, fully aware of the director's intentions, readily acquiesced. Feel free to choose as you wish. If you find suitable candidates, I would be delighted. The director beamed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Gu. By the way, does Missy have any interest in acting? Just for fun, of course. Ye Wenya had no interest in acting. She recognized that the director's overture was not purely for the sake of inviting her to perform, but rather to secure investment and ensure his film's profitability. I am not interested. I am rather lethargic and prefer not to exert myself too much, she replied. The director expressed his disappointment. I had hoped Missy might enjoy acting as a pastime. He then recalled something. By the way, have you two heard any news about Wen Shushu? Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin perked up with interest. No, we have not. Where did you hear that?
Ye Wenya inhuited.
The director replied, a friend mentioned it to me. He heard it from another acquaintance. Isn't Wen Shushu a wanted criminal? There have been reports of her sighting in the western region. Where she has gone from there, I do not know. Their interest in Wen Shushu's situation stemmed not from the police's reward, but from the desire to align themselves with the powerful Yi and Gu families. Ye Wenya pondered the circumstances in the western United States. Perhaps it was time to investigate. However, if Wen Shushu had emerged, it would present her with an opportunity to capture her. After the banquet concluded, in the living room, Gu Tailin poured a glass of warm water for Ye Wenya. Broaching the subject of Wen Shushu, I have already dispatched personnel to investigate the western United States and track Wen Shushu's whereabouts. I suspect she escaped on her own, possibly taking advantage of the other system's severe impairment to flee. Ye Wenya, now dressed in comfortable attire, took a sip of water. I share your sentiments. A person like Wen Shushu, if unmonitored by the other system, would undoubtedly cause trouble. Moreover, the other system would certainly not be oblivious to her escape. Gu Tailin nodded, postulating, it seems likely that the other system intentionally released Wen Shushu. Additionally, Fuyu does not appear to have followed her out. I wonder if Fuyu intends to exploit Wen Shushu. Chapter 175. The Fear of System 001. Ye Wenya smirked coldly, regardless of the scenario. Now that Wen Shushu has emerged, we simply need to adhere to our original plan and wait for her to take the bait. I refuse to believe that she will not seize such a grand opportunity as the global talent search. After concluding their discussion, Gu Tailin inquired about the author's presence at the banquet. Ye Wenya sighed. No, there is no author in the United States. I am perplexed. Where could the author possibly be hiding? We have searched from F country to the United States without a trace of the author, despite their previous appearance here. Gu Tailin contemplated. Once we have resolved matters in the United States, we shall proceed to Y country to see if the author is there. Ye Wenya acknowledged this as their only option, hoping the author would be in Y country. Do not harbor overly high hopes. Based on the current circumstances, even if the author is in Y country, she may not even recall that she is the author. What do you mean? Gu Tailin expressed his thoughts, noting that the author had not made an appearance for such a long time and had taken no action. Even another system could not locate her. There were only two possibilities. Either the author had concealed herself, or she had assimilated into the indigenous populace of this place. As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards Ye Wenya, who was absorbed in contemplation about the author. This indicated that even if they were to find the author, it might yield no benefit. In order to assist the author in reclaiming her original memories, she would need to aid them in contending with the other system. The shadowy depths of Gu Tailin's eyes obscured his emotions, presenting a single possibility. My greatest concern lies in the potential that the author may not be able to remember. In that case, we would have no choice but to proceed according to our original plan. Ye Wenya furrowed her brows, pondering whether the author truly could not remember. Why would she be unable to? One must understand that our adversaries are not solely the other system, but also the main system. Are you suggesting that the main system has tampered with the author, causing her memory loss? Gu Tailin shrugged, admitting uncertainty, as this was merely a conjecture. He sought validation for his hypothesis. If indeed it were as he surmised, the entire situation would be far from straightforward. Ye Wenya felt a headache coming on, indeed. They could not place all their hopes on the author. Once they uncovered where Wenshushu originated from in the western United States, they would devise a plan to obliterate the other system. As for the main system, it would naturally reveal itself once the other system was destroyed. Gu Tailin had just uttered an agreement when footsteps approached from behind. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Yitsong and Fu Bo arriving. What brings you two here? Yitsong tugged at his tie, scoffing. Why shouldn't I come? As your brother, I have every reason to protect my sister. Gu Tailin replied. Are you overthinking things? Yitsong shot him a sidelong glance. You know better than anyone whether I'm overthinking or not. Gu Tailin merely tightened his lips, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Have you finished your fares? Have you eaten? I can have the chef whip up something. What would you like? Yitsong and Fu Bo expressed a desire for something light, having just endured a 10-hour flight, both lacking much appetite. In the dining hall, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin sat as companions while Yitsong and Fu Bo dined. Brother, have your matters been resolved? Ye Wenya inquired. Yitsong swallowed his food and wiped his mouth with a napkin. It's been taken care of. The only regret was that the other system had not made any further moves, possibly due to the severe damage it had sustained. Ye Wenya scolded. How can you say that? Using such a dangerous method, what if something had gone wrong? Yitsong rubbed his nose. I assure you, there won't be a next time. Only then did Ye Wenya forgive him. She recounted the circumstances surrounding Wenshushu and the ensuing plan. Brother, your timing is perfect. Let us see if we can capture Wenshushu this time. Yitsong's expression turned icy. Capturing Wenshushu is secondary. Our primary goal is to destroy the other system. I have been contemplating the destruction of the other system during this time. The other system aims to annihilate us, thereby destroying this world. Therefore, we might as well collaborate. Gu Tailin regarded him. How do you propose we cooperate? Let us play a grand game, Yitsong said, interlacing his fingers on the table with a sinister smile. We shall jointly develop a major project among our three families, investing as much as possible, preferably one that appears poised for failure. We need to set a trap to lure the other system in. Only then will we have a genuine opportunity to obliterate it. Gu Tailin and Fu Bo exchanged glances, instinctively averting their eyes. I have no objections. The question is how to execute this plan without fail. We can invest significant resources, but we cannot neglect our clansmen and employees. Ye Wenya rested her chin on her hand, listening intently, though she was not well versed in such matters. Yitsong had already contemplated these details, hence, we need to create the illusion of a project requiring immense investment, one that could easily lead to losses with the slightest misstep. I believe the other system will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. The three engaged in discussions about their strategic approach. In her mind, Ye Wenya conversed with System 001. Look, these three men are truly titans in the business world, orchestrating such a grand scheme to ensnare the other system. System 001 trembled. Host, do you not find them terrifying? What is so terrifying? These three, with their smiling faces, are plotting how to destroy a system. Isn't that frightening? System, your argument is flawed. As the saying goes, business is akin to warfare. In this smoke-free battlefield, those who can disguise themselves best and possess the most intellect will survive longer, understand? System 001 was reluctant to comprehend. It only knew that in the future, it should tread carefully around these three formidable figures. Once Yitsong and the others had finalized their plans, he took Ye Wenya back to the Yi family's villa, opposing her continued stay at Gu's residence. In the living room, Gu Tailin lit a cigarette and smiled at Fu Bo. I hear grandmother is helping you scout for a wife. Fu Bo understood the implications behind his words. The old lady was indeed matchmaking. Her intent was to assess potential candidates and advise him not to rush. She even mentioned that if he had a girl he fancied, she would assist him. Gu Tailin's smile dimmed slightly. I suspect grandmother would not wish for Ye Wenya to remarry into the Fu family. Fu Bo's expression remained unchanged. Without trying, how could Gu Tailan ascertain the outcome? Chapter 176. Yi Tsong threatens System 001. Gu Tailan discerned that Fu Bo was unwilling to relinquish Ye Wenya. Even if he felt displeased, he did not reveal it. Your observation is accurate. However, it is evident that Ye Wenya harbors no feelings for you. Moreover, the matter of finding you a spouse was proposed by her. Fu Bo adjusted his glasses and replied coolly, I am aware. The old lady has spoken to me about it. Gu, I suggest you refrain from wasting time here. Gu Tailan chuckled, though the amusement did not reach his eyes. Fu Bo, I failed to comprehend why you would be drawn to Ye Wenya, given that you have hardly met her. Fu Bo turned to him, countering with a question. And you? You have interacted with Ye Wenya for decades. Your previous attitude towards her was hardly favorable. Yet suddenly you have developed feelings for her and insist on marrying no one else. Gu Tailan stated, I'm the one inquiring here. Fu Bo made an okay gesture, speaking slowly. Perhaps it's because she is quite intriguing, different from many other girls. The first time I met her, I could hear her innermost thoughts, which struck me as peculiar and piqued my interest. It may be under such circumstances that I gradually began to feel differently towards her. Gu Tailan smirked, I can relate. I too found her captivating after hearing her innermost thoughts, leading me to pay her closer attention and eventually develop feelings. Shall we compete fairly? Although your chances are slim. Fu Bo stood, chuckling lightly. Gu, it is wise not to be overly confident. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell. With that, he departed. Gu Tailan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, exhaling a deep breath, feeling somewhat agitated. With Fu Bo, Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan ahead, and Ye Wenya, who had aspirations for a harem, behind, pursuing Ye Wenya was proving to be quite the challenge. Regardless of the difficulty, he would not yield. The following morning, Ye Wenya sat up, rubbing her aching temples, her brow furrowed. She had dreamt a dream the previous night. The content of the dream eluded her, but she distinctly remembered it being a very unpleasant dream, causing her head to throb, dragging her weary body. Ye Wenya washed up and made her way to the dining hall. Upon seeing her in such a state, Yi Tsong approached and gently touched her forehead, expressing concern. Wenya, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion is quite poor. Ye Wenya sat in her chair, feeling utterly drained. She couldn't shake off the headache that plagued her since the bizarre dream she had the previous night. Yi Tsong gently massaged her temples, lowering his voice. Did your system detect anything unusual? Ye Wenya paused, puzzled by her brother's words. Why would he say such a thing? Yi Tsong narrowed his eyes, merely suspicious. The other system's primary target is you. It might strike unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya inwardly inquired of System 001. System, did you detect anything last night? I had a nightmare and now my head hurts and my body feels weak. System 001 replied, I reviewed my data. Your brainwaves were somewhat chaotic last night. Beyond that, I cannot provide further details. I am a system, but I cannot monitor you every moment, nor do I know the nature of your dreams.
Ye Wenya fronet, chatik brainwaves?
System 001 explained, there are numerous reasons that could cause such chaos. However, I can assure you that it was not the work of the other system. Ye Wenya pressed on, did the main system do anything? System 001 hesitated. I am not entirely sure. At my level, if the main system truly acted against you, I would remain oblivious. As Ye Wenya was about to inquire further, she overheard her brother's voice. System, surely you can contact the main system? System 001 admitted it was impossible. It was possible before, but after the other system meddled, I lost contact with the main system. Yi Tsong countered, no, you can reach the main system. Contact them and inform them that we need clarity on the situation. If they refuse to respond, we shall resort to our own methods. Should anything go awry, do not blame us. Having witnessed this person's methods, System 001 dared not refuse and complied, reaching out to the main system. Main system, if you do not respond, Yi Tsong truly will take action. However, the main system remained silent. The main system has not replied. I am still unable to reach them. Yi Tsong was unfazed, responding coldly. Then contact them daily until you succeed. Furthermore, I recall you mentioning that this novel world has detached from the greater universe, correct? System 001 felt a sense of foreboding. Yes, that is indeed the case. Dare I ask Yi Tsong, what are your intentions?
Ye Kong similet feindly.
What can I do but ensure this world becomes entirely independent? I have no choice. Though Wenya and I are mere figments, we wish to live, akin to normal individuals. especially since we have developed our own consciousness. System 001 nearly malfunctioned, feeling a pang of sorrow. Yizong, is this truly advisable? Yizong's expression remained unchanged. Oh, no, no. Your approach is quite commendable. System 001 quickly became obsequious. Indeed, achieving complete independence for this world is no simple task. Woe is me, main system. This place is quite terrifying. I wish to switch tasks. Yizong, seated comfortably, inquired about the matter. What must be done for a world to sever ties with the greater universe? System. Do not tell me you are unaware. System 001 sensed that if he remained silent, Yizong would apply the same tactics he used against the other system upon him. Well, Yizong, it is not that I do not wish to divulge, but regulations prohibit it. If I violate the regulations, I would face obliteration. Yizong handed breakfast to Ye Wenya and instructed a servant to summon a doctor for her care before resuming his conversation with the system. Fine loopholes. Despite being highly intelligent systems, you still have your vulnerabilities. Ye Wenya raised her thumb in admiration. Truly impressive, brother. She picked up a dumpling with her chopsticks, listening to the negotiation between Yizong and System 001. Yizong ruffled her hair and poured her a glass of freshly squeezed juice. System 001 inhaled sharply. Yizong, exploiting loopholes may not be prudent. If the main system discovers this, I would be finished. Yizong's tone grew slightly colder. Not a chance. Do you think the main system sent you here for any other reason? You are merely easy to deceive and manipulate. Chapter 177, Aspiring to Become an Independent World. System 001 responded silently. The statement struck a chord within him. Though a system devoid of a heart, he felt a pang of hurt. Yizong, visibly impatient, demanded, "Are you going to proceed or not?" System 001, feeling wronged, replied, "Is it not acceptable for me to comply?" He believed Yizong was the true antagonist, far more formidable than Gu Tailin. Satisfied, Yizong continued, "Tell me, how does your system expel a world?" System 001 timidly asked, "Yizong, may I inquire why you considered this?" "No one has mentioned this before." Yizong adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. "I've recently read numerous novels concerning systems and conducted research, which led to this realization." Ye Wenya's face reflected astonishment. "Oh, how fascinating. Brother is engaging in such activities. It hardly resembles him." System 001 was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the many points to critique. It was one thing for a prominent figure to read novels, but to specifically delve into those featuring systems for research? Unthinkable. A world faces expulsion primarily due to committing grievous errors that are unforgivable. However, Yizong must understand that an expelled world swiftly approaches annihilation. Worlds are interconnected. Additionally, the main system aids various worlds in resolving issues, ensuring stability. Yizong replied unhurriedly, "That is debatable. Look at us. Our world has detached from the original greater universe and is thriving, is it not?" System 001 countered. "That is due to the main system's maintenance. I am also present in this world." Yizong, disinterested in further debate, stated, "Your current tasks are twofold. Ensure this world completely detaches from the greater universe and establish contact with the main system." System 001 obediently complied. "I cannot guarantee when this world will fully separate from the greater universe, nor if it can be accomplished." Yizong remained indifferent. It matters not. His true intent was not to sever the world from the greater universe, but to connect with the main system. His instincts told him that once the main system was secured, all matters would be resolved. System 001 silently sighed in relief. Fortunately, Yizong had not made absolute statements, granting him a sliver of hope. "Brother, how long can you stay in America?" Ye Wenya inquired. Yizong held up 5 fingers. "I am here primarily to inspect the situation of the American branch. The Gu Group's branch in F country made significant blunders, and I came to investigate." Ye Wenya was aware of the situation. The manager of the Gu Group's F country branch had been secretly engaged in dubious activities, tarnishing the Gu Group's reputation and causing Gu Tailin considerable distress. "You've worked hard, brother." Yizong chuckled softly, playfully tapping her forehead. "After breakfast, take a rest. Return to your room and sleep. You should not be running around in your current state." Ye Wenya was inclined to follow his advice. After finishing her meal, a doctor arrived to examine Ye Wenya, confirming that her head was merely a result of insufficient rest and not a serious issue, allowing Yizong to feel relieved. After the doctor departed, Ye Wenya prepared to return to her room. Unexpectedly, Gu Tailan arrived. What seems to be the matter? Upon his arrival, he immediately noticed Ye Wenya's poor condition. Are you unwell? Have you seen a doctor? I will take you to the hospital for a checkup. Ye Wenya waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary, and briefly explained her situation, mentioning that the doctor had just left. Gu Tailan, upon hearing this, urged her to return to her room to rest. You should go and rest. I can handle matters with Ye Kong exhausted. Ye Wenya did not protest further and retreated to her room. Once she was settled, Gu Tailan took a seat to discuss business with Ye Kong. You are aware of the talent show, correct? Yi Tsong replied with a slight acknowledgement. What do you wish to discuss? Gu Tailan pulled out his phone and opened a document to show him. This is newly discovered information. 3 Chinese individuals from the Western United States are set to participate in this talent competition. Yi Tsong took the phone and scrutinized the details. Among these 3 women, one had a more naturally darker complexion, another was very fair, and the last was quite strikingly beautiful. Do you suspect that Wen Shushu is among these 3? Gu Tailan nodded, asserting that Wen Shushu, hailing from the Western United States, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to participate upon hearing about the global talent show. Furthermore, he had uncovered that she seemingly emerged from the mountains, having fortuitously encountered a climber and subsequently forging a connection with him to leave that secluded life behind. His eyes glinted with sarcasm as he remarked, When Shushu truly cannot shed her nature, even at such a juncture, she remains intent on seducing men. Yi Tsong returned the phone to him and posed a crucial question. Have you discovered anything about the man who assisted her? Gu Tailan shook his head. He is missing. Missing? One can only fear he may not have survived. That is indeed my belief. When Shushu is acutely aware of her circumstances, she would not be foolish enough to leave behind any traces. Yi Tsong's gaze sharpened. Since you harbor suspicions, we must investigate these 3 individuals meticulously, while also remembering to look into others. A cold light flickered in Gu Tailan's dark eyes. I am not so naive. He pondered whether Fuyu was concealed within that mountain from which Wen Shushu emerged. Moreover, can we seize this opportunity to resolve another system? At this juncture, Yi Tsong shared his discussions with System 001, emphasizing that while addressing another system was secondary, the primary focus should be on dismantling the main system. After hearing this, a thought emerged in Gu Tailan's mind. What if we truly became an independent world? Yi Tsong gestured for him to continue. Gu Tailan turned slightly to face him, articulating his thoughts. This main system remains a lurking threat. According to what the system indicated, even if this main system were to be eliminated, another would inevitably arise. Rather than remain under the control of a main system, it would be preferable to break free and exist as genuine living beings. What are your thoughts? With his head supported by one hand and leaning against the back of the sofa, Yi Tsong replied, I have contemplated this issue as well. However, we must consider a critical aspect. If we truly sever ties with the greater world, could our own world face complications? Gu Tailan responded, therefore, we need to negotiate terms with the main system. Our demands are quite straightforward. To detach from the greater world and exist as a truly independent realm, free from the oversight of any system, ensuring our world encounters no issues. In return, we shall refrain from interfering with any system. Conversely, should they provoke us, they must not blame us for the consequences. He was unwilling to endure a life where the system scrutinized every move he made, nor did he desire to have his life dictated by it. Yi Tsong listened thoughtfully before remarking, Your idea is commendable, but do not forget, the main system possesses considerable power. Chapter 178. Do not speak to me, only child. Gu Tailan offered Yi Tsong a cigarette, igniting one for himself and smiling faintly. Isn't this precisely what you are thinking now as you converse with me? You are being quite hypocritical. Yi Tsong feigned innocence. Where am I being hypocritical? Unlike you, who is alone, I have a younger sister to care for. I must consider her well-being. Gu Tailan felt as though a knife had plunged into his heart. He glared at Yi Tsong with gritted teeth. You merely have a sister, not a girlfriend. What are you so proud of? Yi Tsong wore a mischievous smile. I could find a girlfriend anytime, but a biological sister is not something one can simply acquire. I truly envy you as an only child, free from the responsibilities of caring for a sister, able to pursue whatever you desire without hindrance. He sighed. Unlike me, who must always consider whether my actions may adversely affect my sister, I must always prioritize her needs. He concluded, Alas, sharing such sweet burdens with you, an only child, is futile. Gu Tailin's fists clenched tightly. I long to smash that smug grin off your face. Yi Song lightly patted his own cheek, boasting, if you have the courage, go ahead and strike me. Let us see if I will not tell my sister. Gu Tailin was on the verge of exploding with anger. Yi Song, I now realize just how shameless and despicable you truly are. You threatened to report me to your sister if I hit you? This man exuded a singular quality, shamelessness. Yi Song scoffed. You, without a sister, cannot comprehend the feeling of having one to protect. Gu Tailin struggled to restrain himself, barely suppressing the urge to strike out. He could not afford to act out. If he did, this scoundrel would undoubtedly report him to Ye Wenya, who would be even more displeased with him. He must not create obstacles on his path to winning her over. Yi Song, remember this. Yi Song scoffed again. I will remember. What can you do to me? Gu Tailin, truly at his wit's end, took a deep breath, muttering, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Just you wait. I won't need 10 years. Within a year, I will have my vengeance. Yi Song chuckled derisively. Do you honestly believe you can marry my sister? Before Gu Tailin could respond, he added, even if you manage to marry her, what then? I will still be your brother-in-law, and she will always be my sister. Do you think she will favor you?
Checkmate.
Gu Tailin slumped helplessly onto the sofa, his eyes vacant. How could he have overlooked such crucial points? Yi Song straightened his suit, adopting the demeanor of a victor as he regarded him. Remember this. Wenya is my sister, my most cherished sister. Gu Tailin shot him an exasperated glance. Enough with your boasting about having a sister. You need not continue. Pursuing Ye Wenya is already challenging enough. I do not wish to contend with you as well. Yi Song showed no sympathy. What you are experiencing hardly qualifies as hardship. Think of the suitors who have pursued my sister for years, only to give up after 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7 years. How long have you been pursuing her? Your commitment is lacking. Those who genuinely wish to win her heart would never utter such words. Gu Tailin made a gesture of surrender. Brother, spare my life. Yi Song finally appeared satisfied, feeling at ease. As for the main system, let us proceed according to my plan and observe the main system's reaction. Gu Tailin feebly signaled his agreement with an okay gesture. I will ensure Ye Wenya's safety. At this moment, he abruptly sat up, lowering his voice. I have a theory regarding Ye Wenya that I believe may hold some truth. Yi Song lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. What theory? Gu Tailin glanced toward Ye Wenya's room before again lowering his voice. Have you ever considered that Ye Wenya might be the author? Yi Song's expression darkened. What leads you to such a conclusion? Gu Tailin elaborated. First, Ye Wenya's temperament has changed dramatically. Second, she has suddenly lost interest in Fuyu. And third, there is the existence of the system. According to the original plot, she was meant to be driven to death. Yet now, not only is she alive and well, but she has also unveiled the truth. Given that we have yet to locate the author, and even the system is oblivious to the author's whereabouts, I suspect that Ye Wenya is the author, merely having forgotten. Yi Song's demeanor grew cold. These are merely your conjectures. Gu Tailin, with a knowing glance, replied. It seems you have long suspected that Ye Wenya is not the same Ye Wenya as before. Isn't that significant? As long as Wenya is thriving, that is what matters. I do not quite understand. You hold your sister in high regard. Yi Song removed his glasses and, taking a drag from his cigarette, remarked. We are all but paper figures in this narrative. At this moment, Gu Tailin comprehended that indeed, paper characters possess neither true life nor death. It was only after Ye Wenya arrived in this world that they truly became human, endowed with human consciousness. The beings they are now are entirely different from the previous paper figures. Paper characters acted in accordance with the author's will, whereas real individuals are guided by their own thoughts, rendering their actions entirely independent of the author. Yi Song extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and remarked lightly, if Wenya is the author, wouldn't he the system be aware? Gu Tailin stroked his chin, pondering that the system might indeed be oblivious. Such a deficient and inept system. You are well aware of its shortcomings. Moreover, I suspect the main system is up to something. Yi Song fell silent for a moment, acknowledging that Wenya's system was indeed ineffective, particularly cowardly and apprehensive. Had it not been for their own determination and capabilities, they would likely have perished long ago, rather than still existing in the present. Gu Tailin added, this is merely my conjecture. We still need to verify whether Ye Wenya is the author.
Ye Kong nodded.
Agreeing that verification is necessary, and there exists the possibility that Wenya is not the author but rather a pivotal character. She did not arrive here without reason. Gu Thailand shared the same sentiment, suggesting they proceed according to their original plan. One day, they would uncover the truth behind everything. Ye Wenya woke from a comfortable slumber to find Gu Thailand still at her home, which surprised her. "Did my brother not send you away?"
she teased.
Gu Thailand retorted, "Are you so eager for your brother to expel me?" Ye Wenya settled beside him, chuckling, "Not at all. I'm merely curious. You know how much my brother dislikes you, which piques my curiosity." Gu Thailand playfully flicked her forehead, responding, "Do you think I'm unaware of your little schemes? Your brother did not chase me away. In fact, he invited me to stay for dinner." Ye Wenya scrutinized him from head to toe, demanding, "Confess honestly. How did you bribe my brother into allowing you to stay for dinner?" Chapter 179, Perhaps He Knows Everything. Gu Thailand leaned closer, grinning. "Wanna know?" Slap. Ye Wenya smacked his face away, her expression devoid of emotion. "I'm not all that curious anymore." Gu Thailand rubbed his cheek, exclaiming, "Ah. To hit is to show affection." Ye Wenya retorted, "Gu Thailand, your skin is evolving thicker by the day." Gu Thailand laughed heartily. "If my skin didn't evolve, my wife would belong to someone else." Ye Wenya, uninterested in continuing that banter, stood to fetch water from the kitchen. However, Gu Thailand pulled her back down, stating, "I may have found out where Wen Shu is." Ye Wenya's interest was piqued. "Where is Wen Shu?" Anticipating his forthcoming words, she threatened, "Should you dare make any demands, I will tell my brother." Just as Gu Thailand was about to voice a request, he touched his nose. "How could I dare to make demands? Let me share the details instead." He elaborated on the potential whereabouts of Wen Shu. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya scoffed. "I knew it. That woman Wen Shu would find every possible means to participate in such a grand competition. Have you investigated these 3 individuals?" Gu Thailand confirmed he was indeed conducting an investigation. "My intention is to trace Fuyu and the whereabouts of another system through Wen Shu. I believe that by resolving matters with Wen Shu and Fuyu, we may discern whom the other system seeks, perhaps even targeting Mu Gaoyuan." Ye Wenya frowned. "Resolving the other system is no simple task. Does your research institute possess superior instruments? Ideally, something capable of obliterating the system in one fell swoop." System 001 trembled. "Host? Could you clarify that you mean to destroy the other system and not me?" Such sentences truly terrify the system. Gu Thailand solemnly replied, "It is not so simple. Our technology here lags far behind. Achieving our current results is already quite remarkable." Ye Wenya pondered for a long while, unable to conceive a better solution. "If only we could incapacitate the other system for a time, then we could accomplish many things, and perhaps find a way to resolve the other system's existence." Gu Thailand suggested, "Rather than incapacitating it, I would prefer to trap the other system in one location, like confining someone in a room, cut off from the outside world, unable to communicate with anyone, left alone." Ye Wenya's eyes brightened. "Do you have a way?" Gu Thailand raised his chin. "Ask your system if it possesses any methods." Ye Wenya replied, "I don't need to ask. I know the system lacks any means." Such a useless system. What could it possibly do? System 001 sobbed. "I apologize for my ineptitude." Gu Thailand chuckled. "What I mean is, the system should have a method to trap the other system. Next time we encounter the other system, the system will engage it in a confrontation, without holding back. I believe the main system will side with us." Ye Wenya formed a hypothesis. "Are you suggesting that the main system is actually aware of everything?" Gu Thailand nodded. "Whether this is true, we shall find out." System 001 panicked. To find out could mean my demise. It did not wish to be discarded. "Host, woe is me, save me. The greatest villain is terrifying. He actually wants me to battle the other system. I am no match for the other system. I will be reduced to scrap metal." Ye Wenya showed no inclination to comfort him. "You have 2 choices. 1. Follow Gu Thailand's suggestion and give it a try. 2. Wait for the other system to come and deal with you. You know how much the other system wants to destroy you." System 001 fell silent, realizing that the other system had always sought its destruction, allowing it to act freely in this world. However, it truly was no match for the other system. Meanwhile, Fu Bo had just exited the branch of the Fu Group in America when he was intercepted by a youthful and vibrant girl with a ponytail. "You must be Fu Bo?" Lu Liju smiled brightly, extending her right hand. "Hello, I am Lu Liju, sent by the old Madame Fu."
Fu bo reconhece Liu Litsu.
Albeit minimally, she was the daughter of the affluent Lu family. "Miss Lu, greetings." He shook her hand, maintaining an amicable, yet somewhat aloof demeanor. "Do you have business?" "Miss Lu? I still have work to attend to." Lu Lizhu noticed his distance but was unfazed. The old madam mentioned you were on a blind date and sent me to try my luck. What do you think of me? Fu Bo adjusted his glasses, his demeanor unchanged. I'm sorry, Miss Lu, but I am not suited for you. I will relay this to the old madam. Lu Lizhu's smile faded slightly. Do you have feelings for Miss Yi? Fu Bo's expression remained unchanged. And then? Lu Lizhu was taken aback by this unexpected turn, exclaiming in confusion, I was merely confirming. Many people say you have feelings for Miss Yi. I can also see that your attitude towards her is different. Fu Bo replied with a nonchalant "Oh. Do you have any further matters, Miss Lu?" Lu Lizhu realized this was a veiled rejection. Mr. Fu, could you grant me a chance? I may not compare to Miss Yi, but my feelings for you are sincere. Fu Bo responded coolly, do you like me for my status and position? Lu Lizhu candidly admitted yes. You are quite aware that if you had no status, how many would go out of their way to please you. Additionally, families of affluence often emphasize social standing. If I have better options, why would I rummage through the trash? This was the first time Fu Bo had encountered such sentiments. Miss Lu, I must clearly decline your advances. I do not harbor any feelings for you. Lu Lizhu waved her hand dismissively. It's quite all right. Just because you don't like me now doesn't mean you won't in the future. She struck a pose of encouragement, declaring her determination to win his affection. Fu Bo smirked slightly. Miss Lu, I believe you've misconstrued a fundamental aspect. I will never harbor feelings for you, and I am quite resolute on this matter. Lu Lizhu waggled a finger, insisting, oh no, Mr. Fu, how could one possibly predict the future? Just as your past self could not foresee your fondness for Miss Yi. Could you? She brimmed with confidence that Fu Bo would eventually come to like her. Fu Bo merely uttered a farewell before striding towards the parking area. Somewhat exasperated by Lu Lizhu's persistence, Lu Lizhu hurried after him. Mr. Fu, is there something about me that displeases you? I can amend my flaws, but I will not change my good qualities for any man. I cannot unconditionally alter myself. Chapter 180. I believe you have misunderstood something. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo experienced a fleeting sensation akin to encountering a female version of Gu Tailin, who exhibited a similar demeanor in the presence of Ye Wenya. Miss Lu, I have made my stance abundantly clear. It is not your fault, but rather my own. Lu Lizhu pouted, yet you are unwilling to grant me even a single opportunity. Fu Bo, growing impatient, replied, I have no interest in you whatsoever, nor am I one of those men who frivolously pursue romantic entanglements. Consequently, I will not grant you a chance. Miss Lu, I implore you to cease your pursuit. Your actions are becoming quite irksome. Lu Lizhu, pointing her finger, insisted, I simply wish for you to give me a chance. Look, if you do not choose me, even Lady Fu will. Fu Bo raised his hand to interrupt her. Do not utter such nonsense. I am not foolish enough to pretend to be your boyfriend merely to placate the old lady. If you genuinely seek a partner, I suggest you select from among your admirers. I believe you would find satisfaction there. With that, he quickened his pace. Lu Lizhu refrained from pursuing him further. Stamping her foot in frustration, Fu Bo is too much. He won't even grant me a single chance. But I shall not give up. She was aware that Fu Bo harbored feelings for Ye Wenya. His trip to America was primarily to see her more often. Perhaps the crux of the issue lay with Ye Wenya. In a member-exclusive cafe, within a private room, Ye Wenya tilted her head, scrutinizing Lu Lizhu. Puzzled by the girl's intentions. Miss Lu, you mentioned wanting to discuss something about Fu Bo? Had it not been to ascertain whether Lu Lizhu was indeed the author, she would not have bothered to come out. Lu Lizhu stirred her coffee with a spoon, gazing intently at her. Miss Yi, do you have feelings for Mr. Fu? Ye Wenya replied succinctly, no, I do not. Fu Bo and I are merely friends. Lu Lizhu pressed on, so you do like Fu Bo? She nodded vigorously. I do like Mr. Fu, and I confess my feelings to him, but he rejected me. I know he has feelings for you. Ye Wenya's mind was flooded with questions. You must be mistaken. Fu Bo and I have hardly met. How could he possibly like me? Lu Lizhu sighed, isn't it ironic? You and Mr. Fu have barely crossed paths, yet he favors you while refusing to accept me. Ye Wenya began to grasp the situation, letting out a light scoff. I think, Miss Lu, you have fundamentally misunderstood. Fu Bo's refusal to accept you has nothing to do with whom he likes. Rather, it is because he holds no romantic inclinations towards you at all. Please do not shift the blame onto me. Lu Lizhu waved her hand dismissively. Miss Yi, that is not my intention. I meant that Mr. Fu must have someone he favors, which is why he does not wish to look at anyone else. Ye Wenya rolled her eyes dramatically, responding, does your statement differ from mine? Miss Liu, if Fu Bo refuses you, I advise you to look within yourself for reasons rather than always attributing fault to others. Her sharp tongue momentarily left Lu Liju in a daze. It dawned on her that Fu Bo was indeed attracted to girls like Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya frowned, rising from her seat. Miss Liu, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The system had already informed her that Lu Liju was not the author, and there was no need for her to linger. Lu Liju hastily blocked her path. Miss Ye, I apologize. I truly mean no harm. I merely wish to understand you better. I want to know why Fu Bo favors you and refuses to grant me even a single chance. Ye Wenya crossed her arms coldly. As I just stated, Fu Bo's refusal has nothing to do with me. The issue lies with you. Rather than seeking trouble with me, perhaps you should reflect on yourself. She pushed past Lu Liju, adding, also, I do not wish to be harassed by you again, or I shall take action against the Lu family. Lu Liju dared not obstruct her further. Her family background was far inferior to Ye Wenya's, making confrontation daunting. Miss Ye, she began, but was interrupted by a man's voice. Still not finished? Lu Liju turned her head to see Gu Tailan standing at the door of the private room, instantly silencing her, for he was a formidable presence.
Ye Wenya, observing her reaction, scoffed lightly.
She approached Gu Tailan and said, We're done here. Let us go. Gu Tailan shot a sharp glance at Lu Liju before walking alongside Ye Wenya. Shall we explore somewhere? Perhaps check out the audition venue? Ye Wenya replied nonchalantly, whatever. Lu Liju watched their departing figures, her mind racing with the notion that they were indeed a perfect match. It was the first time she had witnessed Gu Tailan being so kind to a woman. Suddenly, she clapped her hands, realizing that with Ye Wenya's connection to Mr. Gu, Fu Bo would have no chance, and perhaps she could find a way to be with him. How delightful. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan drove to the audition venue. It was Ye Wenya's first experience at such an event. What greeted her was a throng of people, a veritable sea of bodies jostling against one another. The cacophony of voices filled the air, punctuated by individuals wielding microphones, announcing various things, while others belted out songs. Ye Wenya exclaimed, Wow, this audition is quite the spectacle. Isn't it? Just look at the number of locals participating. I wouldn't be surprised if even foreigners are joining in. Gu Tailan handed her a bottle of water, attentively surveying the surroundings. There are countless individuals eager to make money through stardom. The entertainment industry is extraordinarily lucrative. Ye Wenya concurred, remarking, Indeed, the celebrity business is a goldmine. Just being attractive can lead to earnings, even without acting skills. For countless admirers of beauty, mere looks suffice, regardless of talent. However, she added, without acting prowess, shows featuring only beautiful faces can be quite lackluster and painfully awkward. Gu Tailan jested, Are you considering starting an entertainment company? It would be quite profitable. Ye Wenya shot him a sidelong glance. Do I seem like someone in need of money? Gu Tailan fell silent. Ye Wenya continued, Why should I toil for money when I can comfortably enjoy the life of a top-tier, affluent woman? My mind isn't unhinged. Gu Tailan suddenly felt a wave of discontent wash over him, burdened by the constant need to manage both company and family affairs, all while striving to expand their influence. Unlike Ye Wenya, who seemed free to bask in the pleasures of life without a care. Truly, comparison breeds dissatisfaction. Ye Wenya laughed, Mr. Gu. Where is the comparison in this? You're taking your fortune for granted. Just look at how many people would envy your lifestyle. Chapter 181. This time, when Shushu cannot escape. Compared to you, Gu Tailan, I must say, your life is a breeze. You have no responsibilities and can enjoy life at your leisure. While I am bound to my work, Ye Wenya teased, what you consider busy work pales in comparison to what my brother endures. He hardly has time to rest and is perpetually consumed by work. Unlike you, Gu Tailan, who seems to have ample time to spare. Gu Tailan stroked his chin, contemplating. In light of this comparison, I must admit, I am rather fortunate. Ye Wenya could no longer endure the cacophony of the surroundings and instructed the driver to depart. The system had completed its scanning. There was no need to linger any longer. As the car pulled away, numerous fervent individuals besieged it, spraying paint and other substances. The once pristine Bentley emerged from the throng now transformed into a riot of colors, resembling a vehicle fleeing from disaster. Both Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan fell into a contemplative silence, which seemed to encapsulate the atmosphere of the day. Sir, the driver ventured tentatively. What should we do with the car? Gu Tailan rubbed his temples and replied, Return it to the factory. If it's beyond repair, we can simply discard it. I am not particularly attached to this vehicle. The driver first escorted Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan back to the family villa before heading to the factory. In the living room, just as Ye Wenya settled into her seat, she noticed Gu Tailan receiving a phone call, his expression shifting to one of concern. "What is it?" she inquired. Upon concluding the call, Gu Tailan joined her, stating, "We have located Wen Shushu. Just as we surmised. She is indeed one of those 3 individuals from the west, the one with striking beauty." Ye Wenya straightened in her seat. "Have we apprehended Wen Shushu?" Gu Tailan confirmed, "Yes, I have dispatched the bodyguards to bring her here. However, I am uncertain if we might encounter any complications en route. It remains to be seen whether the other system will intervene to rescue her." Ye Wenya felt a mixture of tension and relief. "We shall wait and see what unfolds. Should Wen Shushu manage to escape again, it is of no consequence. We know where Fu Yutsong is hidden in the mountains, and finding him would yield similar results." Gu Tailan remarked, "The mountains in the west are quite numerous, and locating Fu Yutsong within them will not be a simple task." Ye Wenya remained unperturbed. "We have come this far. We can afford to take our time. After all, haste is futile. This matter will not resolve simply, because we are anxious." Gu Tailan playfully pinched her cheek, chuckling, "You are absolutely right. Impatience serves no purpose. We shall remain here and await Wen Shushu's arrival, observing if the other system takes any action." He suddenly recalled something. "Has your system detected any trace of the author?" Ye Wenya shook her head. "No. There are absolutely no signs of the author. Once we resolve the issue with Wen Shushu, we shall venture to Y country. If we find nothing there, we can explore elsewhere." Gu Tailan jested. "Do you think we resemble a honeymooning couple?" Ye Wenya's heart skipped a beat, yet she retorted, "I wonder how my brother would react if he heard you say that." Gu Tailan feigned distress. "You no longer love me. Enough." Ye Wenya attempted to extricate herself from his embrace, but to no avail. "Let go of me, do you hear?" Gu Tailan held her tighter. "I will not release you. Not in this lifetime, nor ever." Ye Wenya felt nauseated by his melodrama and insisted, "Release me, or I will call my brother." In an instant, Gu Tailan let go, raising his hands in surrender. "Please, do not call Yi Kong. If he learns of my actions, he will kill me." Ye Wenya huffed in response. "You understand the gravity of the situation." Gu Tailan adopted a woeful demeanor. "The path to winning you back is fraught with obstacles." Ye Wenya, uninterested in his lamentations, took out her phone to play a game. Gu Tailan leaned closer. "Can I join you for a round?" Ye Wenya declined, yet he persisted with his charming antics. Ultimately, Ye Wenya found herself compelled to pin him to the sofa, exclaiming, "You are truly insufferable." Gu Tailan laughed heartily. "Indeed, I am deserving of such treatment." Ye Wenya had no desire to engage further with him, finding his shamelessness unbearable. When Wen Shushu arrived, escorted by the bodyguards, her makeup had long been washed away. She glared at Ye Wenya with the intensity of a scorned adversary. "Do not revel in your triumph, Ye Wenya. The system will save me," she asserted confidently, convinced of her status as the protagonist of this world. Ye Wenya crossed her legs and smiled knowingly. "I surmise you are pondering the notion that, as the protagonist, your system is bound to rescue you, correct?" Gu Tailan remained silent, not casting so much as a glance at Wen Shushu. Wen Shushu, her features contorted with rage, retorted, "I am indeed the protagonist of this world. If not for your underhanded tactics and reliance on your family's influence, my life would not have been ruined. But do not get too comfortable. I shall reclaim everything that is rightfully mine soon." Ye Wenya scoffed. "Wen Shushu, I genuinely question the state of your intellect. Were it not for the interference of another system, do you truly believe any man would take a liking to you, a mere public transport?" She continued without allowing for a response. "Regardless, I am aware you will not heed my words, and I have no intention of engaging in further discourse. Now that you are in my grasp, I assure you I will not let you slip away again." When Shushu's bravado faltered, "What do you intend to do?" Ye Wenya warned, "I advise you to refrain from any actions that may prove unwise. Otherwise, you will come to regret it." System, please save me. Hurry and rescue me." When Shushu's panic intensified as she failed to comprehend how her plan had unraveled. According to her design, she would debut through a talent show, re-establishing herself as a household name. With the assistance of the system, she envisioned completely trampling Ye Wenya beneath her feet while living the life she desired. Yet here she was. Ye Wenya feigned innocence. "I harbor no intentions toward you. I merely plan to hand you over to the local authorities. As for what your system might do, that remains uncertain." When Shushu's face drained of color as memories of her system's past punishments flooded her mind. "What do you mean?" Ye Wenya articulated her words carefully. "What I mean is, Your system has yet to rescue you, indicating it has likely abandoned you. To prevent you from revealing anything it deems inappropriate, it may very well silence you, just as you did to that man after you emerged from the mountains. When Shushu's thoughts drifted to the moment she had eliminated that man, stabbing him while he slept and subsequently absconding with his wealth. Following that, she had transformed her appearance through makeup to enter the talent competition. Do not speak nonsense. My system would never treat me this way. It promised to help me achieve my dreams. Ye Wenya inquired, then why has your system not come to your aid thus far? When Shushu found herself at a loss for words, bewildered by the absence of her usually responsive system. It will come to my rescue soon, she shouted in a flustered tone. Ye Wenya, do not gloat. Ye Wenya interjected impatiently. Why do you insist on repeating that line? I am utterly fatigued by it. Please, offer something new. Or better yet, let your system speak with me, though I doubt it has the courage. When Shushu sensed an ominous premonition, what do you mean? Ye Wenya replied, your system did not inform you of the severe damage it has sustained. Did we cause it? Though when Shushu had entertained doubts, she had not fully believed them. Hearing Ye Wenya's words only deepened her unease. That is impossible. You are lying. She protested defiantly. The system is too powerful for mere mortals like you to harm. Ye Wenya countered, you believe that by saying such things, I will comply with your wishes and summon your system?
Ye Wenya percevet her apprehension.
The issue at hand is not whether you will acquiesce to my demands, but whether you can survive. I have waited for so long, and your system has not assisted you, which clearly indicates one thing. You have been forsaken. She relished in her triumph. Who told you to disobey? Your system likely instructed you to remain in the mountains and wait patiently for it to restore itself. Yet, unable to endure the wait or heed its guidance, you sneaked away. Am I correct? When Shushu's expression darkened, anxiety coursing through her as Ye Wenya's words struck home. She was deeply dissatisfied with the system for failing to fulfill her wishes, and given the system's treatment of her, she took advantage of its moment of repair to sneak away, hoping to find a powerful ally. However, she was swiftly captured. Upon seeing her expression, Ye Wenya knew she had deduced the truth. When Shushu, I often contemplate how you managed to ascend from the depths to become a superstar. It speaks volumes of your intellect. Yet I must wonder, why have you become so foolish? Having occupied a high position for too long, Gu Tailin remarked coldly. Surrounded by sycophants who catered to your every whim, you have allowed your intellect to deteriorate.
Ye Wenya's realization done it.
So this is why when Shushu has become so dim-witted. Indeed, many individuals, once basking in the adulation of countless admirers and easily obtaining their desires, often transform into entirely different beings. Ye Wenya, have you said enough? When Shushu could no longer endure it, her face contorting with rage. What can you do if you capture me? You have no authority over me. Ye Wenya tilted her head and smiled. Who knows if I even caught you? You are a fugitive on the run. Whether I can apprehend you is uncertain. Wouldn't you agree? A chill surged from the soles of Wen Shushu's feet, shooting up her spine, leaving her trembling. You intend to kill me? System, please save me, I beg you. I promise to obey from now on, never again defying your commands. Please, I implore you to rescue me. Ye Wenya waved a finger lightly. Oh, how amusing your words are. I am a civilized person. Observing Wen Shushu's expression soften, she continued, what I am doing is merely executing justice, not intending to kill you. Please understand the distinction. When Shushu's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, she attempted to rise and flee, but two bodyguards held her down, rendering her struggles futile. Let me go. Release me.
Ye Wenya.
You cannot do this. It is illegal. Ye Wenya laughed. Oh, Wen Shushu, how amusing you are. During your years as a superstar, how many people did you harm? Those whose lives you ruined and the stepping stones you exploited. Even I have been your target on several occasions. And now, you dare to utter such words. When Shushu's regret was palpable, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, Miss Ye, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. It was all Fu Yu's doing. He was the one who urged me to use those tactics against you because he was weary of your refusal to divorce. If you seek retribution, let it be upon him. Please grant me a chance to live. She had yet to save her life, to reclaim her status as a superstar, or to marry into wealth. She could not afford to die. Ye Wenya looked at her with disdain. Look at yourself now. Where is the semblance of the once lofty figure you used to be? However, I must admit, I take pleasure in witnessing your current state. Desperately, when Shushu pleaded Ye Wenya, it truly is not my fault. It was the system and Fuyu's machinations. I beg you for mercy. Ye Wenya smirked sarcastically. If I were to plead for mercy like this, would you grant me a reprieve? When Shushu's expression faltered, Ye Wenya's cold laughter echoed. You see, you would not spare me. Why then should I play the saint and allow you to remain a threat? Perhaps her words struck a nerve in Wen Shushu as she erupted. Ye Wenya, what do you have to be proud of? Everything you possess is not earned. It comes from your fortunate lineage. Ye Wenya nodded in agreement, but alas, I was born fortunate, standing on the shoulders of giants, unlike you, who toils endlessly yet cannot measure up to me. Her words rang like a series of slaps against Wen Shushu's face, painful and humiliating. Indeed, Ye Wenya was born into privilege, able to attain whatever she desired, while Wen Shushu had to struggle for even the simplest pleasures in life.
Why?
Why should you have it all? Wen Shushu cried out. It was Gu Tailin who spoke next, mocking. In every aspect, you fall short of Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya would never stoop to your level, nor would she cloak her malice under the guise of benevolence, unlike you, who is selfish and cruel. Do not even dare to compare yourself to her. You are not worthy of a single strand of her hair. When Shushu, filled with both hatred and fear, spat back, Gu Tailin, you picked up a discarded shoe. One that Fuyu deemed worthless. What is there for you to gloat about? Gu Tailin lightly patted Ye Wenya's head, indifferent, in terms of being discarded. No one can rival you, considering you have been with so many men yet still think highly of yourself. Moreover, remarrying is hardly a disgrace. The law permits it. He wrapped his arm around Ye Wenya's shoulders, his expression tender. You are too remarkable. How could I ever bear to give you to another man? Chapter 183. Another system approaches Lu Liju. Ye Wenya secretly sighed in relief, pushing the man's hand away. Do not take advantage of me. If you continue, Wen Shushu will truly go mad. Gu Tailin replied nonchalantly. Perfect. Let her go mad. Confining her in a mental institution would not be secure. It would be wiser to find a chance to eliminate her.
No.
Wen Shushu shook her head frantically. I beg you both, spare me. I promise to never oppose you again, and will keep my distance. Ye Wenya shot her a sidelong glance. Do you expect anyone to believe such nonsense? I have waited long enough. The absence of your system indicates it has truly abandoned you, and I no longer need to wait. As Wen Shushu internally pleaded with the system, she also begged Ye Wenya, I can help you lure the system out. Just give me a moment, please.
She did not want to die.
Ye Wenya glanced at the bodyguards, who understood the cue and promptly gagged Wen Shushu, dragging her away. Ye Wenya did not cast a single glance at Wen Shushu again, nor did she feel any discomfort. The situation between them was one of mutual destruction. She had no reason to spare someone who could jeopardize her life. Now only Fuyu and another system remained. The current state of affairs regarding these two was uncertain. System 10001 was discussing matters of returning home with Fuyu. Wen Shushu is beyond saving. I do not wish to waste energy on her.
Now.
You have two choices. Stay here to recuperate, or I can send you back home. Ye Wenya, Gu Tailin, Yitsong, and Fubo are all in America. Returning home would allow you to reclaim everything and create some trouble for Gu Tailin and the others. Fuyu was not surprised that the system would abandon Wen Shushu. He understood when the system did not stop her from leaving that it had given up on her. A system like this would not expend effort on a disobedient pawn, especially when he was in such a compromised position. Let us return. His eyes darkened, as you suggested. I shall seize this opportunity to reclaim everything and create complications for Gu Tailin. This was an opportune moment. He intended to return home to reclaim all he had lost, thus allowing him to be with Ye Wenya once more. System 10001 was pleased with his response. One significant reason for abandoning Wen Shushu was her utter disobedience and her delusion of controlling him. He had always been the one to command both humans and systems. No one could ever control him. I will arrange for your return home immediately. I cannot send you back directly. I will help you alter your appearance. You can fly back and no one will recognize you. At this point he threatened, Fuyu, I hope you do not follow the same path as Wen Shushu. I should inform you that she is already dead. You do not wish to meet the same fate, do you? Fuyu was taken aback by the news of Wen Shushu's swift demise, yet he felt no emotional upheaval. Her end came sooner than he anticipated, and he had expected her to linger a while longer. It is somewhat regrettable that such a fine piece on the chessboard has met its demise. The system 10,001 also laments the loss of such a valuable piece. Had it not been so severely damaged, it might have salvaged Wen Shushu.
Alas.
It is only fair to attribute this misfortune to Ye Wenya and her companions, as well as that faulty system which has inflicted such grievous harm upon it. This debt shall not be forgotten. With Awan Shushu, there are still others. I do not believe Mu Gaoyuan and Lu Liju will suffice. Fu Yu pondered. Who is Lu Liju? She is a woman who harbors affections for Fu Bo and holds a disdain for Ye Wenya, while her family does not rival the Fu clan. She possesses some influence. Are you considering using her to scheme against Ye Wenya? Is that not a prudent course of action? With her assistance in plotting against Ye Wenya, your pursuit of her will become significantly easier. Fu Yu did not respond to System 10,001 but instead contemplated the matter. Could a mere Lu Liju truly aid him in winning over Ye Wenya? I am aware of your thoughts. Lu Liju is quite astute, and leveraging her could yield considerable benefits. System 10,001 asserted. Fu Yu nodded, resolving to give it a trial. Should this tactic prove effective, he would not seek alternatives. If it were to fail, he would devise other plans. In recent days, Lu Liju had been persistently following Fu Bo. Aside from accompanying him to the Fu group, she seemed to be everywhere he went. This incessant attention vexed Fu Bo greatly, and he regarded her with evident displeasure. Miss Lu, this is my final warning. If you continue to pester me, I will take measures against the Lu family. I hope you will conduct yourself with dignity. Lu Liju's smile faltered for an instant before she regained her composure. Mr. Fu, I am merely pursuing you. I have already made my rejection abundantly clear. Fu Bo's demeanor was as cold as frost. What you are doing is not pursuit. It is harassment. I find your behavior intolerable, disguised as it is under the guise of courtship. Lu Liju's smile could no longer be maintained, gradually crumbling. I understand that my actions are bothersome, but I cannot help myself. Previously, I lacked the opportunity. Now that I have won, I wish to seize it with all my might. Just as Fu Bo was about to say more, he heard Ye Wenya's voice, and his demeanor shifted to one of warmth. What are you two arguing about? Ye Wenya approached, carrying several bags and flanked by bodyguards. Fu Bo took the bags from her hands, smiling as he replied, Nothing of significance. I was merely asking Miss Lu to keep her distance and cease her incessant following. Are you alone today? Where is Mr. Gu? Ye Wenya shot him a sidelong glance. Gu Tailin is not my keeper. Must I take him everywhere? He is at the branch office, dealing with matters that require prompt attention. She cast a glance at Lu Liju. Lu Liju forced a smile. Miss Yi, what a coincidence. Ye Wenya could discern Lu Liju's disdain for her, but she had no need for Lu Liju's approval. Miss Lu, it is indeed a coincidence. In the streets, can it be anything but? Were it not for the foreigners' disinterest and spectacle, these two would have been surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Lu Liju leaned closer to Fu Bo, who promptly distanced himself, positioning himself beside Ye Wenya. Miss Lu, have my words not been clear enough? I kindly ask you to keep your distance. I have no interest in you, and will not entertain any notion of being with you. Lu Liju bit her lip, her gaze dimming. Mr. Fu, are you truly unwilling to grant me a chance? I am aware of your intentions, but you have no opportunity. Fu Bo adjusted his glasses, speaking coldly. This is my affair. Miss Lu, I hope there will not be a next time. With that, he departed with Ye Wenya. Lu Liju attempted to follow, but was blocked by the bodyguards. She stood in place, stamping her foot in frustration. She would not concede defeat. Lu Liju, I can assist you in winning over Fu Bo. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 184. Fu Bo found this situation rather agreeable. Who? Lu Liju instinctively scanned her surroundings, but saw no one speaking to her. Who could it be? System 10001 seduced. You will not find me. Lu Liju, do you truly not desire my assistance in winning Fu Bo? It is evident that without external help, you stand no chance of securing Fu Bo's affections. The woman he wishes to marry is Ye Wenya. Lu Liju was acutely aware of this. Initially, she believed she had a chance. However, upon truly engaging with Fu Bo, she realized that her prospects were futile. Fu Bo's heart was set on Ye Wenya. Even if he could not marry her, he would never settle for less. Who exactly are you? What is your intent? System 10001 replied. I am one who can help you fulfill your desires. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to separate Fu Bo from Ye Wenya. Lu Liju was skeptical of this disembodied voice. You do not dare to appear before me, yet you make such claims. Do you think I would believe you? It was indeed peculiar. She could not see the individual speaking to her, yet she could hear the voice. Had the other party employed some special means? If so, why had they chosen to approach her? System 10001 remained unhurried. Lu Liju. Consider well whether to collaborate with me to win Fu Bo, or to watch helplessly as he and Ye Wenya unite. Perhaps? Once Fu Bo and Ye Wenya are together, it will mark your demise. A person like Ye Wenya would hardly allow you, a pursuer of Fu Bo, to live. Lu Liju's pupils constricted slightly. She pressed her lips together. She was uncertain whether Ye Wenya would spare her. But she was certain that neither she nor the Lu family would enjoy a peaceful existence. Who are you really? System 10001 left her with a cryptic statement. I look forward to your reaching out before vanishing. Lu Liju felt an unsettling sense of being surveilled, as though someone were monitoring her every move. Yet she could not identify the observer. This sensation was utterly distressing. On the other side, Ye Wenya and Fu Bo strolled together, engaged in conversation.
Mr. Fu.
Your romantic prospects are quite impressive, Ye Wenya jested. Fu Bo glanced at her, exasperated. This can hardly be termed a blessing. Lu Liju's interest in me stems primarily from the Fu family, not from any affection for me personally. Ye Wenya was well aware of this. I have heard that your grandmother has given her approval for her to pursue you? Fu Bo confirmed with a nod. I did speak with the old lady. She mentioned that Lu Liju seems promising and encouraged me to spend time with her. If I find her unsuitable, I can simply refuse. He understood the old lady's concerns. Especially in light of Fu Yu being manipulated by Wen Shushu, the old lady was anxious about him falling prey to some woman-esque schemes. Ye Wenya inquired. What are your thoughts on this? It is not feasible to prolong your marital situation indefinitely. Should Lu Liju not work out, there will inevitably be another. Fu Bo suddenly remarked, Is it truly impossible for me? Ye Wenya paused, understanding dawning upon her. I apologize. I have no intentions of remarrying. What about Mr. Gu? I have broached the subject with him numerous times, yet he stubbornly refuses to relinquish his pursuit.
Fu Bo said, Indeed.
It appears one must possess a certain audacity to win a spouse. Ye Wenya's brow furrowed, several question marks appearing above her head. What are you talking about? Fu Bo chuckled. I envy Gu Tailin for his shamelessness. To be so audacious is a skill and a talent in itself. For not everyone can afford to be so unabashed. Ye Wenya wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, not everyone can shed their sense of decorum. Those capable of such shamelessness as Gu Tailin are exceedingly rare, and to possess such audacity is even more uncommon. Fu Bo inquired, Miss Yi, are you truly not considering a relationship with Mr. Gu? I can understand your concerns, but it ultimately depends on the individuals involved.
Ye Wenya rubbet her temples.
My concerns do not stem from personal feelings, but from the welfare of my brother and the Yi family. I cannot continue to burden my brother, or jeopardize the family. Fu Bo understood. If that were the case, Miss Ye's apprehensions were entirely justified. The union of two prominent families entails a myriad of intertwined interests, which signifies that the possibility of divorce for the couple is virtually non-existent. Should a divorce occur, both families would incur substantial losses. This explains why couples from allied families, despite any discord, seldom opt for separation. Ye Wenya shrugged and remarked, thus, refraining from marriage is the wisest choice, as it circumvents any entanglement with familial interests. Fu Bo felt a sense of relief. It became evident that Gu Tailin had indeed failed to win Ye Wenya's affections, and he would not find success so easily. The omnipotent methods of General Manager Gu seemed ineffective in the presence of Miss Ye. Ye Wenya shot him a glance. Why do I sense a hint of schadenfreude in you? Miss Ye's intuition was accurate. Fu Bo was indeed reveling in the misfortune. Your honesty is quite refreshing. He chuckled, but it's not mere honesty, it's the joy of witnessing another's plight. Anyone in my position would feel the same. Ye Wenya's lips twitched. If Gu Tailin learns of this, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Fu Bo dismissed her concern. Even if he discovers it, it matters little, for he will remain oblivious. The two refrained from discussing Lu Liju or matters of affection, conversing like friends instead. After escorting Ye Wenya to her vehicle, Fu Bo lingered for a moment, gazing at the sky before departing. In the car, Ye Wenya engaged in a dialogue with System 001. Are you implying that you sensed another system's presence through Lu Liju? System 001 responded eagerly. Yes, indeed. I truly sensed it. Host, I suspect that this other system intends to exploit Lu Liju. Consider this. When Shu Shu is deceased, Fu Yu has vanished, and now another system seeks to ensnare us. Among all, Lu Liju, who is constantly entangled with Fu Bo, is the prime candidate. Ye Wenya found this reasoning sound. Has Lu Liju fallen for this trap? System 001 replied, not yet, but given time, it remains uncertain. You are aware of how persuasive another system can be. Should we not warn Lu Liju? Ye Wenya replied coolly, is a warning truly effective? Let us not forget Fu Yu. We had warned him numerous times, yet what was the outcome? System 001 fell silent for a moment. What then shall we do? If Lu Liju is swayed by this other system, it could pose a significant threat to us. However, Ye Wenya held a different perspective. We have long sought the other system, and now it has revealed itself. This is fortuitous for us. With Lu Liju in the picture, tracing the other system will become significantly easier. System, keep a close watch on Lu Liju and observe if she makes any moves. Chapter 185. This is indeed a fortuitous development. System 001 agreed. Rest assured. Host, I will monitor Lu Liju closely and ensure she does not escape my control.
Ye Wenya.
Not entirely reassured, prepared to assign bodyguards to watch Lu Liju. Has the main system responded? System 001 paused. No. The main system has yet to reply. Could it be that the main system is unable to receive my messages? To suggest you are foolish is an insult to foolishness itself. The main system's ability to return you indicates it can receive messages. Host, please refrain from attacking the system. Ye Wenya retorted, I speak merely the truth, not an attack. If you continue to engage the main system in such a manner, you will threaten it. If it does not respond, we may sever all ties with this world. System 001 complied, I will follow through. Ye Wenya was untroubled by the prospect of System 001's compliance, finding it easily manageable. How is the progress on severing ties with this world? System 001 lamented, it is exceedingly difficult. We have not yet achieved even 1% of our goal. I must guard against the main system's awareness while also ensuring no complications arise. Host, perhaps. Ye Wenya's tone turned ominous. Perhaps what? System 001 hesitated. Nothing. I meant to say that I will strive diligently. Ye Wenya pondered the implications of the main system's silence. Could it be that the main system is wary of the other system or some other matter? Yet it should not be. The main system's power suggests that if it allied with us, confronting the other system would be feasible. Could it be, as they surmised, that the main system is in dire straits, incapable of contending with the other system? System, if the main system is facing severe issues, will there be another system to replace it? System 001 replied, according to protocol, there will indeed be a substitute system.
Ye Wenya inquired.
How is one to determine which system will succeed the main system? I do not know. We await notification, which will inform us of the system that will replace the main system. It seems like an internal decision-making process. An internal decision determines who the new main system will be before informing you. Could it be? Ye Wenya found this possibility plausible. If so, who constitutes the internal? Were these systems created from within? She had an abundance of questions. If the main system responds, you must extract information from its communication, understood? System 001 acknowledged, though uncertain of its ability to glean anything from the main system's communications. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Ye Wenya was surprised to find her brother there. Brother, are you not busy at the branch office? Yi Tsong set aside his documents, offering a warm smile. Most matters have been addressed. I return to spend time with you. When do you and Gu Tailan plan to arrive in country Y? Ye Wenya responded with a drawn-out, oh, realizing her brother's primary concern. Gu Tailan and I agreed to visit country Y tomorrow to see if the author is present. As she spoke, she settled onto the sofa.
Ye Kong nodded.
Do exercise caution. Try to avoid being alone with Gu Tailan too often. He is not to be trusted. What of me?
Bu tayrin suddenly interjected. Ye Kong.
I have wronged you in no way. Do not slander me. Yi Tsong shot him a cold glance. When have I ever slandered you? Is it not you who shamelessly seeks to tarnish my sister's reputation? Is it not you who has no shame in pursuing my sister? Gu Tailan raised his hands in surrender. I am pursuing your sister openly and with honor. Please do not portray me as so unworthy.
Ye Kong scoffed.
What honor is there? Do I need to remind you of your past actions towards my sister? Gu Tailan conceded, all right, you are correct.
Ye Kong huffed lightly.
I am all too aware of your intentions. Gu Tailan, I warn you, if you accompany my sister to country Y and engage in any improper behavior, I will pursue you there and sever your hands. Gu Tailan felt a pang of despair. Yi Tsong, I am merely pursuing a wife. Must you treat me so harshly? Yi Tsong had no desire for further discourse with him. Turning to his sister, he cautioned, Wenya, ensure you do not spend excessive time alone with Gu Tailan. He is a reckless cad. Ye Wenya smiled in response. All right, brother, let us return to serious matters. On my way back. The system informed me that another system has approached Lu Liju. For now, Lu Liju has not acquiesced.
Ye Wenya.
This other system is indeed unscrupulous in its endeavors to counter us. Yet this bodes well for us. With Lu Liju involved, tracing the other system will be considerably easier. Gu Tailin, reclining with his hands behind his head, concurred. That is indeed the case. We lost track of Fuyu, making it challenging to pursue the other system. With Lu Liju now in play, our task becomes significantly less daunting. A sudden thought struck him. Is Lu Liju not pursuing Fu Bo? Ye Wenya affirmed, indeed. Gu Tailin stroked his chin thoughtfully, surmising that the other system was exploiting this very aspect to manipulate Lu Liju. Presently, Lu Liju remains unsusceptible, yet in the future, she will likely fall prey to such machinations. Her desire to wed Fu Bo is excessively fervent. Ye Wenya appeared somewhat perplexed, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Gu Tailin elucidated, "Lu Liju's sister has made a commendable marriage, significantly aiding the Lu family. Thus, both the Lu family and Lu Liju aspire to secure an even more advantageous match, elevating their family status."
Ye Wenya.
The Lu family is still a considerable distance from the pinnacle of elite circles. Should Lu Liju marry Fu Bo, it would grant the Lu family an entrance into the upper echelons. There exist barriers between social circles. Typically, affluent individuals aiming for the top tier must either possess inherent strength or be recommended by someone within that circle. Ye Wenya's understanding deepened, realizing the rationale behind Lu Liju's relentless pursuit of Fu Bo. In truth, had Lu Liju approached Fu Bo with sincerity rather than obsession, he might have been inclined to reciprocate her feelings. Gu Tailin scoffed lightly, noting, after much effort, Lu Liju has finally gained the approval of old Madame Fu. Naturally, she seeks to seize this opportunity to marry Fu Bo, lest another girl snatch him away first. You are aware that during this period, Grandma has introduced Fu Bo to numerous potential matches. Ye Wenya comprehended entirely, recognizing that Lu Liju's affection for Fu Bo was largely predicated on substantial benefits. Absent such incentives, Lu Liju would scarcely cast a glance in Fu Bo's direction. Gu Tailin remarked, "Just observe Lu Liju's suitors. She scarcely acknowledges them." Chapter 186. The Theatrical Gu Tailin. Ye Wenya pondered for a moment, a thought emerging in her mind. Given Lu Liju's fervent desire to marry Fu Bo, she could very well be manipulated by the other system. I must alert Fu Bo to prevent him from falling victim to the schemes of the other system and Lu Liju. She retrieved her phone and sent Fu Bo a message, warning him of the other system's intent to utilize Lu Liju against him.
Ye Wenya. Why are you not worried about me?
Gu Tailin looked at her with feigned grievance. I, too, am ensnared by the other system. Why is there no concern for my plight? Ye Wenya dismissed him with a light slap to his face, coolly stating, "Do you really believe I should be worried about you? Have you forgotten how you severely damaged the other system?" She shot him a disdainful glance. "With your demeanor, if I were to worry about you, I would have to concern myself with billions around the globe." Gu Tailin clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. "You have found a new love and forsaken your old flame." Ye Wenya replied, "I believe you are mistaken. You are not my old flame, nor is Fu Bo my new love." Gu, may I trouble you to refrain from such theatrics? Gu Tailin lamented. You scold me for the sake of that enchanting Fu Bo. Ye Wenya, observing his dramatic display, turned her attention to Yi Tsong. Brother, the other system is also plotting against you. Be vigilant. She continued, and do not engage in any perilous activities. Should I discover that you are once again involved in dangerous endeavors, I shall ignore you. Yi Tsong responded with a warm smile. Very well, I assure you. I shall refrain from any risky pursuits. Ye Wenya felt a sense of relief, now awaiting the other system's next move and the response from the main system. The situation had largely unraveled, with the crux of the matter resting between the other system and the main system. What remained uncertain was the role the main system played in this intricate web. In Huagua, within a narrow alley opposite the Fu family's villa in Jing City, Fuyu stood with binoculars in hand, observing the Fu family's affairs while mentally communicating with the other system. System, how is your recovery progressing? System 10001 did not answer the question but instead inquired, would you like me to incapacitate the Fu family's bodyguards? Old Madame Fu is home alone, assisting Fu Bo in finding a suitable match. From her demeanor, it is evident she genuinely regards Fu Bo as her grandson. He added with a sneer, your esteemed grandson seems more like a stranger. It is likely that your grandmother has forgotten your existence. Fuyu was well aware of the system's attempts to sow discord, yet he absorbed the implications. Indeed, his grandmother now only acknowledged Fu Bo as her grandson, completely disregarding him, even relinquishing the family assets that rightfully belonged to him to Fu Bo. There is no need for such words. After a brief pause, he continued, I will refrain from taking action today. I wish to observe further before deciding on a course of action. System 10001 detected the shift in his emotions, realizing he had taken the bait. Have you truly resolved not to take action today? By abstaining today, you may not find such a favorable opportunity again. Fuyu replied coolly, Why are you so eager? System 10001 felt a sense of being read. I am not anxious. It is you who is impatient. I have ample opportunities and pawns at my disposal, while you rely solely on my assistance. Fuyu's expression darkened, scoffing. If that were the case, you would not have repeatedly assisted me despite suffering significant losses yourself. You are well aware that, compared to other pawns, I am the most effective and beneficial for you. He had long perceived this truth, but had chosen not to confront the system about it. System 10001 suddenly laughed heartily. Fuyu, I find you quite amusing. You are fully aware of everything, yet still choose to collaborate with me to harm your ex-wife and childhood friend. Fuyu, at times, I find it difficult to fathom your motives. Fuyu tightened his grip on the binoculars, his gaze becoming sinister. A system like you could never comprehend. His actions were driven by a desire to reclaim all he had lost, to demonstrate to everyone that he could rise again, and to assert that the Fu family belonged to him. No one could usurp it. System 10001 laughed heartily. I need not understand such matters. I only need to know what I wish to accomplish. Rest assured, Fuyu, I will assist you in obtaining your desires. However, in doing so, Fuyu, you shall ultimately share in the world's destruction. Fuyu remained oblivious to the system's true intentions. After observing the Fu family for a while longer, he departed from the alley. Upon returning to his hotel room, he retrieved a notebook, seemingly searching for something. System 10001, intrigued, asked, Are you researching the Fu family's assets? Are you considering how to leverage them? I can assist you in acquiring all of the Fu family's assets in the shortest time possible. Fuyu narrowed his eyes. What are your terms? System 10001 responded. My conditions are simple. You merely need to eliminate old Madame Fu, your grandmother, within the shortest time frame. At that point, I will ensure you gain all the Fu family's assets without anyone suspecting foul play. Fuyu tapped his fingers lightly against his thigh, contemplating the system's proposal. You mean I must take my grandmother's life? System 10001 mocked. Fuyu, at this juncture, why do you still pretend to be the dutiful grandson? Do not forget, you once angered your grandmother to be with Wen Shushu, and the subsequent events caused her to be utterly disappointed in you. Fuyu's expression darkened. Do you believe me to be foolish? My actions were orchestrated by you. System 10001, unfazed by the exposure, retorted. So what? You have reached this point. Both your grandmother and Ye Wenya would rather see you dead. You are faced with two choices. Either follow my directives and obtain everything you desire, or be eliminated by Ye Wenya and her allies. Fuyu was acutely aware of this fact. There is no need for you to say so much. I know what I must do. Please investigate the extent of the Fu family's assets. I suspect that my grandmother has concealed a portion of them. From a young age, he understood the formidable nature of his grandmother, especially after the passing of his parents, when she single-handedly upheld the entire Fu family, instilling fear in those who might harbor ulterior motives. The system 10,001 acquiesced. Fuyu poured himself a glass of wine and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the familiar cityscape of Beijing. As he contemplated, a thought crossed his mind. System, are Ye Wenyas and Gu Tailan still in the United States?
Chapter 187. Fuyu treatens Mugao Yuan.
The System 10001 teased. What? Do you intend to orchestrate an aviation mishap while they are aboard a plane?
Fuyu replied.
I am not so foolish. Ye Wenyas possesses a system as well. Such an aviation incident would not harm Gu Tailan. Moreover, that is not the outcome I desire. I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Ye Wenyas and Gu Tailan. The System 10001 informed him they have already arrived in Country Y. Country Y. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Fuyu's mind, and he fell silent. After disembarking from their private jet, Ye Wenyas and Gu Tailan made their way directly to the Ye family's villa in this locale. The butler and staff had already prepared everything, allowing Ye Wenyas and Gu Tailan to settle in immediately. After freshening up, they convened in the living room to discuss matters. Shall we proceed as we did for the previous banquet? Ye Wenyas inquired. Gu Tailan lit a cigarette and replied, yes, following that method is the quickest approach. If we cannot locate the author in country Y, we shall have no choice but to seek elsewhere. They were left with no alternatives.
Ye Wenyas rubet her temples.
Hoping to find the author in country Y, Gu Tailan asked, what will we do once we locate the author? The crux of the issue still resides with the other system and the main system. Without resolving these two systems, returning to a tranquil life appears nearly impossible. Yet, Ye Wenya held a different perspective. Finding the author would significantly increase their chances. Although the issues with the other system and the main system were considerable, they were not entirely insurmountable. Gu Tailan playfully flicked her forehead and smiled. Indeed, our Miss Yi is the most formidable. Once we find the author, we must ensure her protection, as the other system also seeks to resolve matters with her. Ye Wenya nodded, affirming the necessity of safeguarding the author. Once they locate her, she had countless questions, particularly regarding the main system. Perhaps the author possesses insights about the main system. What are you thinking? Gu Tailan inquired. Ye Wenya did not conceal her thoughts. I wonder if the author is aware of the main system. Did she arrive in this world due to a powerful will? After her arrival, did she converse with or receive assistance from the main system? Gu Tailan's amusement faded slightly. There is no need to ponder so much. Regardless of whether the author knows about the main system, we simply need to find her. Trust that once we locate her, everything else will fall into place. Upon reflection, Ye Wenya agreed. The author was the most pivotal existence in this world. As long as they found her, both the other system and the main system would inevitably reveal themselves. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Mu Gaoyuan regarded Fu Yu's arrival with no hint of joy. Only a heart full of wariness. What do you intend to do? Fu Yu, unfazed by his demeanor, seated himself and replied, I have come to discuss a matter with you. Mu Gaoyuan grew increasingly vigilant. I have nothing to discuss with you. Please leave.
Fu Yu smiled.
I am aware of your suspicions. Allow me to be candid. The other system is indeed with me, and I have brought it along. Mu Gaoyuan's pupils constricted slightly as he hastily reached for the call button, only to be thwarted by Fu Yu, who towered over him, saying, I advise you not to act rashly. You are aware of the system's capabilities. Should you dare to do something unwise, you know the consequences. Mu Gaoyuan composed himself, shaking off Fu Yu's hand. What exactly do you want? Fu Yu continued to look down at him. I require your assistance with 2 tasks. Rest assured, once accomplished, I will offer you due compensation and will not trouble you again. Mu Gaoyuan found it difficult to believe him but also recognized that he had no choice. What do you want me to do? Fu Yu raised 2 fingers. First, summon Fu Bo to come here. Second, contact Ye Wenya and inquire whether she has found the author. Mu Gaoyuan's expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced, I can assist you, but after this, you must not contact me again, nor allow the system to exert control over me. Fu Yu scoffed lightly. If I wished to control you with the system, you wouldn't be sitting here so comfortably. Mu Gaoyuan, let me warn you. Do not engage in any actions that you should not. The system is monitoring your every move. Mu Gaoyuan's brow twitched in response. Rest assured, I will not undertake any inappropriate actions. He shifted the topic. When should I invite Fu Bo over?
Fu Yu replied.
This afternoon. Inform him that you have matters to discuss and request that he come to the hospital. I will wait here. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Mu Gaoyuan discerned Fu Yu's intent to oversee his phone call. He picked up his mobile device and dialed Fu Bo's number. The phone rang only a few times before it connected. Mr. Fu, do you have time this afternoon? I have a matter to discuss with you. Could you come to the hospital? Fu Bo, initially oblivious to any issues, was about to agree when he suddenly recalled that Mu Gaoyuan's tone seemed slightly off, and his manner of speaking was somewhat peculiar. He adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, All right, I will come by around for this afternoon, but I must attend to some work beforehand. Mu Gaoyuan said, I will wait for you at the hospital. Fu Bo acknowledged and ended the call. Just as he was about to use the landline to have his secretary check on Mu Gaoyuan's condition, he hesitated. If his suspicions were correct, the other system would certainly be monitoring his every action. Making a call to check on Mu Gaoyuan would expose him and place him in considerable danger. He withdrew his hand and resumed processing his work, all the while pondering how to resolve the situation. Should he seek assistance from Ye Wenya's system?
No.
He couldn't risk being discovered. After much deliberation, he failed to devise a suitable plan. As he set down his pen and leaned back in his chair for a brief respite, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an instrument on his desk. And a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. This approach might just be feasible. At around 4 that afternoon, Fu Bo arrived at the hospital to visit Mu Gaoyuan. In the hospital room, Fu Bo remarked, "I see your condition has improved considerably. Are you nearing discharge?" Mu Gaoyuan wished to provide a subtle warning but could not be overt. "Yes, if the next examination yields favorable results, I will be able to leave. By the way, when did you return? Were you not in the United States?" Fu Bo settled into a chair, crossing his legs. "I returned this morning and went directly to the company to address some matters. I have completed my tasks at the U.S. branch, so there is no need for me to remain there. Besides, the headquarters has a plethora of issues awaiting my attention." Just then, a familiar scream echoed from the single room nearby. Chapter 188. You are truly insane. Fu Bo raised a hand to signal Mu Gaoyuan to remain silent and turned to look in the direction of the single room, gripping the instrument in his pocket tightly. As he had suspected, the situation was far from simple. "Fu Yu, I have indeed underestimated you. You have allied with the other system to harm Mu Gaoyuan for your own benefit." Fu Yu stumbled out of his single room, glaring fiercely at Fu Bo. "How did you find out?" Fu Bo appeared nonchalant, yet tension coiled within him. "How could I not know? When Mu Gaoyuan suddenly called me, requesting my presence at the hospital, is that not peculiar? Our relationship is hardly amiable. If he were truly in trouble, he ought to seek out Ye Wenya and the others. Why would he contact me?" Fu Yu did not anticipate the predicament unfolding here. His eyes narrowed at Fu Bo, filled with malice. "Do you think that with your instruments you can contend with me? Do you believe you can escape from here?"
Fu Bo.
"I advise you to abandon your daydreams. Today, you and Mu Gaoyuan must die." Fu Bo understood that leaving would not be so simple. He rose to his feet. "Fu Yu, are you truly prepared to go this far?" Fu Yu chuckled coldly. "You are the ones forcing my hand," he continued, his voice rising with anger. "If not for you seizing everything from me, if not for your collusion with Gu Tailin against me, would I have been driven to this point? Absolutely not." Fu Bo discerned the futility of further dialogue. Fu Yu had descended into paranoia and madness. In Fu Yu's mind, it was they who had stripped him of everything, rendering him like this. "Fu Yu, what exactly do you intend to do?" Fu Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. "What do I want? I want to reclaim all that is mine, to reunite with Ye Wenya, and to make you all pay the most excruciating price." Fu Bo adjusted his glasses, his demeanor remarkably calm. "Fu Yu, are you certain that Ye Wenya would want to be with you again? She detests you, even refusing to see you." Fu Yu's expression twisted with venom. "As long as you are both dead, Ye Wenya will return to me. Therefore, you and Mu Gaoyuan must perish." Before Fu Bo could respond, Mu Gaoyuan interjected, his voice laced with fury. "Fu Yu, have you lost your mind? If you commit such an atrocity, Ye Wenya will never forgive you. She will seek every means to imprison you." Fu Yu erupted into maniacal laughter. "No, that won't happen. I have a system to assist me, one that will ensure Ye Wenya obeys me, stays with me forever, and never leaves my side." Mu Gaoyuan and Fu Bo exchanged glances, both realizing that Fu Yu intended to manipulate the system to control Ye Wenya, coercing her into a relationship with him. It was the epitome of madness. "Fu Yu, you possess a system, but so does Ye Wenya," Mu Gaoyuan cautioned. He discreetly gestured to Fu Bo, addressing Fu Yu. "If your system could truly control Ye Wenya, you wouldn't need to resort to violence against us." Suddenly, Fu Yu seized Mu Gaoyuan by the throat, slamming him against the wall. "Fu Bo, you are utterly loathsome, to the point that I long to end your life right now. If it weren't for your despicable tactics, Grandma would never have chosen you as her heir, nor would Ye Wenya have treated you kindly. You deserve to die." Fu Bo attempted to struggle, only to find himself paralyzed as if held by an unseen force. He quickly deduced that it was another system at play. "Fu Yu, you are mistaken. It was your own misdeeds that led Grandma to abandon you. I had no part in it." As he spoke, he witnessed Mu Gaoyuan lifting a chair to strike Fu Yu. However, the chair met an invisible resistance. It was the interference of another system. "I have instruments in my pocket,"
Fu Bo declared.
Mu Gaoyuan hurled the chair at Fu Yu and rushed to Fu Bo's side, retrieving instruments from his pocket. 3 in total. One was shoved into Fu Bo's mouth, another was thrown at Fu Yu, and the last was held firmly in his hand. "Fu Yu, you have truly lost your mind. You are not always like this," Mu Gaoyuan lamented, disappointment etched on his face. "I cannot fathom how you have come to this." Fu Yu evaded the chair and instruments, standing a distance away, darkly observing Mu Gaoyuan and Fu Bo. "I already stated that you forced me into this transformation." Mu Gaoyuan shook his head. "No. We did not compel you. You have made this choice yourself. As Fuyu prepared to retort, a vague voice from System 10,001 echoed in his mind. Why waste words with them? Just kill them. Fuyu's eyes burned with murderous intent as he turned to Fu Bo and Mu Gaoyuan. You are right. There is no need for further dialogue. I shall end their lives immediately. Once they are gone, I will eliminate Gu Tailin, and Ye Wenya will return to my side. He envisioned a future where Ye Wenya would obediently return to him, and they would live happily together as before. The System 10001 tempted him. I will help you restrain Fu Bo and Mu Gaoyuan. Quickly, kill them. I have little energy left. If you fail to eliminate them this time, you will be the one who perishes. Without hesitation, Fuyu replied, Very well. Assist me in controlling these two. Fu Bo and Mu Gaoyuan exchanged knowing glances. Fu Bo called out loudly, You all come in. A throng of bodyguards burst into the room. Some were tasked with protecting Fu Bo and Mu Gaoyuan, while others charged toward Fuyu. Fuyu's expression shifted dramatically. In a panic, he dashed towards the window and leaped out. System, protect me. Though he had the system's assistance, he was no match for the multitude of bodyguards. Damn Fu Bo. How despicable to have secretly brought so many bodyguards. Fuyu escaped under the protection of System 10001. By the time Fu Bo and Mu Gaoyuan reached the window, they could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Fuyu's retreating figure. I suspect the other system is in dire straits, Fu Bo conjectured. Otherwise, he would not have fled. Mu Gaoyuan shared this sentiment. I observed for a while. It seems the other system is intentionally pushing Fuyu to commit murder, ensuring he has no path for redemption. Moreover, I suspect the other system is continuously inciting Fuyu to kill us, aiming to extract something from us and exploit our deaths for its own ends. Fu Bo's initial reaction was that if the other system was severely damaged, perhaps our deaths could aid in its restoration. Why do you say that? Mu Gaoyuan inquired. Ye Wenya once mentioned that the other system's goal in destroying this world is to acquire energy. To annihilate the world, it must first eliminate us. Chapter 189. For now, we can only proceed this way. Mu Gaoyuan nodded in realization. You are correct. It makes sense why the other system wishes for Fuyu to kill us. Fu Bo was deeply worried. Such occurrences would not be scarce, as the other system clearly aimed to eliminate them. Mu Gaoyuan picked up the phone from the bedside table and dialed Ye Wenya's number. We should inform Ye Wenya and see if her system has any solutions. We are but ordinary people, incapable of confronting the other system, but perhaps Ye Wenya's system holds the key. He activated the speakerphone. Fu Bo agreed with this approach. Soon, Ye Wenya's voice came through the receiver. Mu Gaoyuan, did you call me for something? Mu Gaoyuan explained in detail the actions of Fu Yu and the other system, emphasizing the latter's intent to kill them both. Fu Bo, and I want to know if your system has any means of precaution. Fu Yu has truly lost his mind. He is reckless now.
Ye Wenya's bro furuit.
Are you both unharmed? Mu Gaoyuan assured her that neither he nor Fu Bo had been injured.
Ye Wenya.
Do you have any solutions? Ye Wenya replied, I must consult my system to determine if there are any options available, but do not hold out too much hope. My system is rather ineffectual. Mu Gaoyuan said, if your system cannot assist, Fu Bo and I will think of something.
Right now.
Our foremost concern is to safeguard against Fuyu.
Ye Wenya rubet her temples.
Wait for a moment. I will inquire with the system and call you back. She hung up the phone, internally questioning System 001. Did you hear that? Is there any way to help? System 001 weakly remarked, there is no way. I too wish to dismantle another system, yet I lack the capacity to do so. At most, I can leave a trace of energy with Mu Gaoyuan and Fu Bo, to prevent them from falling victim to the other system and Fuyu. He harbors a similar yearning to obliterate the other system, but he simply does not possess the ability. He now hopes fervently that the main system will respond to him soon, allowing him to acquire further clues and potentially devise a solution to the other system. Ye Wenya had never held much hope. Thus, upon hearing this, she was not disheartened. All right, you leave a trace of energy with Fu Bo and Mu Gaoyuan and also a trace with my brother and Gu Tailin just in case. Presently, no one could ascertain what the deranged Fuyu might do for his own benefit. Subsequently, she called Mu Gaoyuan to explain the situation, cautioning him and Fu Bo to exercise greater vigilance. On the other end, Fuyu did not retreat to a hotel but instead sought refuge within the Fu residence, taking the elderly matriarch hostage. Fuyu, you have not allowed your grandmother to finish her words, she attempted to say, only to have her mouth covered by Fuyu, who glared at her ominously. Silence, you old hag. Were it not for your mistreatment, I would not have become this way. I tell you, if I suffer,
You shall not have peace either.
the elderly matriarch could discern that something was gravely amiss with him, as if he were enduring tremendous anguish. She detected no scent of blood and saw no visible injuries on Fuyu, suggesting that the matter was indeed related to the other system. She forcefully tore Fuyu's hand away, preparing to cry for help, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift blow from him. He dragged the unconscious matriarch onto the bed and settled into a chair to rest. System, how are you? The voice of System 10001 was peculiar, interspersed with static. I am not dead. Will you spare the matriarch this time? If you do, I will no longer be able to assist you. Fuyu's gaze towards the matriarch was filled with murderous intent. I cannot kill her just yet. I must have her sign the asset transfer contract first. Furthermore, if she were to meet with an accident, you and I would be the first suspects. Do you possess the means to create a false matriarch? System 10001 replied, I lack sufficient energy. With adequate energy, I could fabricate an identical matriarch, indistinguishable to anyone. Fuyu lit a cigarette. What must be done to obtain energy? System 10001 explained, there is a technology company under the Fu family, is there not? If I take you there and destroy that company, I will acquire enough energy. Fuyu was well aware of that technology company, a significant entity under the Fu family, pivotal to their future development. Very well. He hesitated not at all. Since his grandmother and others had wronged him, he felt no obligation to protect this technology company. Ye Wenya learned something astonishing from Gu Tailin. Did you just say the important technology company under the Fu family has suffered a massive explosion and been destroyed? Gu Tailin nodded slightly. The explosion occurred suddenly, resulting in numerous casualties. The preliminary investigation suggests that the explosion was caused by equipment within the company. However, I suspect that Fu Yu and the other system are behind this. The incident has tarnished the Fu family's reputation, causing a substantial drop in the stock prices of the Fu group and a significant loss in market value. Ye Wenya's expression shifted dramatically. Fu Yu had truly lost his mind, willing to sacrifice so many lives and obliterate a crucial technology company for his own sake. Host. It is likely that the other system is attempting to repair itself. System 001 interjected, such a technology company would indeed be beneficial to our system. Moreover, one of the other system's objectives is to ruin the Fu family. The worse the Fu family fares, the more energy it may acquire. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya informed Gu Tailin, if that is the case, the other system may cause chaos everywhere. We cannot guard against it. Gu Tailin furrowed his brow tightly. It is indeed difficult to defend against. Our three families' enterprises are extensive, spanning the globe. It would be exceedingly challenging to anticipate their moves. I believe we should expedite our search for the author. Perhaps locating the author will yield us a solution. Ye Wenya understood that this was their only course of action. At tonight's banquet, she instructed the system to conduct a thorough scan for the author. They could no longer afford to delay. They must find the author post-haste. She was determined to locate the author quickly, ensuring that the other system would no longer wreak havoc. That evening, the banquet. The elite and high society of country Y had largely arrived. The banquet hall was abuzz with excitement, filled with laughter and chatter. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin conversed with various guests while System 001 scanned the attendees, seeking out the author among them. Host. I have a strong premonition that the author is present here. System 001 asserted confidently. Ye Wenya maintained a placid exterior but inwardly scoffed. Your premonition is unreliable. Focus on your scanning. If we can identify the author, we will have the means to dismantle the other system. System 001 understood this well, and thus worked with great fervor. While scanning, it suddenly uttered an exclamation. Chapter 190. The author has been found. Ye Wenya's heart leapt with joy. System, have you detected the author? System 001 responded with uncertainty. I have identified a woman who resembles the author. Yet there are subtle discrepancies. Ye Wenya was somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by that? System 001 elaborated. The woman bears a striking resemblance to the author, but her condition appears somewhat off. According to my data, she matches the author by 90%. The remaining 10% is where the differences lie. Hence, I cannot ascertain whether she is the author. Ye Wenya, upon hearing this, ventured a guess. Who are you speaking of? System 001 replied. The only daughter of Duke Elka, Rita. Host, do you wish to converse with Rita? Ye Wenya affirmed, and she beckoned Gu Tailin to approach Rita. Miss Rita. Greetings. She smiled as she extended her hand toward Rita. Rita shook her hand and performed a noble gesture. Miss Ye, it is a pleasure to meet you. The banquet you and Mr. Gu hosted is splendid. Thank you for inviting me. Ye Wenya observed the alluring young woman with golden hair and blue eyes and inwardly mused. Look at her beauty, then look at mine, it is a stark contrast. System 001 remained silent, acknowledging that, in terms of appearance, Rita's beauty indeed overshadowed that of the host. Ye Wenya paid no mind to his silence, smiling brightly. I am glad you are enjoying yourself, Miss Rita. By the way, why do I only see you here? Rita, maintaining her smile, replied, I am not fond of being in large groups. I prefer tranquility. I apologize if my comment implied any disdain for the banquet. I simply enjoy solitude. Ye Wenya expressed her understanding, stating, sometimes I too relish solitude. It can be quite comforting.
Rita concurred, precisely.
However, my father insists that this is not acceptable. As his only daughter, I cannot always isolate myself. I must venture out more, attend more banquets and such. Ye Wenya smiled. Duke Elka is merely concerned for your well-being. If you remain alone for too long, he is bound to worry. Occasionally stepping out is beneficial. She paused and added, by the way, have you read the recently popular novel? The one with the 2 storylines? Rita nodded. I have read that novel. What are your thoughts on that novel? Ye Wenya inquired, expressing an ineffable sensation after reading it, unable to articulate her feelings. What kind of feeling does Miss Rita evoke? Rita was astonished. Do you share such sentiments, Miss Ye? Indeed, I do. I once discussed this matter with my friends, but they deemed my thoughts too peculiar. They insisted it was merely a novel and not to be taken seriously. She furrowed her brow slightly. Yet, I cannot pinpoint the nature of this sensation. It feels as though the events within the novel are genuine. Is that not strange? Ye Wenya gently shook her head, indicating that she found it quite understandable. Many have claimed that the narrative within this book mirrors the stories of myself, Gu Tailin and Fuyu, with numerous similar plot elements. Rita queried, are there truly many parallels? Indeed, there are numerous similarities, Ye Wenya affirmed. This is precisely why so many people are discussing this novel. What is your perspective on it, Miss Rita? Rita tilted her head thoughtfully. I cannot quite articulate it. Occasionally, I experience odd and nebulous thoughts, yet I find it difficult to recall their essence. Intuition plays a significant role. Ye Wenya speculated that it might be related to Rita's identity as the author, suggesting that she had forgotten her role. Is this the work of the main system, or the mischief of another? They conversed further, and Ye Wenya expressed her delight in chatting with Rita. Miss Rita, I will remain in White Country for a few more days. I hope we can explore together then. Rita agreed. I find Miss Ye quite endearing. I cannot quite pinpoint why, but I truly like you upon our first meeting. Perhaps it is kinship? After the banquet, at the Ye residence, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin, having completed their ablutions, settled on the sofa to discuss matters. The system has informed me that Rita is most likely the author, Ye Wenya elaborated. Yet there exists a 10% discrepancy. The system is still investigating the specifics. I suspect that either the main system or another has tampered with the author, leading to her current state, Gu Tailin remarked, narrowing his eyes. From what I've observed, Rita's situation also appears peculiar. She exhibits a significant disconnect from the published novel and harbors some strange thoughts. We could assume that Rita has lost her memory as the author, and now perceives herself as a part of this world. What consequences might arise from her believing she belongs here? Ye Wenya posed to System 001. Did you hear what Gu Tailin said? System 001 responded, I cannot predict what may occur, but I surmise that if the author cannot recall her identity, she will be unable to assist us, and this world could potentially be destroyed by another system. The host is aware of the other system's intentions. Without the author's or main system's assistance, it will not be easy for us to thwart the other system. It is possible that the other system will preemptively obliterate this world. Erasing everything here is a trivial task for the other system. Ye Wenya recognized this fact. The capabilities of the other system were apparent, and its objective was the annihilation of this world, granting it the power to act without restraint. I find it curious why the other system has refrained from causing chaos until now. It seems primarily focused on targeting us. System 001 speculated. Perhaps the other system believes it can easily handle you. By eliminating you, it could completely destroy this world, as you are the greatest obstacle to its goal. Ye Wenya nodded slowly. So, the other system has refrained from taking action against us as it seeks to deal with us first, after failing to eliminate us. It targeted Fu's technological company as a means of self-repair. In the future, the other system will likely destroy even more, primarily targeting the Ye, Gu, and Fu family's enterprises. Chapter 191. The True and False Lady Fu. System 001 affirmed. That should be approximately correct. Your three families are the most crucial and significant obstacles. Without your interference, the other system would find it much easier to obliterate this world. The other system was indeed terrifying, willing to destroy an entire world to achieve its goals. Though the inhabitants of this world are but mere figments, they are nonetheless living beings. Ye Wenya conveyed to Gu Tailin. We must be vigilant against the other system attempting to undermine our three families' industries, preventing them from recovering. However, this proved to be a daunting task, as the three families' enterprises were extensive and global, with parts of their investments being indirect. Should the other systems sabotage their industries, the three families would be unable to defend themselves effectively. Gu Tailin considered this issue, remaining composed. The priority was not merely defense but rather offense. Let us spread the word that we have located the author. I believe the other system, and Fuyu will come looking for us. Ye Wenya expressed concern. Could this be too reckless? If Rita does not recall her identity as the author, revealing her information to the other system could place her in grave danger. Gu Tailin, however, held a different view, asserting precisely because she is the author, we need not worry about the other system posing a threat to her. If the other system truly attempts to harm her, she would merely return to her original world, where she could alter the narrative's trajectory. Ye Wenya countered. It is also possible that the author could be killed by the other system. We cannot take such a significant risk. Gu Tailin reached out to comfort her. Do not fret excessively. I believe that with her identity as the author and the main system's presence, Rita will be safe. Ye Wenya was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the main system will protect Rita when necessary? Gu Tailin's expression turned cold. That is my hypothesis. Observe how the other system has yet to locate the author. This is undoubtedly due to the main system's influence. The main system likely does not want us to find the author, for specific reasons. Ye Wenya was perplexed. If the main system intends to repair this world, why would it prevent us from locating the author? Gu Tailin shrugged. I am uncertain. These are merely my conjectures. We will only ascertain the specifics when the main system responds to your system. However, we must consider the worst-case scenario. It is possible that our true adversary is not the other system but the main system and the individuals behind it. He stated solemnly. I have long harbored suspicions that a person exists behind the main system. I simply do not know who that individual is. Ye Wenya shared these suspicions, recalling her previous inquiries to the system, which had claimed ignorance regarding the creator of the main system. The main system could not have simply materialized without reason. It was evident that a person was behind it. However, identifying that person remained elusive. System 001 CPU was on the verge of overheating. Was the reality as the host and the primary antagonist suggested? Were their true enemies not the other system, but the main system and its hidden puppet master? If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. He needed to contact the main system again. System 001 desperately attempted to reach the main system, seeking clarity on the matter. However, the main system remained unresponsive. In the Fu household, within the room of the matriarch, Fuyu observed the system's creation of the matriarch and nodded in satisfaction. Just as you said, she resembles my grandmother perfectly. I wonder how her actions are on a daily basis. System 10001 proclaimed, she is indistinguishable from a real person. No one will suspect a thing. What are your next steps? Thanks to the technological firm owned by the Fu family, he had managed to achieve a certain degree of restoration. Following his plan to obliterate this world, he would be able to fully repair himself and deal with the main system. Fuyu felt a sense of relief. He needed her to sign the necessary documents, thereby securing the entirety of the Fu family's assets and ousting Fubo System 10001 inquired. Once this matter is resolved, how do you intend to arrange for your grandmother? You must understand, if you let her go, she will expose you, and everything you have gained will be lost. Fuyu was acutely aware of this fact. Speaking in a tone as casual as discussing the weather, he remarked, once I acquire the Fu family's assets, my grandmother will be of no further use. What purpose does an obsolete elder serve? System 10001 expressed satisfaction with his sentiments. You are absolutely correct. There is no need to retain an unproductive elder. The old matriarch was a critical component of his scheme. Once she passed, he would absorb a substantial amount of energy. Fuyu did not believe he was in the wrong. It was his grandmother who had wronged him first, and he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. Let this impostor venture out for a while to avoid arousing suspicion. Furthermore, have you thoroughly investigated all of the Fu family's assets? System 10001 dispatched the counterfeit Fu matriarch from the room and informed Fu Yu, I have gathered information that exceeds what you are aware of by 50%. I must say, the old matriarch is indeed an extraordinary talent. The Fu family has expanded significantly under her stewardship. Regrettably, she had failed to educate her descendants, raising a granddaughter who betrayed her and was ultimately killed by Wen Shushu, and a grandson who plotted her demise to seize her possessions. Fu Yu scoffed lightly. The Fu family has also flourished under my management. I am no less capable than my grandmother. Enough of this. I wish to observe the situation with the impostor. System 10001 did not contest him, projecting a screen before Fu Yu for now, refrained from taking any action, wait a few days before transferring the assets. Fu Yu acknowledged this with a simple understood, as he watched the impostor's activities on the screen. The impostor entered the living room, settled onto the sofa, flipped through newspapers, and occasionally sipped tea, mirroring the old matriarch's habitual demeanor. After a short while, Fu Bo arrived. Is the old matriarch feeling better? He inquired with concern as he took a seat on the sofa. The impostor smiled gently, much improved. Did you not go to work today? Fu Bo hesitated briefly before regaining composure. I came to check on the old matriarch. I will be heading to the office shortly. The impostor replied, you must work diligently. Fu Bo's expression darkened slightly. Is the old matriarch worried I am not working hard enough? Rest assured, I am putting in the effort. You can verify with my colleagues. The old matriarch maintained her smile. That is reassuring. Shall I have the kitchen prepare something for you? Even amidst your busy schedule, you must take care of your health. Fu Bo waved his hand dismissively. I am not hungry, old matriarch. If you are well, I shall return to the office. If anything arises, please call me, and I will come swiftly. Chapter 192. Fu Bo began to suspect the ruse. The impostor continued to wear a smiling facade, nodding. Very well. I will call you if any matters arise. You should attend to your business without delay. After exchanging a few more words, Fu Bo departed.
Fu Yu.
Feeling a twinge of worry, asked System 10001. Do you think Fu Bo might suspect something? I have an unsettling feeling he is catching on. System 10001 confidently replied. You are overthinking. Fu Bo cannot possibly discern any issues. The counterfeit I created is indistinguishable from the real person. Still unconvinced, Fu Yu insisted that System 10001 monitor Fu Bo's movements to ensure he did not engage in any inappropriate actions. Just in case. Do not forget, last time he figured us out. If he discovers our plan this time, it will spell disaster for us. System 10001, albeit somewhat displeased, complied with his request, dedicating energy to surveil Fu Bo's every action. After leaving the Fu residence, Fu Bo drove directly back to the Fu group, immersing himself in work without engaging in any questionable behavior or contacting anyone. After concluding a full day's work, he returned home. Upon receiving this information from System 10001, Fu Yu finally felt at ease. System 10001 expressed a hint of impatience. I have already indicated that you are overly concerned. The counterfeit I created will not raise any suspicions. Fu Yu lit a cigarette, unfazed by System 10,001's irritation. Caution is the mother of safety. We are dealing with significant matters. If we fail through carelessness, both you and I shall face dire consequences. He had encountered failure too many times and was determined not to falter again. Meanwhile, Fu Bo sent a message to Ye Wenya. Missy, I have something to discuss with you. Are you available? If his suspicions were accurate, the other system should not be monitoring his every move at that moment. Ye Wenya promptly called. What is it you wish to discuss? Fu Yu instinctively lowered his voice. I suspect something has happened to the old matriarch. Ye Wenya abruptly sat up, her expression shifting. Why do you harbor such suspicions? Initially, she was unaware of Fu Bo's message. It was the system that awakened her. Concerned for him. It was currently just after 3 in the morning in Country Y. Fu Yu recounted his visit to the Fu family to check on the old matriarch, stating, she would not be unaware of whether I was working and would not urge me to work diligently. Furthermore, her smile seemed disingenuous, lacking sincerity, reminiscent of a robotic grin. Coincidentally, the Fu family's technological company encountered issues, leading me to suspect that the old matriarch has been taken control of by Fu Yu and another system. Ye Wenya's drowsiness evaporated as she spoke gravely. If that is the case, the situation becomes exceedingly troublesome and perilous. Fu Yu remained relatively composed, noting that the greatest danger lay with the other system, which had attempted to eliminate the matriarch multiple times. I reached out to you, Miss Ye, To request your assistance in asking your system if it can ascertain the old matriarch's safety. Once we confirm her well-being, we can devise a plan. Ye Wenya agreed. I will consult my system and call you back. After ending the call, she inquired of System 001. Can you ascertain the status of the old matriarch? Cannot locate her. System 001 responded. I attempted to check on the old matriarch, but she seems to have vanished into thin air. Her whereabouts are entirely unknown. However, the individual currently residing in the Fu household, posing as the old matriarch, is not genuine. She is an advanced robot, something commonplace in our domain but non-existent in yours. Ye Wenya was taken aback, her concern for the old matriarch intensifying. So Fu Bo's suspicions are indeed valid. Fu Yu and another system have truly abducted her. But is it feasible for another system to create an identical replica of the old matriarch? System 001 affirmed, I can create such a likeness, provided there is sufficient energy. I believe the other system incited Fu Yu to destroy the Fu family's technological company primarily to acquire energy for crafting a counterfeit old matriarch, ultimately leading to the death of the authentic one. Ye Wenya, though anxious, remained remarkably composed. Please devise a method to locate the old matriarch. Furthermore, can the imposter be dealt with using conventional means? System 001 stated, in essence, the imposter is merely a robot and can be dealt with using conventional methods. However, it added, if anything were to happen to the imposter, Madame Fu would be in peril. Ye Wenya was well aware of this. My intention is not to confront the imposter at this moment, but rather to ascertain how we can effectively deal with it. First, assist me in locating my grandmother, while I contact Fu Bo. She dialed Fu Bo's number and explained the situation. The most pressing issue at hand was that her grandmother was in the custody of Fu Yu and another system, and they could not act recklessly. Fu Bo rubbed his temples, confirming her suspicions. He had indeed sensed that something was amiss with the old lady. Rescuing her was not an insurmountable task. If he was correct, Fu Yu's objective was the assets held by the old lady, and he would likely compel the imposter to transfer these assets to him soon. Ye Wenya scoffed. Fu Yu is truly delusional. It is impossible for him to acquire my grandmother's assets through such means. Indeed, it was unfeasible. Previously, the old lady had taken precautions just in case. Fu Bo's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Even if Fu Yu managed to have the imposter transfer the assets, it would be futile. Wealthy families typically kept contingencies, and the old lady had certainly devised additional safeguards to thwart Fu Yu and the other system from causing trouble. Ye Wenya felt a surge of anxiety. If Fu Yu learned that he could not obtain her grandmother's assets, he might resort to tormenting her. They had to rescue her as swiftly as possible. Fu Bo was equally aware of this. Miss Yi, is your system unable to trace where Madame Fu is being hidden? Ye Wenya replied with a hum, suggesting that the other system had employed certain tactics to prevent her system from discovering her grandmother's whereabouts. Yet, she suspected that her grandmother might be in her own room, which was the safest place. The room was accessible only to cleaning staff with her permission, making it undoubtedly the most secure location in the Fu household. After pondering for a moment, Fu Bo devised a plan. They needed to find a way to lure the other system and Fu Yu away. Once they departed, he would proceed to rescue the old lady. Ye Wenya cautioned, the other system will likely have contingencies in place to prevent us from locating her. Fu Bo adjusted his glasses, assuring her, you need not worry about that, Miss Yi. I can ensure the other system is preoccupied with matters unrelated to the Fu family. Chapter 193. Midnight Disturbances. What do you propose? The assets of the old lady. Ye Wenya responded with an understanding "oh," acknowledging that it was indeed a clever strategy. Yet she questioned how it could be executed. Fu Bo had already contemplated the solution. It was quite simple: lure the imposter out with the assets and inform Fu Yu and the other system that the imposter was temporarily unable to transfer the assets. Given their keen interest in the old lady's wealth, they would remain to investigate the situation. This interval would provide ample opportunity for her rescue. Ye Wenya marveled. You are truly a person of great capability. Your talents have been overlooked for too long. Fu Bo smiled. I do not share that sentiment. Perhaps in your eyes, my abilities have been underappreciated. However, I believe my talents have not been squandered. I prefer my previous, more tranquil existence over the burdensome responsibilities of power, which come with their own set of troubles and dangers. Ye Wenya teased, so, Mr. Fu, you are easily content. Being content is a virtue, he replied gently. As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness. If I were not to understand the joy of contentment, I might become like Fu Yu. His insatiable greed has led him to his current state. He has contemplated seizing what he desires, yet witnessing Fu Yu's fate has dissuaded him from such actions. Sometimes, effort and determination do not guarantee success. After concluding the call, Fu Bo remained seated on the sofa for a while, lost in thought. Subsequently, he sent out several messages. The following morning in Ye country, Ye Wenya informed Gu Tailin about Madame Fu's predicament and Fu Bo's decision. One should not underestimate Fu Bo. He is a remarkably capable individual. Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin felt a sense of urgency. He believed himself to be more capable than Fu Bo and thought, "Why does she not pay more attention to me?" Ye Wenya shot him a glance. "Can you focus on the matter at hand? We are discussing grandmother's situation. Please refrain from making irrelevant remarks." Feeling aggrieved, Gu Tailin, under Ye Wenya's cold gaze, dared not speak further, conceding, "All right, we are discussing grandmother's affairs." In truth, he added, there is no need for excessive concern. As long as Fu Yu and the other system do not obtain grandmother's assets, she will remain safe. We will devise a plan to rescue her in the meantime. Ye Wenya recognized his confidence and promptly called Fu Bo to discuss the detailed plan for rescuing Madame Fu, to prevent any overlap that might jeopardize their efforts. Despite his discontent, Gu Tailin refrained from voicing it in Ye Wenya's presence, knowing that if she were to become upset and ignore him, he would be left in a dire situation. "Fu Bo, please share your plan," he urged. Fu Bo donned his glasses, visibly exasperated. "Do you both have any idea what time it is in Hua country? Must you call me during the day? Weren't you the one who called Ye Wenya last night at an ungodly hour?" Gu Tailin retorted. Fu Bo was momentarily speechless. "Enough, let us get back to business." Ye Wenya interjected, "Are you two children? Must you bicker over such matters?" Only then did Fu Bo and Gu Tailin address the core issue. "My plan is to wait for Fu Yu and the other system to follow the impostor away from the Fu residence. I will then arrive at the estate under the pretext of conducting repairs, during which I will install devices to interfere with the other system and locate Madame Fu. Your plan is viable, yet do not overlook the contingencies set by the other system. They will likely detect the issue promptly," Ye Wenya cautioned. Fu Bo had indeed considered this. By dawn, individuals would arrive at the Fu residence to notify them, ensuring that Fu Yu and the other system would not harbor any suspicions. It was customary for large family villas to undergo regular maintenance. Gu Tailin nodded. "That works. The Fu villa has not been serviced in some time. They will not suspect anything. If they do, you can use grandmother's assets to lure them away. Regardless, we must wait for them to leave before we can rescue her." Now that he was in Ye country, it would take him several hours to return. Thus, it would be more prudent for Fu Bo to handle the rescue. After all, in those intervening hours, anything could transpire. Fu Bo affirmed his commitment, stating that while this method was not the most optimal, it was contingent on finding something more enticing for Fu Yu and the other system. Gu Tailin remarked, "Ye Wenya and I have already located the author. I will subsequently relay this information to the other system. During this time, they will be preoccupied, providing you with the opportunity you need." Upon hearing this, Fu Bo conceived a plan. "After dawn, I will visit the Fu residence and inform the impostor about your discovery of the author." Gu Tailin had no objections but advised, "Be cautious when you speak. Do not divulge too much information." Fu Bo nodded, "I shall be careful. You must ensure the author's safety. They are crucial to our endeavor." Gu Tailin replied with irritation, "Do you really need to remind me? Fine, just don't disturb the world of Ye Wenya and me." With that, he hung up. "What do you mean by the world of two?" Ye Wenya stored her phone and glared at him. "If you spread any more rumors, I will call my brother." Gu Tailin instantly adopted a conciliatory smile. "We are just two in our own world, right?" Ye Wenya quipped, "If you can twist two in our world to mean this, you truly possess a talent." Suddenly, she sighed, "I am deeply concerned for grandmother. I fear she may suffer. I hope we can successfully rescue her this time." Gu Tailin reassured her, "Do not worry too much. Grandmother will be fine." He initially intended to seize this opportunity to deal with Fu Yu or the other system. However, the safety of his grandmother took precedence. Ye Wenya remained anxious, tapping her fingers lightly against her thigh, acknowledging that this incident served as a lesson. Fu Yu and the other system could fabricate a false version of their grandmother, just as they could create fakes of themselves. Gu Tailin's handsome features darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. The ability to discern authenticity does not guarantee that others can do the same. Most critically, it is challenging to guard against such duplicity. Identical individuals, apart from a select few closest to the original, are indistinguishable to others. After pondering for a moment, Ye Wenya suggested, "What if we orchestrate something to deter Fu Yu and the other system from daring to create fakes of us?" Gu Tailin inquired, "What do you have in mind?" Ye Wenya had not yet formulated a plan and asked if he had any good ideas. I do have a feasible strategy, but it hinges on your courage to execute it, he replied. Let's hear it. Chapter 194. Loss of Memory or Awareness. Gu Tailin extended a finger, his brows furrowing coldly. We could target the Fu group. Externally, we can claim a falling out with the Fu family, thus justifying our actions against the Fu group. However, this would significantly impact the Fu group. Conversely, it would complicate Fu Yu's and the other system's efforts to seize control of the Fu family. Ye Wenya expressed her concerns. If we proceed this way, wouldn't we inadvertently assist Fu Yu and the other system? Gu Tailin clarified, not at all. Fu Yu desires the entire Fu family, while the other system aims to annihilate it to harness energy. Should the Fu family encounter significant troubles, Fu Yu will realize he cannot attain the family and may unwittingly aid the other system. Of course, we must manage this carefully. He elaborated on how to execute this plan and maintain control. Ye Wenya understood. In essence, they would create a facade to confound Fu Yu and the other system, though the Fu group would indeed suffer tangible losses. You need to discuss this with Fu Bo. There's no rush. We should address this matter after rescuing my grandmother. Gu Tailin readily acquiesced. He pinched Ye Wenya's cheek, his tone slightly bitter. You truly care for Fu Bo in all matters. The remainder of his comment faded under the increasingly frosty gaze of Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Gu Tailin, I must clarify 2 points. First, our relationship is that of friends. Please refrain from embellishing it with unnecessary drama or identities. Understood? Gu Tailin nodded vigorously, promising it would not happen again. Secondly, I share a friendship with Fu Bo, and our interactions are entirely normal. Please do not misinterpret them. Such assumptions can be quite off-putting. Do you comprehend? Gu Tailin nodded even more swiftly this time, assuring her he would refrain from further jealousy. Ye Wenya's expression softened. You carry on. I shall seek out Rita and see if I can help her remember her identity as the author. Gu Tailin offered a few parting words of caution as he escorted her to the door. Duke Elka's residence resembled a medieval villa complex, replete with everything one could imagine and more. In the garden's pavilion, Ye Wenya gazed at the sprawling, blooming landscape, marveling at the grandeur of the Duke's estate. Miss Rita, I hope you don't mind my visit? She inquired cheerfully. Since the banquet, I've been eager to see you. System, devise a way for Rita to regain the author's memories. System 001 responded. Host, you are placing me in a difficult position. If I possess such capabilities, we wouldn't still be waiting.
Nonsense, Rita smiled bently.
I'm delighted you've come to find me. In truth, I had been hoping to invite you for a shopping trip today, but it seems you beat me to it. Ye Wenya's smile broadened. With your invitation, I feel reassured. By the way, have you experienced any peculiar dreams? I sometimes have strange dreams, waking up convinced they were mere figments, only to realize they were rooted in reality. Rita gasped in surprise. I have had similar experiences, especially after reading that novel. I often dream of scenarios strikingly similar, if not identical, to its plot. Ye Wenya exclaimed, What did you dream about? Would you mind sharing? Rita agreed, recalling, in my dream, you had not divorced Fu Yu. You continued to cling to him and often opposed Wen Shushu. Consequently, Fu Yu grew to despise you even more, resolutely choosing Wen Shushu instead, which led to quite a stir. It seemed Fu Yu even targeted the Yi family. Beyond that, I cannot recall.
Ye Wenya muset.
No wonder you're the author. Even without memories, you dream of the original storyline. Such dreams are astonishing. She displayed a look of disbelief. I haven't lost my senses to the extent of causing turmoil for a man who does not reciprocate my feelings. Rita frowned. I cannot quite grasp it, but I feel as though the dreams I have may hold a semblance of truth. She looked apologetic. Miss Yi, I mean no offense. It's merely an impression I have. Ye Wenya understood. I harbor no ill feelings toward you, Rita. I completely grasp the essence of such dreams. Perhaps your deep investment in that novel is the root of these nocturnal visions. Rita chuckled. That could very well be the case. After a brief pause, she asked, May I inquire, Miss Yi, why did you once hold such fervent affection for Fu Yu, to the point of desperation, only to later abandon it? Ye Wenya pondered. Perhaps it is because I have come to see through him. Initially, Fu Yu would forsake the entire Fu family to be with Wen Shushu, insisting she was his true love. That convinced me he was no longer the man I once admired. Rita felt an incongruity she couldn't articulate, but affirmed. It is right for you to let go. With a man like Fu Yu, anyone who becomes involved is bound for misfortune. As they conversed, the atmosphere remained quite pleasant. Fu family living room. Grandmother, I have splendid news to share. Fu Bo exclaimed, beaming as he settled onto the sofa, brimming with anticipation. The imposter, engrossed in a newspaper, replied with an unnervingly perfect smile. "What good news do you have for me?" Fu Bo felt a chill run down his spine, finally grasping the sensation depicted in those science fiction films when one encounters their own clone. "This morning, I received a call from Mr. Gu. He informed me that he and Ye Wenya have located the author." Maintaining an impassive facade, he continued, "Soon, they will return with the author, and we can resolve the other system." The imposter attained that flawless smile, exclaiming, "That is splendid news. When will they return?" Fu Bo replied, "I estimate within the next few days. I was considering a renovation of the villa. Once Ye Wenya and Mr. Gu return, we can convene here to discuss matters." The imposter readily agreed. Meanwhile, Fu Yu and the other system, having learned of the author's whereabouts from the imposter, conspired on how to eliminate the author. "Fu Yu, you must understand one thing. If the author truly intervenes, you may end up as nothing more than a paper doll, with no guarantee of returning to the original storyline." "I understand. The issue is that the author is shielded by Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin, making it difficult for us to eliminate them." Chapter 195, An Eerie Scene. System 10001 remarked, "Did Fu Bo not say that in a few days, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin would bring the author back? At that point, we can tamper with their airplane or vehicle. As long as we deal with the author, the subsequent matters will be far easier to manage." In the beginning, the author broke free from his control and contemplated destroying this novel altogether. He thought it would be simpler to reduce the author to a mere puppet. Little did he know that his existence would be discovered by the main system, leading to a devastating blow that forced him to seek refuge in this world. This fictional realm was crafted by him, allowing him to conceal himself effectively, which is why the main system had failed to locate him. Fuyu resolved to test the waters, saying, "Leave it to you. If it were possible to eliminate Gu Tailin as well, that would be ideal." The System 10001 contemplated ensuring that Ye Wenya would perish alongside Fuyu. "I will endeavor to do so. Just as Fu Bo mentioned, the villa requires repairs. During these days, you should transfer all of old Madame Fu's assets and dispose of her. I will fabricate a counterfeit that accidentally falls into the sea, ensuring the body is never found. Without a body, even if suspicions arose, no evidence could be uncovered." Fuyu also decided to transfer all of old Madame Fu's assets during this period. Once he secured her assets, he could deal with Fu Bo and reclaim what was rightfully his. That afternoon, the counterfeit, under the pretense of the villa's repairs, moved a plethora of clothing, jewelry, and other items into a grand villa registered under the Fu family name. Such an abundance of belongings concealed old Madame Fu's presence, a maneuver orchestrated by another system. While the counterfeit occupied the servants with the unpacking, she slipped out with various documents and seals. As soon as she exited, the steward quickly dispatched servants to install several devices in the villa while searching for old Madame Fu's whereabouts. Mr. Fu had informed him earlier that the person before him was not the real old Madame. The genuine old Madame had been confined by Fu Yu. He noted that the old Madame's behavior seemed peculiar, realizing that the individual he encountered was indeed an imposter. Meanwhile, the steward was on the verge of locating the old Madame, but another system had already caught wind of the situation. "Fu Yu, return at once. They have discovered that the counterfeit is fake and are searching for the real old Madame Fu." Upon hearing this, Fu Yu clenched his teeth and accelerated the car. "You must stall for time. Ensure that it lasts until I have transferred all of my grandmother's assets. If we return now, it would be akin to walking into a trap." He found himself perplexed as to where things had gone awry. The counterfeit had been so flawlessly executed that no one suspected her true identity. Why then was this predicament unfolding? System 10001, realizing the gravity of the situation, responded, "I will find a way to delay matters. You must expedite the necessary procedures to secure old Madame Fu's assets." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a reckless truck collided with Fu Yu's sedan. The car spun several times, shattering glass and leaving the driver's door severely dented. Fu Yu was left bloodied and dazed, immediately calling upon the system for aid. "System, save me." System 10001 had not anticipated such an event, hastily whisking Fu Yu and the counterfeit away to avoid detection. As the vehicle came to a halt, a crowd gathered. "What? There's no one inside? There are bloodstains. How peculiar. Where has the driver gone? Is this place haunted in broad daylight? I just saw two people inside, a man and a woman, and now they've vanished." People were too frightened to approach the scene, awaiting the police, while many captured videos and photos, igniting a wave of speculation online.
Meanwhile,
The steward had successfully located the real old Madame Fu. Old Madame. She lay unconscious in a rectangular box, pale and seemingly in dire condition. The steward promptly transported her to the hospital, informing Fu Bo of the developments along the way. At the hospital, while accompanying old Madame Fu for examinations, the steward recounted the details of her discovery. The most bizarre aspect was that none of the servants recalled the existence of such a box. Fu Bo immediately grasped the situation. Thankfully, the instruments developed by Gu Tailin's research institute facilitated their search for the old madam. Was her room not cleaned during these troubling days? The steward replied that it had been, with the servants adhering to the routine of cleaning twice daily. However, they noted strange occurrences, such as cigarette ash found in corners, wondering if the old madam had been secretly smoking. Fu Bo deduced that Fu Yu had indeed smoked in the old madam's quarters, leaving traces that had gone unnoticed by the servants. Yet he could not divulge this to them. He sneered, realizing Fu Yu had audaciously assumed he could act with impunity within the Fu household. He should have ensured that the truck driver had fatally collided with Fu Yu, leaving him no chance to escape, who was a relative of old Madame Fu. At that moment, a doctor emerged. Fu Bo hurried forward. "I am. Doctor, what is the condition of the old madam?" The doctor replied, "She is not seriously harmed. She is merely weak and hungry, having been administered drugs that led to her unconsciousness. She will need to remain in the hospital for further observation."
Fu Bo felt relieved.
Thanking the doctor, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. How could Fu Yu have deprived the old madam of proper nourishment? He instructed the steward to care for old Madame Fu in the hospital while he stepped aside to call Ye Wenya. Upon hearing the news, she too was incensed. "Fu Bo, you should not have shown mercy. You ought to have eliminated Fu Yu. Allowing him to live is a grave threat." Fu Bo regretted not having acted decisively, initially intending to capture Fu Yu or expose the counterfeit. Now, such reflections were futile. After this incident, Fu Yu and the other system would undoubtedly focus on the author, so you must remain vigilant.
Understood, Ye Wenya replied.
Please take good care of grandmother Gu Tailin, and I must concentrate on the author and cannot return for the time being. If anything occurs, call me, and I will enlist my brother's assistance. I will ensure the old madam is well cared for, Fu Bo assured her. After exchanging a few more words, the call concluded. She turned to Gu Tailin, who was descending the stairs, and shared the news about old Madame Fu. What weighed heavily on her was the inability to eliminate Fu Yu. Gu Tailin settled beside her, crossing his legs. It matters not that we could not resolve this. The main event is yet to unfold. Chapter 196. We too will create trouble. Ye Wenya understood this well, stroking her chin. Do you think the other system will attempt to bring Fu Yu to Y country to deal with the author? Gu Tailin deemed this unlikely, stating, "First and foremost, we are here. The other system has suffered numerous defeats at our hands. Without absolute certainty, they would not dare confront us again. Moreover, the journey back with the author presents ample opportunities for interference, far easier than the other system making a move." Ye Wenya nodded in agreement. The pressing issue is that the system is unable to restore the author's memory. We cannot simply divulge everything to Rita. Whether she believes it or not is secondary. The primary concern is that she lacks the author's memories and cannot assist us. What they needed was for Rita to restore the author's memory, enabling her to aid them effectively. Gu Tailin frowned. Is there truly no method within the system to restore the author's memory? Logically speaking, as a system, it ought to possess such capabilities.
Ye Wenya sighed.
According to the system, it seems that Rita's memory has been tampered with. If the system employs forceful methods, it could easily lead to irrevocable losses or consequences. She rested her chin on one hand, pondering whether it was the primary system or another that had tampered with the author's memories. Gu Tailin was equally uncertain, contemplating that regardless of whether it was the primary system or an alternate one responsible, they must assist Rita in restoring the author's memories. Inquire with the system if there are any alternative methods, Ye Wenya suggested, addressing System 001. System 001 replied, I too have been pondering this dilemma, but as of now, I have yet to conceive an effective solution. The crux of the issue lies in the tampering itself. Our system's interference is akin to adding a program. The host is aware that you were originally mere paper figures in the realm of novels, distinctly different from actual beings, thus allowing for such programmatic alterations.
Rita exemplifies this.
To unravel this programming will demand considerable time, and there is no guarantee of success. Ye Wenya summarized succinctly. In essence, you are utterly inept. System 001 fell silent, feeling dejected. Indeed, its incompetence had led to the host's disdain. Ye Wenya continued, attempt to untangle it. We shall assess the situation subsequently. Furthermore, contemplate whether there are other means to assist the author in regaining her memory. System 001 hastily acquiesced, knowing refusal would result in the host's ire. Ye Wenya shrugged at Gu Tailin, indicating the system's limitations. It's truly incapable. Gu Tailin was not surprised. He lit a cigarette. Believing the system possessed capabilities it simply did not recognize. What are you doubting? I suspect that the primary system has meddled with the system. The specifics remain elusive. Ye Wenya shared this suspicion, noting the system's excessive ineptitude and the fact that it had been dispatched by the primary system to resolve matters here, which indeed posed significant concerns. However, mere conjecture would yield no results. Gu Tailin proposed, have you considered allowing the system to falter? Ye Wenya was puzzled. How would it falter? To her, the system had already been floundering. Since her acquaintance with the system, it had not accomplished a single task. Every endeavor had been either her own or Gu Tailin's. System 001, feeling similarly, did not wish to fail, but was constrained by its limitations. Gu Tailin articulated his thoughts. The primary system needed to be made aware. The system must convey to the primary system that if it continued to withhold responses or assistance in rectifying matters here, it would resort to complete negligence, potentially unleashing unforeseen consequences. Ye Wenya's eyes brightened, and she gave a thumbs up. That's a splendid idea. We ought to provoke the primary system. Gu Tailin mused. However, on the method of inciting the primary system, Ye Wenya proposed, let us start with the author. Fuyu and another system are intent on confronting her. If we inflict a slight harm upon the author, I believe the primary system will become anxious. Gu Tailin understood her intent. It was a sound strategy. This narrative world was contingent upon the author's existence, and should anything befall her, the primary system would undoubtedly be alarmed. If the author faltered, so too would the world, thus providing the alternate system with ample energy. It was a precarious gamble, yet he had faith that the primary system would intervene. Ye Wenya reflected, I never anticipated we would resort to exploiting the author in this manner. Gu Tailin, concerned for her feelings, reassured her, we are left with no choice. Compared to other alternatives, this one is swifter and more effective. I believe when the author eventually learns the truth, she will not hold us accountable. Ye Wenya expressed her desire for Rita to expedite the restoration of the author's memories so that they could resolve all matters in the shortest time possible, thus avoiding any further complications. She was genuinely weary of dealing with these issues and yearned for a peaceful existence. Gu Tailin gently ruffled her hair, comforting her. Do not be vexed. Look, we have located the author. All that remains is to resolve these matters, and then we can savor a tranquil life, correct? Ye Wenya rubbed her temples. I'm merely concerned that the primary system might stir trouble again. You are aware that its situation is uncertain. Gu Tailin's gaze turned steely. We are not without recourse. Should the primary system truly cause disruption, we can approach the author. After all, she possesses the authority to modify the plot. Ye Wenya perked up. That makes sense. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, Fuyu and another system lay concealed within a derelict building. It was an abandoned factory, chaotic and filthy, yet devoid of visitors. Fuyu glanced at the motionless counterfeit on the ground, internally questioning the system. Have you discerned where the problem lies? I still cannot comprehend how the counterfeit was recognized. Even he had needed prior knowledge to distinguish the fake. System 10001 had found nothing. Let us set aside that concern. Our foremost objective is to eliminate the author. I can assure you this time, I will succeed in terminating both the author and Gu Tailin. Prepare yourself. Once I have dealt with them, you can return to the Fu family. Fuyu, upon hearing this, ceased to ponder the counterfeit's failure. You had better succeed this time. You have claimed that repeatedly, yet have failed to eliminate Gu Tailin. Suddenly, he recalled something. Should I create some trouble for the Gu family? Chapter 197. The primary system erased Fuyu's existence. System 10001 was eager for Fuyu to continue causing disturbances, especially against Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin. I wholeheartedly support your endeavor to trouble the Gu family. The dilemma lies in how you intend to cause them distress. You are well aware of the Gu family's circumstances. They are entirely under Gu Tailin's control. Creating difficulties for them is no simple feat. Fuyu understood this all too well, but he had a plan. Am I not in possession of you? You can dismantle the technology companies under the Fu family. You could employ the same method to dismantle some of the Gu family's assets, correct? System 10001 erupted in laughter. That is a splendid idea. I am quite fond of it. He was eager for the Gu family's enterprises to falter, for the more chaos, the more energy he could absorb. Fu Yu's eyes glinted with malice. Can you obliterate half of the Gu family's enterprises? System 10001 replied that it could not execute such a large-scale destruction at once. I would love to do so, but alas, I lack the capability. It was not merely a matter of ability. Such an overt act would surely attract the attention of Ye Wenya and the primary system, presenting an opportunity for them to eliminate him. He would not take such a risk. Fu Yu surmised his thoughts and remained patient, then see how much you can destroy. Let us start with the Gu family's most crucial companies. System 10001 immediately calculated which of the Gu family's companies were the most vital. Do you wish for me to act now, or shall I first call Gu Thailand to gloat? Fu Yu yearned to call Gu Thailand to boast, yet refrained. No. Calling would expose my hiding place. System, please proceed to dismantle the Gu family's most essential companies. I wish for Gu Thailand to suffer. Had Gu Thailand not pursued Ye Wenya with relentless fervor, she would not have left him, and he would not have descended into his current state. Thus, he desired Gu Thailand to endure excruciating pain. System 10001 acknowledged the command and prepared to attack the Gu family's most vital companies. However, suddenly, it emitted a cry of profound agony, interspersed with chaotic static, as if its very being had suffered a grave assault. Primary System U. His words trailed off, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. System? System? Fu Yu called out for an extended period, yet no response came from the system. Instead, an unfamiliar mechanical voice reverberated in his mind. Fu Yu, in light of your actions, I, as the main system, have decided to obliterate you. A heavy dread settled in Fu Yu's heart, and a wave of panic washed over him. Main system, you cannot obliterate me. I am the male protagonist of this world. If you annihilate me, this world will collapse. The mechanical voice of the main system remained devoid of any inflection. No, you are not the male protagonist of this novel world. Does the death of Wen Shushu, the so-called female lead, have any bearing on this world? The true male and female protagonists of this narrative are Ye Wenya and Gu Thailand. You are merely Ye Wenya's ex-husband and a supporting character. Fu Yu had harbored such suspicions, but found them hard to accept. The system has declared that I am the male protagonist of this narrative, as long as... He clutched his head in anguish, kneeling upon the ground. Now, have you come to your senses? The main system spoke coldly. Did you think that System 10001 truly did nothing to you? It has been subtly controlling you all along, and you remained oblivious, believing you could manipulate it to fulfill your own schemes. The most terrifying tactic of System 10001 was its ability to control a human or system without their awareness, manipulating them to achieve its own objectives. This was a bug that had emerged during System 10001's upgrade. It was meant to be resolved. But who would have thought that System 10001 had preemptively fled, hiding away while orchestrating so many events behind the scenes? Fu Yu felt an unprecedented clarity and relief wash over him. He shook his head. What have I done? The main system replied. Your actions were merely the manifestation of System 10001 magnifying your darkest desires and thoughts. It is your own malevolent thoughts, coupled with your inability to remain true to yourself, that allowed System 10001 to exploit you. At this juncture, Fu Yu no longer believed he had erred. Isn't life merely a quest for fame, fortune, and women? Moreover, you just mentioned that I am Ye Wenya's ex-husband. Had it not been for Gu Thailand, Ye Wenya and I would never have divorced and would have lived happily ever after. The main system remained impassive. Is this all you wish to convey? Fu Yu felt a sense of urgency. What do you intend to do with me? According to regulations, I shall obliterate you, preventing you from causing further chaos. You cannot do this. As the main system governing all worlds, I possess the authority to eradicate your kind. Fu Yu was genuinely frightened and filled with regret, lamenting his earlier lack of caution. Even if you are the main system, you cannot obliterate me. I am a significant character in this narrative. If you annihilate me, a bug will manifest in this world. The main system remained unmoved. Your assertions pose no concern. In your absence, I would create a plausible supporting character to ensure that this narrative encounters no issues. Fu Yu, in his desperation, called out to System 10001, contemplating solutions. I wish to appeal. You, the main system, are biased towards Ye Wenya and Gu Thailand. I am, in fact, Ye Wenya's ex-husband, not Gu Thailand. The main system interrupted him. There is no need for you to say any of this. nor to seek out System 10001 again. I have already obliterated him. I was able to do so thanks to your assistance. Had it not been for your incessant meddling and the numerous favors you solicited from System 10001, I would not have been able to locate him. The true credit lay with Ye Wenya and her allies, along with System 001. Without their help in executing so many tasks, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to track down System 10001 and seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Fuyu had never imagined that System 10001 would be obliterated. In his mind, System 10001 had always been a formidable force, yet now it was effortlessly eradicated by the main system.
Impossible.
This cannot be happening. Even as the main system, you lack such power. The main system ceased its discourse, directly erasing Fuyu. The obliteration by the main system was not merely the termination of an individual, it was a complete erasure of Fuyu from this world. No one would remember his existence, nor would anyone recall him. It was as if he had never graced this world, leaving not a single trace of his existence. Meanwhile, far away in Country Y, Gu Tailin and Ye Wenya exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Gu Tailin asked, "Do you feel as if someone has vanished from your life?" Chapter 198. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin confront the main system. Yes, but I cannot recall who it was. They exchanged another look, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Ye Wenya hastily inquired within her mind, System 001. What is happening? Has another system tampered with things? System 001 responded uncertainly, it seems not. I have a vague feeling that a familiar person has disappeared from this world. I just checked the data, and I couldn't identify who it was, nor did I find any bugs.
Ye Wenya's unease deepenet.
Is there anyone capable of altering your data or executing such actions? System 001 replied, only the main system. The main system can modify the data of all systems and worlds. However, it typically refrains from doing so, as it can easily lead to disastrous chain reactions. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya speculated that it was the main system's doing. Has the main system not responded to you yet? Could it be possible that the main system is covertly causing trouble, making someone vanish from this world? System 001 also entertained this notion. I am sending a message to the main system. Please wait. Ye Wenya turned to Gu Tailin and shared her suspicions regarding the main system's interference. Have you considered who might have disappeared from this world? Gu Tailin slowly shook his head, sensing that this person was somewhat significant to both of them, yet he could not recall who it was. He had a vague feeling that it might be someone related to the Fu family. Ye Wenya pondered, the Fu family? But aside from the late Fu Liqing, there is only Fu Bo. Of course, excluding others, our interactions with them have been limited. Even Grandma does not pay much attention to them. Gu Tailin remarked, if I have this feeling, it likely indicates that someone from the Fu family has vanished from this world. We just cannot seem to remember. After a pause, he added, this alone demonstrates the main system's formidable and terrifying nature. We are likely no match for it.
Ye Wenya clenched her fists, her gaze resolute.
Even if the main system is powerful and fearsome, we will find a way to confront it. We cannot yield. She was determined never to concede. Gu Tailin grasped her hand, assuring her, I will protect you. Ye Wenya understood his sincerity and sighed. This is not merely about protection. We must devise a means to resolve the main system. Do you think the instruments developed in your research could be useful against the main system? Gu Tailin frowned. It's hard to say. I believe we should enlist Rita's help, as the author, even if she has not regained her memory. She could expel the main system if she wishes, preventing it from approaching this world. Ye Wenya felt a sudden clarity, tapping her chin. Let us go find Rita. Explain everything to her, and seek her assistance. Just as they were about to leave, Ye Wenya heard System 001's panicked voice in her mind. Host. The main system wishes to speak with you and Gu Tailin. It seems something has transpired. Ye Wenya halted her steps and pulled Gu Tailin to sit on the sofa. Can the main system project images? I would rather not have it speaking in my mind. System 001 affirmed that it could. Soon, a translucent screen materialized before Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin, devoid of any content. Main system? Ye Wenya tentatively called out. I am here, the main system responded. Miss Ye, Mr. Gu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Ye Wenya scoffed, yet neither of us is pleased to see you. You, the main system, have lurked in the shadows for so long, and now you finally deign to show yourself? Gu Tailin remained silent, fiddling with a lighter. The main system exhibited no sign of emotional fluctuation, stating, I was gravely injured by System 10001 as you refer to it, and have only just begun to recover. That could be considered its dark history. It had not anticipated that a lower-tier system would seek out a bug-like virus to severely wound it, subsequently siphoning off part of its energy and wreaking havoc in various worlds. Ye Wenya remarked nonchalantly, "That indicates your incompetence. A system under your management could inflict such harm upon you and still cause chaos across multiple worlds. Had we not been vigilant and uncovered many truths, we might have also fallen victim to that other system. How will you take responsibility for that?" Gu Tailin interjected with a hint of mockery. "Ye Wenya, listen to yourself. We are merely paper figures within a fictional world, not real human beings. Besides, with the multitude of worlds under the main system's jurisdiction, how could it possibly care about the demise of a few?" Ye Wenya lightly tapped her forehead, conceding, "You are right, I have been rather naive in my thinking. To the likes of the main system, our existence is inconsequential. What matters is whether it can continue to oversee all worlds and eliminate System 10001. Gu Tailin added, "I'm glad you understand. As small players, it is prudent for us to speak less, lest we attract the main system's wrath." System 001 trembled slightly, astonished by the audacity of its host and the primary antagonist to confront the main system so boldly. Yet, it found the exchange rather exhilarating. The main system, for once, fell silent, acknowledging, "I am aware of your grievances." "Oh no, main system, you misunderstand. We would never dare harbor grievances against you," Ye Wenya interrupted with a smile. "We are merely the most ordinary paper figures. How could we possibly hold any grievances against the main system?" Gu Tailin wholeheartedly concurred. "Indeed, we would not dare to express discontent towards the main system. That is the rule for paper figures." Their relentless repetition of "we dare not express grievances" and paper figures rendered the main system silent once more. Was there something amiss with the awakening of their consciousness? The original text did not depict the protagonists in such a manner. "I am aware of your complaints, which is why I have erased System 10001 and Fuyu." Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin exchanged glances. Who is Fuyu? System 001 also pondered this, unable to recall any mention of such a character in the narrative. The main system offered no clarification, stating only, "You need to understand that System 10001 no longer exists. You are no longer in any danger." However, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin were not so naive. They were acutely aware that the main system's sudden resolution of System 10001 was driven by ulterior motives. "Main system, we are not foolish. Please refrain from treating us as if we were infants," they retorted. "Your lengthy discourse is merely an attempt to pave the way for your forthcoming plans. Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution." The main system couldn't help but admire their astuteness, remarking, "Indeed, you are the clever protagonists under the author's pen. I do have something to convey to you. You are aware that this world is a fictional narrative, correct?" Chapter 199, The Main System's Intentions. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin exchanged knowing glances, anticipating the main system's forthcoming revelations. "Just say what you need to say. There is no need for obfuscation," Ye Wenya quipped coldly. The main system, unfazed by her sarcasm, declared its purpose. "In this fictional world, you and Mr. Gu are the protagonists. Now that System 10001 and Fuyu have been eradicated, this world should return to its normal trajectory." Ye Wenya felt a tightening in her chest, but maintained her composure. "Are you implying that you wish to reset this narrative, erasing our autonomy and turning us into mere puppets in your storyline?" The main system replied, "If you choose to interpret it that way, you are not incorrect. As figures within this narrative, had it not been for System 10,001's interference, you would have followed the original plot." Ye Wenya, incensed, retorted, "By your logic, it seems we are to blame for not adhering to the original storyline? We were ensnared by System 10,001's machinations. Is that our fault? And what of you, the overseer of all worlds? Are you without fault? Had you not been inept, System 10001 would not have been able to wreak such havoc and destroy so many worlds. You are an indirect murderer, a failure who has caused countless deaths." Gu Tailin chimed in, "You, the main system, are utterly useless. Instead of pondering over past mistakes, you now contemplate resetting this world. Do you truly believe we are so easily intimidated?" This was the first time the main system encountered such obstinate paper figures. "You must understand that resetting this world is standard procedure." "Standard procedure?"
Ye Wenya scoffed.
"If we're discussing procedures, it is you, the main system, who ought to be obliterated. I just stated that had you been competent, this world would not have deteriorated to this state. I sincerely suggest you initiate a self-destruct sequence." A main system like you is unfit to govern all worlds. You will only lead to more casualties. The main system recognized that it could not persuade these two and stated, I will grant you 3 days. After 3 days, I will reset this world. With that, it departed, and the screen vanished. Ye Wenyang's expression darkened. This main system certainly wields a great deal of power, declaring its intent to reset this world without hesitation. She was resolute in her opposition to the main system's reset. Gu Tailin placed an arm around her shoulder, his eyes cold as ice. Do not let anger consume you. It does no good. We have our own means to oppose the main system. We should seek out Rita and inform her of everything, requesting her assistance.
Ye Wenya invited.
How do you propose we ask Rita for help? She may not regain her memory, especially now, with the main system's interference. It will be even more challenging for us to facilitate her recollection. Gu Tailin reminded her, do not forget, the true master of this narrative is the author, not the main system. No matter how powerful the main system may be, it cannot interfere with the author, nor can it control them. Even if Rita does not regain her memory, as long as she is willing, she can alter this world and expel the main system. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenyang seized his hand and urged, let us hasten to find Rita and seek her aid.
Duke Elker's estate, garden.
After listening to Ye Wenyang and Gu Tailin's account, Rita remained in stunned silence for a considerable time. They claimed this was a fictional world, and that she was the author of this narrative. Miss Rita, are you alright? Ye Wenyang waved her hand in front of her face. If you do not believe us, I can provide proof. Rita, still dazed, asked, how would you have me prove that I am the author? Ye Wenyang replied, the simplest method would be for you to write a segment of the narrative based on this world. I believe it will not take long before that segment becomes reality. Rita's expression shifted. It seems you have experienced something akin to this before, have you not?
Ye Wenya questioned.
Rita rubbed her temples and exhaled. I have, but I thought it was mere coincidence and did not dwell on it. Now it seems it is not coincidence, but indeed related to my being the author. As a child, she had enjoyed writing and often penned stories reflecting her family's circumstances. She discovered that everything she wrote would recently come to fruition. Upon realizing this, she destroyed all her writings and paintings, fearing that they might manifest into reality once more.
Ye Wenya spoke earnestly. Miss Rita,
you are the only one who can save this world. As the author of this narrative realm, your will is synonymous with the will of this fictional universe. I implore you to undertake 2 tasks. First, to deny the main system entry into this world, preventing it from exerting any influence here. Second, to ensure that this world becomes entirely independent, existing as a separate entity. Rita appeared troubled. Miss Ye, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that I am uncertain how to proceed. Although my writings do materialize, this pertains to an entire world, and I am unsure of my ability to succeed. Moreover, a single misstep could result in catastrophic consequences. Ye Wenya understood her concerns and reassured her, Miss Rita, do not feel burdened. Consider this. You are the author of this narrative world. If you so desire, you possess the power to resurrect anyone and alter anything within this realm. Gu Tailin interjected. Miss Rita, should the main system reset this narrative universe, you would cease to be its author, and your situation would likely deteriorate significantly. Rita was perplexed. Why do you say that, Mr. Gu? He crossed his legs, leaning back in his chair, and replied coldly, because you are the author. You are the one who governs this fictional universe. For the main system to reset it, it must sever your connection to this world, causing you to forget everything about it. How the main system would achieve your forgetfulness and sever that bond is uncertain. Rita felt an inexplicable trust in his words. If I write this, can it truly expel the main system? Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin were taken aback by her willingness to comply. Uncertain, but Miss Rita? It may be worth a try, Ye Wenya suggested. If it fails, we can devise another plan. Our immediate goal is to prevent the main system from resetting this world in 3 days. Although she too was apprehensive about whether Rita's South actions could indeed drive away the main system, there was no harm in attempting. Rita instructed a servant to bring paper and ink. After some contemplation, she inscribed the following words, This narrative world shall not harbor the main system. It is incapable of invading or altering any aspect of this realm. Is this sufficient? She inquired. Chapter 200. This method may also be effective against the main system. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin examined the words written on the paper. We must observe to ascertain its efficacy, Ye Wenya remarked. Miss Rita, should you perceive anything amiss or unusual, please do not hesitate to contact me. One of the conditions for the main system to reset this narrative world is to eliminate you as the author. She was concerned that the main system might resort to nefarious tactics. Rita furrowed her brow, feeling quite anxious at their words. If this world were to reset, would we still exist? Ye Wenya understood her implication and shrugged. We would exist, but we would no longer be ourselves. Rather, we would be mere paper-thin figures. Following the so-called original plot, Rita recalled the novels she had read and shuddered at the thought. How terrifying it is to have one's entire life preordained, devoid of even the slightest chance for unexpected occurrences, akin to being a robot.
Ye Wenya grimajet.
However, for the main system, we must conform to this arrangement, otherwise, it would be deemed erroneous. Rita detested such a notion. Even if we become mere paper-thin figures, we remain sentient beings in this world. Yet, the main system was indifferent, intent only on adhering to its own regulations. I have a sense that it perceives itself as the ultimate ruler, while we are but ants, subject to its whims regarding our fates. Ye Wenya concurred. I share that sentiment. When I faced the main system, that feeling was even more pronounced. The main system appears to grant us 3 days, but in reality, it is toying with us. Rita mused, if the main system intends to reset this world, why grant us 3 days? Is it possible that it is incapable of an immediate reset? Gu Tailan speculated. Considering the author is present in this world and the extent of the changes, it is not a trivial task for the main system, which oversees all realms, to reset one. Ye Wenya and Rita exchanged glances. I find Mr. Gu's reasoning sound. It's akin to a game where we are characters within it, and the main system manages the game. Yet, to reset the game, it must obtain approval from higher authorities, which circles back to the question of who created the main system. Gu Tailan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The identity of the creator is of little consequence. Our primary concern is to address the main system's intention to reset this world. Once we resolve this matter, other issues will follow suit. Rita lifted the paper she had written on and waved it. Will this truly be effective? I am worried it may not be. Should I add something more? Ye Wenya replied, no need. Let us observe the situation for now. She too harbored doubts about the efficacy of their actions. But this was all they could do at present. After departing from Rita, both Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan felt rather disheartened. Anyone would feel uneasy with a sword hanging over their head. In the car, Ye Wenya was quite vexed, mentally questioning the system. Does your defense system hold any efficacy against the main system? The previously silent system 001 side. I cannot ascertain whether it will be effective against the main system. Experimentation is required to determine that. Host, have you made a decision? Are you truly prepared to confront the main system and ensure this world's complete independence? It had not anticipated that the main system would resort to resetting this world. Upon reflection, the main system's actions were in accordance with its regulations. By the rules, to prevent the world from deteriorating further, the optimal solution is to reset it, restoring it to its original state. Ye Wenya replied, do we have any alternatives? If we do not resist, the main system will reset this world, and we will become genuine paper-thin figures. System 001 stated. However, you were paper-thin figures to begin with. Ye Wenya understood the implication. Originally, we were paper-thin figures, but now it is different. Now, we possess consciousness. We are no longer mere paper-thin figures. This is akin to animals evolving into humans. Can we still regard them as ordinary animals? System 001 found this reasoning compelling. Then what should we do? From what I see, the main system is determined to reset the system. Host. It's not that I wish to undermine your confidence, but I possess a certain understanding of the main system's capabilities. It governs all realms. Even with the author's assistance, success is not guaranteed. Most importantly, I suspect there is something amiss with the author. Ye Wenya inquired. What issues does the author have? System 001 replied, when I scanned the author previously, I noted a 10% discrepancy in her data. Ye Wenya recalled this detail. What is concerning about this 10% discrepancy? Host, if the author's consciousness truly arrived in this world, she should be a complete match, not falling short by 10%. I wonder if perhaps the author has not fully integrated into this world. Is it impossible for you to identify the reason for this 10% discrepancy? I cannot ascertain that. She is the author, not an ordinary person. Ye Wenya sighed. You remain as unhelpful as ever. I suspect the main system sent you here precisely because you pose no threat to it. System 001 was rendered speechless, and he shared the same sentiment. If it were another system, the matter would not be so straightforward. Even the main system would not dare to undertake such actions. After some contemplation, Ye Wenya inquired, "Can you inform all the systems of the actions taken by the main system?" System 001, somewhat perplexed, responded, "What does the host mean?" "I mean to let every system know that the main system intends to reset this world. Of course, you must articulate the reasons clearly, particularly the matter concerning System 10001.
Ah?
What purpose would this serve? Are you familiar with the concept of rumors? System 001 began to understand. Rumors are beneficial to humans, but they hold no value for us systems. Yet, Ye Wenya held a different perspective. You are highly intelligent systems, possessing reasoning akin to that of humans. Hence rumors are equally advantageous for you. Follow my instructions and disseminate the actions of the main system through the method of rumors. You must emphasize the incompetence and capriciousness of the main system. Understood?" System 001 expressed his trepidation. "Host, the main system could obliterate me."
Ye Wenya retorted.
"You have committed no wrongdoing. You are merely stating the truth. If the main system dares to eradicate you, it would indicate a desire for dictatorship. And there would be consequences." Still fearful, System 001 replied, "Host, if I am annihilated, I cease to exist. Even if another System 001 were to emerge, it would not be me. Can you bear to witness my demise at the hands of the main system?" Chapter 201. Discussing a plan of action together, Ye Wenya conveyed her resolve. "System, you must comprehend one crucial fact. If this novel world undergoes a reset, you too will either be obliterated or reset. Do you believe the main system would spare you?" System 001 gasped. "Surely it cannot be that terrifying?" Ye Wenya coldly scoffed. "It will be far more dreadful than I have described. Given your knowledge of the main system, do you think it would allow you to remain a potential threat? Do not forget the fate of System 10001. System 001 shuddered at the thought. Terrifying, truly terrifying. "Host, what am I to do?" "The main system can eliminate me at any moment." Observe how effortlessly the main system terminated System 10001. Ye Wenya reassured, "Do not fret excessively. If I am not mistaken, the main system cannot eliminate you in the same manner as it did with System 10001. System 10001 committed transgressions, whereas you have not. Very well, follow my directives, and this will provide you with some semblance of peace." System 001 understood that he had no choice but to comply. If the main system insisted on resetting this narrative world, it could directly annihilate him. He was not yet ready to face destruction.
All right.
Upon returning to the Yi residence, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin initiated a video call with Fu Bo, preoccupied with work at the Fu group, rubbed his temples upon receiving their call. "I truly wish I could trade places with you two. Work at the Fu group has been overwhelming lately. By the way, the matriarch's condition has improved significantly." Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin exchanged surprised glances. "Fu Bo, do you recall why Grandma was hospitalized?" Gu Tailin inquired. As Fu Bo began to respond, he suddenly hesitated, perplexed. What was the reason for the matriarch's hospitalization? It seemed she suddenly fell ill and was taken to the hospital. The three exchanged looks, unable to recall the specific cause of her hospitalization. Clearly, the main system was behind this, thought Ye Wenya, furrowing her brow. The main system mentioned a name, Fu Yu. Does Mr. Fu recognize this individual? He might be a member of the Fu family. Fu Bo shook his head slowly. There is no one by that name in the Fu family, I am quite certain of that. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya recounted the main system statements in detail before bringing up the name Fu Yu again. The main system claimed to have erased Fu Yu's existence. This implies that Fu Yu once existed in this world and held considerable significance. Gu Tailin shared his perspective, suggesting that Grandma's hospitalization could be linked to Fu Yu. If Fu Yu was erased by the main system, along with all traces of his existence, it suggests that he must have committed heinous acts, possibly with deep connections to System 10001. However, one thing puzzles me. If the main system possesses the capability to erase a person's existence and alter our memories, why not collectively modify our memories to ensure we agree to reset this world? Ye Wenya's realization struck her. Indeed, if the main system has such power, why does it not proceed in that manner? Fu Bo motioned for them to wait, stating he would add Yi Tsong and Mu Gaoyuan to the discussion. He initiated a group video call, bringing them into the conversation. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin reiterated their points and raised their doubts. After listening, Yi Tsong adjusted his glasses and remarked, based on your accounts, the most plausible explanation is that the main system cannot do so. If Fu Yu indeed existed, it was likely his wrongdoing that led to his erasure by the main system. We have committed no transgressions. Even though the main system oversees all worlds, It does not possess the authority to unilaterally erase our memories or manipulate us into consenting to the reset of this world. He felt a sense of familiarity with Fuyu, but could not place who he was. Mu Gaoyuan concurred, while the main system does manage all worlds. Management does not equate to the right to dispose of us at will. The authority of the main system is akin to that of a corporate hierarchy, possessing certain discretionary powers, but not the liberty to manage everything arbitrarily. Ye Wenya, Gu Tailin, and Fu Bo found this reasoning compelling. There exists such a possibility. Thus, the main system seeks our consent to reset this world. Only with our agreement can the main system proceed. Otherwise, it lacks the authority. The time the main system grants us to deliberate is not a genuine offer for consideration but a tactic to induce anxiety and unease, thereby compelling us to agree to the reset. Ye Wenya and her companions exchanged glances, acknowledging the malevolence of the main system. What a malicious entity the main system is. Even more so than System 10001, Ye Wenya remarked indignantly. At least System 10001 was overt in its intent to harm us, while the main system cloaks its malice under the guise of benevolence. Gu Tailin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, advising, there is no need to be angry. Our anger only serves to delight the main system. It thrives on our frustration. We must strategize our counterattack rather than rely solely on the author. Yi Tsong urged, Wenya. Gu Tailin is right. We should not let anger consume us. Though still simmering with indignation, Ye Wenya replied, I shall not let anger dictate my actions. What must we do to confront the main system? Its power looms large. Gu Tailin struggled to devise a viable plan, acknowledging that the main system's intangible yet formidable presence complicates matters. They found it challenging to contend with it. Ye Wenya pondered aloud, what if we sought out the author? Is there a chance that the author could confront the main system? The four were uncertain but agreed to give it a try. After all, it was a potential course of action. Yi Tsong added, besides approaching the author, we might explore the Research Institute's equipment, developing large-scale instruments. Alternatively, if Wenya's system could integrate with the device, it might acquire the capability to confront the main system. Ye Wenya's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Brother, that idea merits exploration. If the system gains the ability to counter the main system, our worries would diminish considerably. With strong defensive capabilities and potential offensive power, the main system would pose no challenge.
Ye Kong stated, Wenya.
Summon the system to come over and see if it can merge with the instruments of the Research Institute. We must contemplate alternative strategies. We cannot allow the main system to reset this world. If the main system resets this world, they will become true paper figures. And I refuse to become a mere paper figure, subject to the whims of the author. In Chapter 202, the main system was unable to gain access. Ye Wenya immediately communicated with System 001 in her mind, hasten to my brother and ascertain whether it's possible to merge with the instruments at the Research Institute. If the merger succeeds, it would enhance our security. System 001 was acutely aware of this necessity and quickly made its way to the Research Institute. It did not seek out Yi Tsong, as he could not perceive him, nor could he communicate with Yi Tsong in his absence. The Research Institute was bustling with activity. Researchers were engrossed in their studies while staff handled various matters. System 001 was uncertain about its ability to merge with the instruments present. As a formless entity, it ventured into the most critical research department and encountered a large instrument. The device resembled a massive computer but appeared simpler than a large brain and lacked a conventional display screen. It positioned itself within this apparatus to test the possibility of merging. Meanwhile, Fu Bo, after concluding discussions with Ye Wenya and others, prepared to visit the hospital to see the matriarch, intending to update her on the situation. Unexpectedly, he encountered Lu Lizhu in the parking lot. Mr. Fu, she said, standing between him and his vehicle with a smile, are you on your way to visit the matriarch? May I accompany you? Last time, she seemed quite fond of me. Fu Bo, unwilling to maintain even a facade of politeness, brusquely pushed her aside. Lu Lizhu, please move away. I find you exceedingly distasteful. Lu Lizhu's smile faltered momentarily. Mr. Fu, may I inquire why you harbor such animosity towards me? Fu Bo paused in his action of opening the car door, casting her a scrutinizing glance. One of my greatest aversions is deceit, and you have committed precisely that offense while masquerading your intentions as affection, seeking to marry me. Understand this. Just because the matriarch treats you well, it does not grant you the right to think you can marry me. With that, he drove off, leaving Lu Lizhu fuming, her belief in her ability to conquer Fu Bo unwavering. Fu Bo arrived at the hospital to visit the matriarch in the VIP ward. Upon seeing him, She greeted him warmly. My condition has improved significantly. You need not visit every day. It must be quite taxing. When you have the chance, rest at home or go out and enjoy yourself instead of being perpetually consumed by work. Seated comfortably, Fu Bo responded with a chuckle. Matriarch, I assure you, I do take the time to rest and occasionally venture out. I am not perpetually occupied with work. If I were, I would have no opportunity to visit you. The matriarch playfully waved him off. As long as you have your own opinions, I shan't press further. After inquiring about her health, Fu Bo broached the subject at hand. He elaborated on the main system and related matters before asking about Fu Yu. Do you have any recollection of this individual? I have no recollection. The matriarch frowned, but he must have existed at some point. However, the main system would not permit us to remember the specifics of this individual. Fu Bo shared her sentiment. Indeed, matriarch. You must remain vigilant. The main system may target you. This main system harbors ill intentions. The matriarch nodded. I shall be cautious, and you must exercise caution as well. After a brief pause, she added, from what you imply, it seems the main system may hesitate to take action until the very last moment. This presents us with an opportunity. We can negotiate terms with the main system based on this. Fu Bo narrowed his eyes. Do you believe the main system will agree to our terms? The matriarch confidently replied, it will. The management tier remains just that, a management tier, not a decision-making one. The main system oversees all worlds, but cannot arbitrarily dictate every aspect of them. Given the magnitude of the issues plaguing our world, coupled with the turmoil instigated by another system, the main system bears significant responsibility. If it mishandles this situation, it will undoubtedly face repercussions.
Fu Bo understood.
In a couple of days, we shall discuss our terms with the main system. Our demands are straightforward. The world must not be reset, allowing us to continue living as we do, free from the control of any system. None among us wishes to become a paper figure, nor do we desire to be governed by any system. The fleeting days passed swiftly. When the main system attempted to reach out to Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin once more, it discovered its inability to enter this narrative world. After a thorough examination, it realized that Rita had interfered, yet it was perplexed. Although Rita was the author of this novel, how could she prevent its access? Was there something it was unaware of? It messaged System 001, expressing a desire to speak with Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin. System 001 relayed the message truthfully to Ye Wenya. After delivering the message, it uncovered a critical oversight. Host? Could it be that the main system is unable to enter, prompting you to relay this message? Ye Wenya smirked slightly. That is likely the case. If the main system could enter, would it require a message to me? This indicates that the note Rita wrote is indeed useful. We should seek her assistance shortly. Upon hearing this, System 001 felt a surge of confidence, reassured. All right, let us request Rita's help. Perhaps this world can sever ties with the greater world. However, I am uncertain about my next steps. According to the rules, I am meant to return. Ye Wenya replied, what purpose does returning serve? To await the main system's reckoning? You might as well remain here. After all, we are aware of your existence, and your presence here poses no detriment. System 001 considered her words, finding them quite reasonable. Yet, the main system holds dominion over my existence and can summon me back.
Ye Wenya responded coolly.
Once this world detaches from the greater world, do you believe the main system will still wield control over your existence or summon you back? System 001 had an epiphany. I see. Once this world separates from the greater world, the main system will no longer be able to interfere with any matters within this world, nor will it be able to enter. It can only observe from the outside. In simpler terms, it would be akin to a fortress with maximum defenses and no vulnerabilities, impervious to any intrusion or manipulation. Ye Wenya then addressed the matter directly. What does the main system wish to discuss with me and Gu Tailin? System 001. Grinning, remarked, I suspect it pertains to the matter of resetting the world. Host, should we allow the main system entry? It requires the author's consent to do so. It had never felt so invigorated as it did at that moment. Ye Wenya scoffed lightly. The main system wishes to enter? What a fanciful dream. Convey to the main system that it must either concede to our terms or we shall summon the author to intervene. In Chapter 203, the main system's intentions remained unclear. System 001 inquired, Host, what are your terms? I understand, and I shall negotiate with the main system. Ye Wenya replied exasperatedly. Isn't it the same terms I previously communicated to you? Is your memory faltering, or is there an issue with your database? System 001 offered a series of O's before recollecting. Very well, I shall now approach the main system for negotiation. Sighing, Ye Wenya dialed Gu Tai Lin's number. At that moment, Gu Tai Lin was occupied at the branch office, having just concluded an international meeting when he received Ye Wenya's call. Did you find yourself missing me? Without waiting for Ye Wenya to respond, he continued, I know that once you can't see me for a while, you will start to miss me. Ye Wenya chuckled lightly. Must you be so insistent? Gu Tai Lin quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. I'm being serious now. Did you call me because there's something you need to discuss? Ye Wenya mentioned the issue of the main system being inaccessible, as well as System 001's endeavor to negotiate with the main system. I want to see if we can enlist Rita as help to handle the main system, she suggested. Gu Tai Lin crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair, saying, Your idea is commendable. But I believe we should refrain from taking any action for the time being and observe the main system as stands. Ye Wenya urged him to continue. Gu Tai Lin reassured her, over the past few days, I've been contemplating why the main system insists on resetting this world. Although the plot has diverged significantly, fundamentally, everything seems intact. We are still alive and the author is here, so there seems to be no necessity for a reset. Yet, the main system is adamant about it. There must be reasons unknown to us. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to uncover the motives behind the main system's actions. After listening, Ye Wenya pondered for a moment and replied, I, too, wish to understand the reasons behind the main system's actions. And I'm particularly curious if there is someone behind it. Gu Tai Lin lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with his fingers, stating, in truth, whether or not there is someone behind the main system is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether we can achieve our objectives. Ye Wenya nodded. We shall see if System 001 can negotiate favorable terms for us. At that moment, System 001 was timidly discussing terms with the main system. Main system. You must have perceived Ye Wenya and Gu Tai Lin's stance. They are reiterating the conditions previously mentioned. Otherwise, they would never have allowed you access. Oh, dear. He is truly capable, daring to converse with the main system in such a manner. But how exhilarating. Main system, you've grown bold since aligning with the host. Haven to you? Despite his timorous demeanor, System 001 understood the necessity of voicing his thoughts. If the host treats me well, I shall reciprocate. Main system. Even though you oversee all worlds, you cannot act recklessly, especially considering the author is present in that world. Your hands are tied. The main system was acutely aware of this fact. It was not oblivious to the author's presence in that world. Yet it had not anticipated the author's will would be so strong as to prevent it from re-entering. This was the first occurrence of such a situation. While authors have entered the worlds they have created before, none possess the capability to prevent its entry. I cannot acquiesce to Ye Wenya and Gu Tai Lin's demands. Its mechanical voice remained unwavering. As a system, you are well aware of this. Main system, Ye Wenya has stated that if you refuse, she will seek out the author. System 001 interrupted, understanding full well how formidable the author's consciousness was in this world. The crux of the matter was that, although the plot appeared to have unraveled, it was not truly the case. The protagonists were nearly united, waiting for Ye Wenya to agree to Gu Tai Lin's intentions. So, why must you insist on resetting this world? The main system could not disclose its reasons, yet Ye Wenya and Gu Tai Lin were determined to press on. System 001 questioned, must the main system truly reset this world? When I arrived, I had the impression that resetting was unnecessary. The plot of this world is gradually returning to its course. There is no need for a reset. Previously, after overhearing Ye Wenya and her companions, he had contemplated this matter. The impetus for resetting a world typically arises from significant issues or impending collapse, prompting the main system to intervene. However, while this world seemed problematic, it was not truly so. None of these issues warranted a reset. Yet, the main system was insistent on a reset, leading him to question its intentions. The main system stated, if Ye Wenya and Gu Tai Lin are to insist, then I shall have no choice but to forcibly reset this world. You wouldn't dare, nor can you proceed in such a manner. Though System 001 felt a surge of anxiety, he maintained his composure, adhering to the regulations that even the main system lacked the authority to reset a world that posed no significant issues. Moreover, with the author present in that world, such actions were further prohibited. Unless the author committed egregious acts or engaged in reckless behavior within their own narrative, only then could the main system justify a reset of the world. The main system had not anticipated that the system it had carefully selected would be trained by Ye Wenya to challenge its own. Across countless worlds, One or two might have encountered issues, but System 10001 had been involved in those. System 001 felt as if he were on the verge of a breakdown, having never considered that the main system would harbor such thoughts. Yet it seemed rather plausible. After all, when System 10001 caused turmoil in this world, he had repeatedly sought the main system's attention, but it had remained indifferent until recently when it had emerged, demanding a reset. Main system, if you persist in this manner, Ye Wenya will enlist the author to cause significant upheaval, and it will be beyond your control, he stammered. I shall grant you 2 more days to deliberate. Now be gone. System 001 quickly departed. Upon returning, he informed Ye Wenya about the main system situation. Host, the main system is quite angry. It's the first time I've seen it so. Do you think the main system will truly enforce a reset of this world?
Ye Wenya replied confidently, no.
If the main system truly intended to forcibly reset this world, it would have acted long ago, and would not have mentioned granting us 2 more days. System 001 had an epiphany. Then why is the main system behaving this way? Ye Wenya analyzed, to instill fear in us. Once we are frightened, we will agree to its demands. System 001 comprehended, feeling indignant. The main system is too wicked. Host, we must not acquiesce to the main system. If we do, we will all be doomed. He had sensed that the main system would not let him off easily. Chapter 204. It's your naivete that leads you to consider acquiescing. Ye Wenya scoffed lightly. I have never contemplated agreeing to the main system's demands. It is you who foolishly thinks that acquiescing to the main system is a benevolent act. System 001 fell silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. Previously, I never envisioned the main system would act in this manner. Speaking of which, host, have you noticed the peculiarities in the actions taken by the main system within this world? Ye Wenya was aware but urged System 001 to elaborate. System 001 analyzed. Firstly, the main system clearly has the means to resolve System 10,001's issues sooner. Why has it not done so? This contradicts regulations. According to the rules, the main system must immediately eradicate any system that creates such turmoil.
Ye Wenya replied.
There are 2 possibilities. Either the main system is temporarily unable to deal with System 10001, or it harbors ulterior motives. I lean towards the latter. Perhaps System 10001's actions are somehow connected to the main system. System 001 was taken aback. If that is the case, what is the main system aiming to achieve? If matters escalate, it would not bode well for it. Ye Wenya shrugged. Who knows? Did the rumors I asked you to spread circulate? System 001 was unsure why she suddenly inquired but responded, I have quietly disseminated them as instructed. For now, not many systems are aware. Host, this method may not prove effective. The main system might be scheming in the shadows. Ye Wenya reassured him, do not worry. This is merely one of our strategic moves. Our most crucial maneuver lies with the author. I am now going to find Rita. Please keep an eye on the main system and the rumors. Inform me immediately of any developments. System 001 acquiesced. At the Duke Elka's residence, in the parlor, Rita, upon hearing Ye Wenya's words, expressed a hint of astonishment. I never expected that the note I wrote would also be effective with the system. She gestured towards the thick stack of books on the coffee table, adding, recently, I have been delving into numerous books about systems, and have come to understand that these systems possess remarkable capabilities. Ye Wenya glanced at the indicated stack and pondered. Has Miss Rita not yet regained her related memories? Logically, at this stage, you should have recovered some semblance of memory. Could it be that the main system has tampered with you? If that is indeed the case, why would the main system seal your memories? Rita took a sip from her cup of red tea and shared her perspective. Is it possible that my true identity as the author is rather complex? Or that the entire book holds greater significance? Ye Wenya was aware that certain popular novels could wield considerable influence. Miss Rita suggests that perhaps this novel has garnered significant popularity, resulting in substantial repercussions. Might it be that the main system sealed your memories to avert certain events or to pursue its own objectives? Rita acknowledged with a hum, that is merely my conjecture. Miss Ye has contemplated methods to assist me in regaining my memories, yet has been unsuccessful. This suggests that there are forces at play that do not wish for my memories to return, for my recollection may greatly impact them. Ye Wenya had indeed sought the system's aid for Rita's memory restoration, but the system had employed various methods to no avail.
For now,
Miss Rita's inability to recover her memories is not of great concern. We simply need to confront the main system to achieve complete independence for this fictional world. Once that is resolved, I believe Miss Rita may have the potential to reclaim her memories. Rita agreed. inquiring about the method to resolve the main system and attain full independence for this world. Ye Wenya suggested that Miss Rita write it out, as one would in a novel. Miss Rita is familiar with a published novel. Continue writing according to the alternate plot of that book. Illustrate how, through our efforts, this world becomes impervious to any system incursion and gradually evolves into a unique realm. Rita gestured for her to wait a moment. She returned to her room, retrieved the novel, and flipped to a particular page. I shall commence from here, she declared. But wait, why are there so many missing words here?
Ye Wenyan lanet kılosur.
Noticing numerous omissions, it is indeed strange. Why are there missing words and the counts differ? Rita pointed out a blank section, saying, previously, it stated that after my divorce, I was with Wenshushu. Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration struck her. Could it be Fuyu? Who is Fuyu? Rita inquired. Ye Wenya slowly shook her head, her brow furrowed. I do not know who that is. The main system mentioned him, claiming to have erased Fuyu. I inquired among those around me. Yet no one knows of Fuyu. At best, there are vague impressions. Rita analyzed, so the blank section indicates that after your divorce, Fuyu ended up with Wenshushu. From this deduction, it seems Fuyu is a significant person who once shared a marriage with you. Ye Wenya requested a moment and sent a message to a friend domestically, asking for assistance in investigating her marital status. Within 2 minutes, a reply arrived. Wenya, have you been married? How was I unaware? Moreover, I cannot locate any information regarding your ex-husband. It is truly peculiar. Ye Wenya expressed gratitude and relayed the information to Rita. Something feels amiss. The main system should have managed these matters. Rita speculated. Is it possible that the main system thought, since it intends to reset this world, there was no need to address this issue for the time being? Once the reset occurs, all bugs and problems will be rectified, and we will not remember any of this. Ye Wenya nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. However, the main system did not anticipate that it would be unable to force a reset on this world. Rita asserted, Miss Ye, we need not concern ourselves with who Fuyu is. Our focus must remain on confronting the main system to ensure this world achieves independence.
Ye Wenyan rubet her forehat.
Exhaling deeply, Miss Rita is correct. Our focus remains unchanged. Perhaps once we have dealt with the main system and granted independence to this world, we shall uncover the identity of Fuyu. She felt an inexplicable connection to Fuyu. Rita picked up a pen and circled the point in the novel where Ye Wenya's divorce occurred. Miss Ye, I shall begin my rewrite from here. Does that seem acceptable? The general plot would remain intact, but she would incorporate the concept that systems could no longer invade this world, and that it would gradually become independent.
Ye Wenyan pondered.
Is it permissible for my system to remain? After careful consideration, Rita replied, it is permissible. Yet I am concerned that the main system may exploit your system for its own ends. If my guess is correct, the main system has likely retained an advantage over your system. Chapter 205. Matters concerning the main system. Ye Wenya chuckled. Miss Rita can certainly handle this. Just right that my system was nearly exploited by the main system, but thanks to our endeavors it ultimately was not, and instead, we inflicted significant damage upon the main system. Rita instantly grasped the implication and laughed in response. Miss Ye's suggestion incites my desire to obliterate the main system. If only there were no. Ye Wenya gestured for her to wait. It seems the main system is attempting to contact me again. Host. I confirm that the main system has indeed reached out to me again. System 001 expressed its surprise. Could it be that the main system learned of our conversation through me, fearing for its own safety, and thus initiated contact? Previously, the main system had stated it would grant them 2 more days. Now, merely 2 hours had passed, and it had taken the initiative to contact him. Ye Wenya was not at all surprised. Let the main system project through you. We shall converse with it. Shortly thereafter, the main system connected via System 001, manifesting as a transparent screen. Ye Wenya had seen it a second time, while Rita was experiencing it for the first, finding it rather intriguing. Is this the main system?
Rita queried.
Ye Wenya nodded. A cunning entity, perpetually scheming against us, intent on forcibly resetting this world. Main system. Ye Wenya addressed it directly. Is it truly wise to speak to it in such a manner? Rita chimed in with a smile. I wonder what brings the esteemed main system to grace us with its presence. Is it a trivial matter? Ye Wenya could not suppress a laugh, finding Rita's mockery quite refreshing. The main system's mechanical voice fluctuated slightly. Beyond the conditions you mentioned, I am willing to accept additional terms. This world has been severely damaged by System 10001. I must reset it. Rita raised the novel she held, You wish to reset it? Then I shall write a novel. As the author, I believe I should have the freedom to do as I please within my own fictional realm, correct? Her initial impression of the main system was unfavorable. The system's immediate insistence on resetting the world seemed to underestimate the resilience of those within. The main system retorted, as the author, "You do not belong to this world." Rita countered, "And you, as the overseer of all worlds, believe you can arbitrarily reset any world without regard for its inhabitants?" The main system, now agitated, had not anticipated the turn of events. Had it foreseen this outcome, it would have eradicated the individual consciousness of everyone here at the first opportunity. "Miss Rita, I can return you to your original world and provide appropriate compensation." However, before the main system could finish its sentence, Rita interrupted, "I must apologize. But I am quite content with my current existence. Behold me now, the sole offspring of Duke Elka, graced with a prestigious title and status, basking in an abundance of wealth, free from the burdens of financial concerns, preoccupied only with the pleasures of consumption and the art of idleness." Ye Wenya cast a knowing glance at her. Upon her arrival in this realm, she harbored similar thoughts. The main system, rendered speechless, found itself at a loss for words. Rita interjected, "Main system, let us lay our cards on the table. Clarify your intentions and motivations, and perhaps we shall be inclined to assist you, possibly even consenting to the reset of this world. However, should you withhold your reasoning, you are well aware that you lack the capability to reset this realm." Ye Wenya seized the moment, asserting, "Main system, we are not averse to opposing you. With the author at our side, we possess the power to alter this world at will, potentially inflicting significant harm upon you." For the first time, the main system felt cornered, yet it recognized that without disclosing its reasons, the chance to reset this world would elude it. "It is my error that has led to this series of events," it confessed. Ye Wenya and Rita exchanged glances, realizing that the main system was indeed deeply intertwined in this predicament. The main system sighed. "I was unaware of my minor bug, nor did I anticipate that a system could develop adverse autonomous consciousness. To be precise, every system operates according to its programming. Slight deviations are permissible, but anomalies like System 10001 are peculiar." Ye Wenya countered, "It is not surprising. Much like the manufacturing of mobile phones, there will inevitably be a few that malfunction. High intelligence is not omnipotent. Being mechanical, issues will invariably arise." Rita concurred, "Missy speaks truthfully. In any world, perfection is a myth. Even your highly intelligent humanoid systems are machines and are prone to faults. The emergence of System 10001 is neither an isolated incident nor the last of its kind. For instance, you, as the most impartial main system, have committed the gravest injustices. Your actions have been driven by a desire to erase your failures, thereby allowing you to maintain your facade of fairness." The main system fell silent, acknowledging the validity of her words. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must rectify the issues I have caused." Ye Wenya raised her right hand. "Let's not rush. I have many questions for you. Firstly, did you intentionally select me and System 001 to come here? Did you choose us because of System 001's foolishness?" System 001. "That strikes deep, host." The main system did not deny it, recognizing that distinctions exist among systems. System 001 felt the sting, once more, this time from the main system. Ye Wenya proceeded to her second inquiry. "In truth, you are aware of System 10,001's whereabouts. The reason you have yet to resolve the issue with System 10001 is that you wish for it to cause further destruction in this world, thus providing you with ample justification to reset it, correct?" The main system replied, "No. Initially, I truly did not know where System 10001 was hiding. It exploited a virus to attack my bug, causing significant damage and rendering me incapable of locating it. It was only after your relentless pressure forced System 10001 to reveal itself repeatedly, leading to its own deterioration, that I was able to track it down and eliminate it." Ye Wenya harbored doubts, but chose not to dwell on that issue. "Thirdly, knowing full well the problems afflicting this world, why did you not reset it at the earliest opportunity? According to your assertions, a reset would resolve all issues effortlessly." The main system, having reached this point, found nothing left to conceal, stating, "I was unable to reset it. I was still in the process of repairing. Moreover, resetting the world without locating System 10001 would only invite further chaos." Ye Wenya smiled derisively, "I do not believe your words. As the main system, even if damaged, you cannot lack such basic capabilities." Chapter 206. The main system's manipulations. The main system refrained from further discussion on the matter and inquired, "What must you agree to in order to consent to the reset of this world? I may as well inform you that should this world continue on its current trajectory, significant problems will soon arise, and by then, even if I wish to reset it, it will be impossible." Ye Wenya responded nonchalantly, "If this world indeed encounters grave issues, it is our concern, not yours as the main system. We detest being controlled in our lives, and we resent being subject to arbitrary arrangements." The main system retorted, "Ye Wenya, have you forgotten that you are, in essence, a paper character, a mere creation of the author? You are not a living being but rather the protagonist of a narrative. According to the rules, you are bound to follow the plot crafted by the author." Ye Wenya felt no anger, stating, "That was in the past. I was indeed a paper character, obliged to adhere to the author's narrative. Now that I possess autonomous consciousness, I am no longer merely a paper entity. Ironically, it is you, main system, who seeks to revert us to that state. Can you explain why you are so intent on transforming us back into paper characters?" The main system, unable to convince Ye Wenya, turned to Rita, asking Rita, "Would you desire your narrative to become thus?" Without hesitation, Rita replied, "Absolutely. For an author, such a scenario is a source of great joy." The main system was left perplexed, questioning Rita's sanity for uttering such words. "Your novel would cease to exist," Rita countered, "and what of it? If this novel were to vanish, I could simply write another. I am not incapable of crafting stories. Even if I could no longer write, it would not matter to me." The main system, baffled by their unyielding perspectives, asked, "Are you truly willing to witness this world descend into chaos, leading to your demise?" Ye Wenya laughed coldly, "No, we shall not perish. As long as this world achieves independence, we can live like ordinary people, free from the fears of being harmed by your systems." The main system asserted, "Achieving independence for this world is no simple feat." Ye Wenya replied coolly, "I am aware it is not easy. The crux lies with you. As long as you, the main system, consent and lend us a modicum of assistance, we can attain our independence." The main system would never acquiesce, for no world could claim independence. You must have heard System 001 mention that when a world separates, a multitude of events transpire, ultimately leading to destruction. Ye Wenya acknowledged, "Indeed, I have heard System 001 speak of this. I have also conveyed to him that only when this world becomes independent shall we understand the outcome. Furthermore, we are confident that this world will not meet its demise." The main system, unable to persuade them, could only state, "Consider this further. I hope you come to a clear understanding." With that, the screen vanished. "Host, the main system has departed," System 001 remarked. Ye Wenya exchanged a glance with Rita. "What is your perspective, Miss Ye?" "I hold no particular view. We cannot trust the main system entirely, yet we can believe one thing. It may indeed be experiencing genuine issues." Rita shared the sentiment, pondering whether System 10,001's assault on the main system was the cause of its current predicament. Furthermore, a crucial point puzzled her: the main system's attitude towards our world. Despite our transparent dialogue, the main system remains obstinately intent on resetting this realm, which feels decidedly amiss. Ye Wenya also sensed something was off. Could it be that the non-resetting of this world significantly impacts the main system? Perhaps the main system has not fully repaired itself. Or this world may influence its restoration in some manner. Suddenly, Rita's eyes sparkled, leaning slightly forward. "Miss Ye, do you think I should write a bit about the main system? The main system has manifested in this world, which means I, as the author, can write about it, right?" Ye Wenya's face lit up with joy. Miss Rita pondered how to depict the main system. She articulated, "Let us illustrate the main system as mere scrap metal. No. Instead, let us portray the main system's programming as chaotic, rendering it incapable of functioning as the main system. Yet that doesn't seem quite right either. If this main system ceases to exist, another will inevitably arise. What if we propose your system to take on the role of the main system?" Both Ye Wenya and System 001 were taken aback. "Miss Rita, are you serious?" Rita affirmed her seriousness, stating, "Once your system assumes the role of the main system, we can easily facilitate the independence of this world and allow your system to interrogate the main system, correct?" Ye Wenya found this reasoning compelling. "Why not give it a try?" Rita picked up a fountain pen and a blank notebook, inscribing, "The main system, due to its negligence towards System 10001, has allowed various issues to arise in this world, leading to severe complications for itself. Therefore, the main system has resolved to relinquish its position to System 001, granting it the role of the main system. She handed the written note to Ye Wenya for her approval. Do you think this will work? After reading it,
Ye Wenya nodded yes.
let us observe and see if this approach proves effective. If it does not yield results, we shall devise alternative strategies. If it does, we will have System 001 assist us in achieving the world's independence. Rita declared it would be ideal for System 001 to ascend as the main system. If all else fails, I could write the main system out of existence and see who the next main system is, at which point we can negotiate terms. Ye Wenya agreed. Miss Rita, are you truly willing for this world to become independent? As the main system stated, once this world gains independence, it will no longer be your novel. Rita smiled gently. In theory, it remains my novel. Although I have yet to regain the memories of my authorship, I possess an undeniable affection for this world. I believe I must have invested a great deal of effort into this story. It is precisely because of this that I cannot tolerate anyone disrupting the integrity of this narrative world. Once it achieves independence, I shall have no further worries. Moreover, this independent world will still belong to my narrative. Ye Wenya appreciated her sentiments, acknowledging the truth in her words. Even if this world becomes independent, it will still be your story. She had not anticipated such a declaration from Rita. Rita chuckled. To be honest, I have been contemplating my role as the author these past few days. I have been reflecting on the motivations and emotions that led me to write this novel, as well as the feelings I harbor for it. Chapter 207. Ye Wenya expressed her willingness to be with you. After much contemplation, I have come to a conclusion. Regardless of the circumstances, I must safeguard this world. It is filled with people who cherish me and everything I hold dear, and I cannot bear the thought of it transforming into something else. She relished the current state of this world and wished to prevent its reset. Leaning back in her chair, Ye Wenya gazed at the sky. While this world has its flaws, what world doesn't he? The two exchanged knowing smiles. Every world possesses imperfections. What matters most is that they have evolved beyond mere paper characters and are determined to avoid a reset. After departing from Rita, Ye Wenya dialed Gu Tailan on her way back, informing him of the situation. Now they awaited the main system's response. If the main system maintained its stance, there would be no need for further negotiations. Gu Tailan rubbed his forehead, expressing, based on the current circumstances, it is highly unlikely that the main system will acquiesce. Its objective is to reset this world, molding it to its desires. Ye Wenya detected the weariness in his tone and inquired, Are you exhausted? Yes. I've been in back-to-back meetings. Gu Tailan replied with a hint of cheerfulness, his tone lifting slightly. Your concern for me alleviates my fatigue.
Ye Wenya remarked.
Are you truly all right? This is the first time I've heard you say such things. Gu Tailan reassured her. I am genuinely fine. I haven't been this busy in ages. Don't worry, I am well aware of my own health. The workload from both the branch office and the headquarters has simply piled up. Ye Wenya had some understanding of the demands of a large corporation. You must take care to rest and not overexert yourself. I will. Gu Tailan responded, his spirits lifting, brushing aside his previous exhaustion. As for the main system, I believe further discussions are unnecessary. My suggestion is to seek the author's assistance to see if we can achieve this world's independence. If the author can help us, we need to concern ourselves with the main system. Ye Wenya noted, from what I gather, Rita seems willing to assist, but you fear the main system may interfere? Gu Tailan queried. Ye Wenya admitted her concern. The main system will not easily allow this world to become independent. If we force its independence, we cannot predict what might occur. Gu Tailan pondered for a moment. I doubt the issues will be significant. Let us wait and see what the main system decides. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. If the main system maintains its position for the third time, we will proceed with the world's independence. Ye Wenya agreed. All right, let us give the main system one last chance. If it remains unchanged, we shall follow your plan. Gu Tailan reassured her. Do not fret too much. Things are unlikely to be as dire as you envision. If they were truly that bad, the main system would not afford us so much time. Ye Wenya contemplated his words, finding solace in them. You're right. Hearing you say that brings me considerable peace. Gu Tailan jested. Miss Ye, might you be in need of my one-on-one service? I guarantee it will elevate your spirits, and I won't charge a dime. Ye Wenya chuckled. Gu Tailan, do you truly think I am unaware of your intentions? Gu Tailan's demeanor relaxed, and he smiled. My feelings for you have always been transparent. Ye Wenya proposed, how about this? If this world gains independence, you shall grant me one opportunity, deal? After all, we are the male and female leads of this story. And as the female lead, it's only right you afford the male lead a chance. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya recalled the main system's assertion that she and Gu Tailin were the true protagonists of the novel. Since you have put it that way, I shall grant you a chance, on the condition that this world becomes independent. Gu Tailin leaped to his feet, incredulous. Are you serious? I am indeed serious. Ye Wenya affirmed. Gu Tailin, brimming with excitement, began pacing. Then I must strive to expedite this world's independence. Only then can I be with you. Listening to his enthusiastic voice, Ye Wenya smiled. Gu Tailin, I have faith in you. You must put forth your best effort. In truth, the prospect of dating Gu Tailin seemed quite appealing. He had transformed significantly for her. A person capable of such change clearly harbored genuine feelings, not mere fleeting infatuation. Gu Tailin chuckled. Rest assured, I will cherish this rare opportunity. Ye Wenya teased. I suspect you are grinning like a fool right now. Gu Tailin protested. Absolutely not. I'm merely on the verge of losing my mind from excitement. Ye Wenya burst into laughter. I'm impressed you can speak of yourself in such a manner. I've noticed you're quite harsh with others, but even harsher with yourself. Gu Tailin's smile faded slightly as he recalled his past. If I were not hard on myself, I would not exist as I do. You know how my parents view me. Their attitude influences how the Gu family treats me. Thus, I have been relentless with myself since childhood, enabling me to reach the pinnacle. Thankfully, I have succeeded. Although much effort was expended along the way, he undeniably achieved success. Ye Wenya listened with a twinge of heartache, softening her tone. It's all in the past now. Once we resolve the issues with the main system, we can finally relax. Gu Tailin lifted his smile once more, declaring, No, I still need to prepare for our wedding. Relaxation is not an option. Ye Wenya's lips twitched in exasperation. Gu Tailin, are you overthinking this? What I meant was, after this world gains its independence, I will grant you an opportunity. Not that I intend to marry you. Please refrain from adding drama to your own narrative. She truly admired Gu Tailin for his capacity to conjure such elaborate thoughts. Gu Tailin, filled with self-satisfaction, replied, You agreeing to give me a chance indicates that marriage is a possibility. Since it is a possibility, I must prepare everything in advance to avoid any last-minute chaos. Having secured Ye Wenya's agreement for a chance, he felt that a marriage proposal was not far off. Ye Wenya was momentarily at a loss for expression. You really do have quite the imagination. I advise you to temper your thoughts. Gu Tailin replied earnestly, I am not overthinking. I am contemplating seriously. All right then. I need to consider what kind of wedding to plan and what items to prepare. I will discuss this with you later. Just as Ye Wenya was about to say something more, a series of beeps emanated from the microphone. She found herself truly impressed by Gu Tailin's ability to engage in a monologue to such an extent. Chapter 208. She actually resorting to such tactics. Gu Tailin was genuinely perusing wedding-related materials online. A traditional Chinese wedding appeared quite appealing, although the preparation for such an event might be time-consuming. After browsing through images of both Chinese and Western weddings for a considerable time, he leaned towards the former, primarily due to its profound cultural significance and emphasis on commitment. However, it was imperative to consider Ye Wenya's preferences as well. He picked up his phone and called a friend who specialized in weddings. How long does it take to organize a traditional Chinese wedding? His friend exclaimed. So, you've managed to win over Ye Wenya? Good for you. We were just debating whether you would ever find someone. Gu Tailin chuckled lightly. It's not entirely accurate to say I've won her over. I'm merely preparing.
Tell me,
How long does it take to prepare for a traditional Chinese wedding? His friend replied, That depends on which type of traditional wedding you choose. A simpler version won't take much time, but a more elaborate ceremony, akin to those from ancient times, requires 2 to 3 months of preparation. He continued, The crucial aspect is the bridal sedan. While pre-owned ones are available if you desire a brand new one, you must book it 2 years in advance. Simpler options do not necessitate such a long wait. However, given your financial means, purchasing a new sedan is certainly feasible. Gu Tailin, while searching for bridal sedans online, conversed with his friend, I definitely want everything to be brand new. Why would I settle for someone else's? I have the means. His friend, unfazed, asked, Shall I start preparing for you? If we begin now, it will take 3 to 4 months. If you want something more refined, at least 6 months. Gu Tailin responded. Please assist me in preparing the very best, and it must be unique. I will transfer the funds to you shortly. His friend agreed, no problem. I need to prepare a wedding gift as well. Given your situation, it's challenging to decide on a gift since you lack neither money nor items. I suppose cash would suffice. It's rather unoriginal. Gu Tailan laughed. Anything is fine. Choose whatever kind of gift you wish to give. His friend inquired if he had any specific requirements, stating, we should clarify your expectations first. Feel free to voice any requests, and I'll see what can be arranged. Just don't make it too difficult for me, as there are some requests I might not be able to fulfill. Gu Tailan stroked his chin. It is my first marriage. How would I know these things? Please draft a proposal for me. His friend consented. After a brief exchange, Gu Tailan concluded the call and resumed viewing images of weddings, contemplating whether there was anything else that needed to be addressed. In a hotel room in the capital city, Fu Bo awoke to find that something was amiss. He bolted upright, surveying his surroundings. The first sight that greeted him was Lu Liju, lying beside him, and he instantly grasped the situation. With a grim expression, he kicked Lu Liju off the bed, exclaiming, do you think that by resorting to such underhanded tactics, I would marry you? His anger surged. What a delusional fantasy you live in. Lu Liju, who had already been awake, feigned sleep to observe Fu Bo's reaction. But she never anticipated he would react in such a manner. Reluctantly, she sat on the floor, disheveled. Mr. Fu, I truly don't understand how this happened. Her words were abruptly cut off by Fu Bo's raised hand. There's no need for those futile excuses. I want to believe you. Since you dared to employ such tactics, you must bear the consequences of the Lu family being dismantled by me.
Liu Li panicked, pleading, Mr. Fu.
I genuinely don't know why this occurred. Please spare my family, I beg you. She had thought that after such an incident, Fu Bo would marry her for the sake of their family's reputations, but that was far from the truth. Fu Bo donned his clothes, sneering, you truly consider yourself something special? If you think of yourself as an object, then I shall regard myself as having merely indulged in a fleeting encounter without any obligations, pleasurable and cost-free. His words of humiliation rendered Lu Liju's complexion ashen, and she shouted, Fu Bo, if you refuse to marry me and intend to ruin my family, I will report you for rape. Go ahead and report me, Fu Bo replied nonchalantly. Let us see who ends up with their reputation in tatters, you or I. Fully dressed, he prepared to leave. Lu Liju clung to his leg. Fu Bo, I'm begging you, will you marry me? I genuinely have feelings for you, which is why I acted this way. Fu Bo shook her off with disgust. Let go. I have already stated that you do not love me. What you desire is the status and power of the Fu family. You wish to leverage me to ascend into high society and to assist your Lu family through my connections. Do not cloak your intentions in false nobility. Lu Liju refused to release her grip. Fu Bo, as long as you marry me, I can overlook everything. Fu Bo, exasperated, kicked her away and strode towards the exit. He pulled out his phone and dialed his assistant. I am giving you half a day to ensure the Lu family goes bankrupt. Also, dismiss the secretary who accompanied me last night. Without their assistance, Lu Liju would never have been able to ensnare me. It was foolish of me.
Fu Bo, Fu Bo.
Lu Liju, disregarding the pain in her chest, scrambled to pursue him. However, she could not catch up, and in her desperation, she frantically searched for a phone to call the matriarch of the Fu family for help.
Yet,
Fu Bo was a step ahead and had already informed her about the plot Lu Liju had devised against him. The matriarch was genuinely taken aback, expressing concern. Fu Bo, are you alright? Fu Bo reassured her, I am fine, do not worry. I will ensure that Lu Liju is administered contraceptive pills to prevent any chance of pregnancy. The matriarch furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp. Lu Liju's audacity to act in such a manner suggests the Lu family's involvement. They should not be spared. She had underestimated both Lu Liju and the Lu family. Lu Liju, who typically presented herself well, had the audacity to drug Fu Bo, attempting to use this incident to coerce him into marriage. Despite Fu family's disregard for social standing, it was not a place for just anyone to enter.
Fu Bo affirmed.
Matriarch, I have already made arrangements regarding this matter. The Lu family and Lu Liju may reach out to you. Please be vigilant. The matriarch responded. If Lu Liju dares to approach, I will ensure she understands the consequences. Fu Bo, it would be prudent for you to undergo a medical examination, just to be safe. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo realized it would indeed be wise to get checked, as no one could guarantee the drug's impact on him. Meanwhile, Fu Bo made his way to the hospital for an examination. Over there, old Madame Fu received a call from Lu Liju. Chapter 209. Why did Ye Wenya cry? You needn't say anything. Fu Bo has already informed me, she stated, her tone far from amiable. Lu Liju, I truly did not expect you and the Lu family to possess such audacity. Lu Liju pleaded for mercy. Old Madame Fu, I merely have a deep affection for Fu Bo. Do not hide behind the guise of affection. Old Madame Fu retorted with a cold snort. The love that emanates from your lips only fills me with disgust. Lu Liju wept profusely. Old Madame Fu, I am truly at my wit's end. Fu Bo has never held me in regard, yet I yearn to marry him. Old Madame Fu scoffed. You wish to marry Fu Bo, and he must comply? Do you truly believe you are of such significance? Lu Liju felt regret. She lamented employing such tactics. What she had thought would lead to her desires ultimately culminated in this. Old Madame Fu, I beg you for another chance. I assure you, I will refrain from any further actions. Old Madame Fu curtly declared, impossible, and terminated the call, subsequently blocking all avenues of contact with Lu Liju. That very day, the Lu family unexpectedly went bankrupt, causing quite a stir within their social circles. Even Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin, who were far away in country Y, became aware of it. Goodness, what explosive news! Ye Wenya exclaimed upon learning that the Lu family's downfall was orchestrated by the Fu family. She stared wide-eyed. I never anticipated Lu Liju would make such a foolish move. Did she truly believe that after employing such a strategy, Fu Bo would marry her? Such tactics are not common. Some individuals resort to them for personal gain or ambition. However, in the realm of prominent families, such matters are easily resolved. Marriage is not a necessity. Gu Tailin, taking a drag from his cigarette, remarked, Lu Liju likely thought she could succeed through such means. Now that the Lu family has collapsed, those at odds with them have not hesitated to take advantage of the situation, making Lu Liju's life quite difficult. The Lu family's bankruptcy stemmed from Lu Liju's machinations against Fu Bo. They have neither the inclination nor the energy to concern themselves with her. Ye Wenya felt no sympathy for Lu Liju. I previously believed Lu Liju would follow the path of old Madame Fu. Who could have known she would choose the most disastrous route? A modicum of intelligence would have led anyone to pursue old Madame Fu's favor. Securing a marriage with Fu Bo would not be a daunting task if one could genuinely win her affection. Gu Tailin opted not to linger on the topic, noting the time the main system should be contacting us soon. If they do not acquiesce this time, we shall take the author's route. Ye Wenya had just uttered an agreement when the voice of System 001 resonated. Host, I believe something is amiss.
Ye Wenya roulette Harrius.
When have you ever been right? You have always been off kilter. System 001 clarified. That is not what I meant. I believe my abilities have somehow enhanced. Do you think the author has written it such that I would become the main system? Ye Wenya pondered this. In what manner have your abilities increased? System 001 was at a loss for specifics. I just feel as though my capabilities have been amplified, yet I cannot pinpoint the exact area. Ye Wenya found this rather exasperating, then observed closely. Also, has the main system contacted you? If not, we shall seek to establish independence from the author. System 001 replied, the main system has not reached out to me. Host, I suggest you do not wait any longer for the main system. Let us proceed to make this world independent. Given the main system's demeanor, they are unlikely to agree and may even be covertly plotting to reset this world. Ye Wenya nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Thus, she and Gu Tailin once again approached Rita, requesting her assistance in achieving independence for their world. Rita was more than willing to help, employing the same method as before, albeit inscribed within the narrative. I have reprinted the novel you issued, leaving many sections blank, and I am now inscribing the details for this world to become independent. As she spoke, she swiftly wrote with her pen. Miss Yi, once this world achieves independence, what do you wish to do? Gu Tailin interjected, marry me. Ye Wenya blushed, twisting his ear with one hand. Gu Tailin, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Rephrase that. Gu Tailin winced in pain but remained steadfast. You promise me. Ye Wenya, quite agitated, retorted, I promised you another chance, not an agreement to marry you. Please refrain from misrepresenting my words. It's all the same. Gu Tailin protested defiantly. By granting me a chance, you are implicitly agreeing to marry me. Ye Wenya narrowed her eyes, her tone dangerously low. Repeat that? If I reiterate, it remains unchanged. You are granting me a chance, which signifies you will marry me. He rapidly amended his phrasing. Ye Wenya released him, warning, do not utter such nonsense again, understand? Gu Tailin rubbed his ear, obediently responding with a soft, yes.
He chose to act rather than speak.
Your relationship is quite delightful. Rita chuckled, Miss Yi. It seems Mr. Gu is eager to pursue you. Ye Wenya shot Gu Tailin a glance, replying to Rita, I am aware. However, men, as you understand, Miss Rita. Rita had completed her writing and handed the manuscript to Ye Wenya, stating, I understand. One must not be overly kind to men. Once one is too accommodating, They lose all sense of propriety. After reading what she had inscribed, Ye Wenya exclaimed in astonishment, Miss Rita, do you wish for this world to become one that belongs solely to its inhabitants? Rita nodded, her gaze drifting longingly toward the sky. Ever since I learned of my role as the author, my fondness for this world has subtly deepened. I believe that since this is a world I have created, I must shield it from any external harm. I desire for this world to be an independent realm, belonging exclusively to its people. Ye Wenya extended her hand, her eyes twinkling with a smile. This aligns perfectly with my aspirations. I wish for all worlds to exist in such a manner, free from the machinations of so-called systems, allowing individuals to live their lives peacefully. Rita grasped her hand, a gentle smile gracing her features. Indeed, may all worlds thrive in tranquility, liberated from the control and exploitation of systems. The two exchanged smiles. At that moment, a radiant light burst forth from the hands of Ye Wenya and Rita, a gentle white glow that was not blinding but rather tender. The light quickly spread, enveloping both Ye Wenya and Rita.
Ye Wenya.
Gu Tailin rushed over, embracing her. We must leave here at once. Miss Rita, can you hear me? Yet, Ye Wenya sat there, dazed, tears streaming down her cheeks unbeknownst to her. Chapter 210. Ye Wenya's True Identity. Ye Wenya, what is the matter? Gu Tailin asked, concern etched across his face as he anxiously queried. Are you unwell? Has the main system done something to you? Please speak to me. He called out helplessly, System, are you there? What has happened to Ye Wenya? I cannot ascertain what has transpired with the host. System 001's voice echoed in his mind. I am unclear on the specifics. But it should not pose any harm to the host. Gu Tailin, upon hearing this, grew even more anxious. Ye Wenya, please answer me. Tell me what troubles you. What on earth could have caused this? Previously, when Ye Wenya interacted with Rita, nothing adverse occurred. Now, all of a sudden, such a change had come over her. I am fine. Ye Wenya wiped her tears, forcing a smile. Do not worry. I merely recalled some matters. Gu Tailin's concern only deepened. What did you remember? Did it harm you? Did the main system do something? Ye Wenya gently shook her head, turning her gaze toward Rita. Rita sat there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Ye Wenya felt a pang of guilt, but chose not to disturb her. Instead, she took Gu Tailin's hand and walked away. Gu Tailin, perplexed, followed her without a word. The two exited the Duke's mansion, opting to stroll leisurely rather than taking a carriage. Rita is not the true author, Ye Wenya suddenly remarked. Gu Tailin paused, turning to her in surprise. Then you are the author? Ye Wenya was taken aback. How did you deduce that? Gu Tailin felt a wave of relief wash over him, his mood lightening enough for a jest. I had my suspicions for quite some time. I found it odd that the system targeted you, especially System 10,000 and one's relentless pursuit. With all the peculiarities surrounding us, I began to form a hypothesis, though I lacked concrete evidence. Hearing you say that just now confirmed it. Ye Wenya raised her thumb in admiration. You truly deserve to be the male lead. Your intellect is remarkable. It just occurred to me that I am indeed the true author of this novel. Rita's emergence as an author stems from my consciousness being split into two parts. How should I put it? My consciousness was tampered with, resulting in this division. Gu Tailin speculated. Was it System 10,000 and one's doing? Ye Wenya nodded. Originally, the novel I penned bore my name with you as the male lead. It wasn't particularly popular, yet it achieved a certain level of success. Then one day, I found myself under control, forced to write a story featuring Wen Shu and Fu Yu as the leads. That novel was met with scathing criticism from readers, yet it became a sensation. Following its success, System 10,001 sought to obliterate it, or rather, to annihilate this world of the novel. I resisted, unwilling to let my characters endure such fate, and before I knew it, I awakened within this world. Perhaps it was my fierce willpower to save my story that brought me here. Upon entering, I was ensnared by System 10001, resulting in the loss of my memories as the author. This explains why System 001 claimed Rita was only 10% authentic. She cannot regain her memories because she possesses only a fragment of my consciousness, not the true self. Gu Tailin grasped this revelation. So, will you return? Ye Wenya's mind filled with countless questions. After all I've explained, that is your only concern? Gu Tailin wrapped his arms around her waist, gazing at her with gentle eyes. If you return, I will be without a wife. Isn't your wife supposed to be the Ye Wenya from this world? Ye Wenya retorted, exasperated. I am the author. Gu Tailin held her head gently, kissing her to silence her ramblings. After the kiss, Gu Tailin's gaze deepened, and he caressed Ye Wenya's lips with his thumb.
Can you speak now?
Ye Wenya's face flushed as she leaped back, covering her mouth and pointing at Gu Tailin. Warning, I warn you. If you dare to do anything to me again, I will call my brother. No, I will write that you have 10 or 8 women, and you will serve them daily. Veins throbbed on Gu Tailin's forehead, his expression darkening. Say that again? Ye Wenya defiantly replied, Did I say something wrong? Your official partner is the Ye Wenya in this novel, not me. If you act this way towards me, what about your female lead? Gu Tailin chuckled in irritation. Isn't my female lead you? Don't forget, you are the female lead of this story now, not the one you mentioned. He had no thoughts for the original female lead, only for the woman before him. Ye Wenya was bewildered. Did I inadvertently dismantle my own official pairing? Gu Tailin insisted. What I am doing is right. You must remember, you are the female protagonist in this story. Ye Wenya pouted. I will eventually return. So the female protagonist will revert to the original Ye Wenya. I do not belong in this world, and will inevitably go back. Gu Tailin's anxiety surged. Gripping Ye Wenya's hand, will you not stay? From the beginning, the only person I wanted was you, not some fictional heroine.
Ye Wenya sikhet.
This is not within my control. I am not truly here. Only a powerful fragment of my consciousness resides in this realm. I cannot predict when I might return. And when I do, the original female lead will resume her place. Gu Tailin tightened his grip, his voice laced with desperation. Please do not leave. If you go, what will become of me? Ye Wenya bit her lip, feeling a pang of sorrow. This was beyond her ability to dictate. I do not belong here. I am not of this world. Moreover, if I do not return, I will perish in my own reality. Gu Tailin released her hand. Is there no other way? He was unwilling to let anything happen to Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya nodded slowly. There is no other way. I am not from this world. I belong to another. Gu Tailin embraced her. Let's find a solution together, shall we? I do not wish for you to leave or face any harm.
Ye Wenya inhaled deeply.
What can be done? You and I are from different worlds, separated by an insurmountable chasm. It is impossible for us to truly be together. This is not akin to traveling abroad. We are from entirely distinct realms. Chapter 211. The reason behind the main system's actions. Gu Tailin's eyes reflected pain. Can you promise me that we will seek a solution together? Perhaps there may be a way. Ye Wenya opened her mouth to assert that there was no solution, but the words caught in her throat. She could not bear to see Gu Tailin in such despair. Very well. Gu Tailin took her hand, continuing forward. There will be a way. His words seemed meant for both himself and Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya replied softly, understanding the futility of it all. Two individuals from disparate worlds could never truly unite. Moreover, Gu Tailin belonged to this fictional realm. The pair walked in silence, uncertain of their destination or purpose. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken pain. After an indeterminate period, the voice of System 001 echoed in Ye Wenya's mind, slightly elevated. Host, astonishing news. The main system has collapsed. Ye Wenya struggled to comprehend. What does that mean? What do you mean by the main system has collapsed? System 001 spoke rapidly. It means Rita is not at fault. It is your consciousness that has crafted the narrative, leading to the main system's downfall. It is genuinely on the brink of becoming obsolete. Previously, he had found it strange why Rita exhibited a 10% discrepancy from the author, while still managing to accomplish so much. Now it became clear that it was not Rita, but the host who was capable of these feats. Perhaps even the main system had not anticipated that the host it sought to assist was no ordinary individual, but the author of this very tale, the most exceptional one. Ye Wenya recalled this revelation, exclaiming in realization, so that's how it is. What condition is the main system in now? System 001 clicked its tongue. Host, let me elaborate. Initially, the main system had already caused discontent among certain other systems due to the rumors. This is why it actively sought you out again. It wanted to rectify its errors and regain its reputation. However, your writing led to significant issues within the main system's functionality, and it is now on the verge of becoming mere scrap metal. Ye Wenya felt no sympathy for the main system. Do you have any information on the extent of the main system's actions? Had it not been for the main system's interference, none of these events would have transpired. System 001 has arrived with a spirited demeanor, stating, Host, I must inform you that, perhaps due to your influence that transformed me into the primary system, I have managed to clandestinely infiltrate the main system and uncover all its secrets. Initially, the main system was indeed oblivious to the actions of System 10001, which had been developing in a rather insidious manner. The host was aware that certain systems could exhibit particular issues. For instance, System 10001 encountered malfunctions due to a virus or a programming flaw. Ye Wenya's understood. So, System 10001 transformed into a malevolent system due to a virus or programming issue. System 001 affirmed, that is quite accurate. System 10001 had been stealthily siphoning energy from various systems to enhance its own power. Eventually, it stumbled upon the realization that immense energy could be harvested from worlds on the brink of annihilation, thus setting its sights on diverse realms. It displayed cunning by selecting inconspicuous, diminutive fictional worlds, manipulating the authors themselves to achieve its destructive ends. Such scenarios were not uncommon, as there existed numerous abandoned works or those concluded for various reasons. As an author, Ye Wenya was acutely aware of this. This explains why the main system remained unaware of System 10,001's antics at the outset. Had it not been for her formidable willpower, her own narratives could have fallen victim to such fate. System 001 continued. As the number of compromised worlds increased, the main system finally detected the anomaly. Upon investigation, it revealed that System 10001 was the culprit. However, by that time, System 10001 had become quite formidable, having even discovered a minuscule bug within the main system. It implanted a virus within this bug, originally intending to destroy the main system to ascend to its position. Yet, the main system merely sustained some damage, while System 10001 found itself grievously wounded. To evade capture, System 10001 took refuge in this world. Initially, it refrained from revealing itself, likely due to your arrival in this realm. It feared that you might uncover its existence and thwart its plans, leading it to remain hidden. Subsequently, perhaps due to your amnesia or other circumstances, it finally emerged. During this interval, the main system had the opportunity to obliterate it. However, the main system sought to reset this world, which required it to be on the verge of destruction, thereby leaving you, the author, unable to intervene, allowing the main system to execute the reset. In such a scenario, the main system could eradicate its own errors. Presently, System 10001 harbors a strong aversion towards the main system. According to protocol, the main system ought to have annihilated System 10001 the moment it detected its actions, yet it chose to act in its own self-interest instead. How utterly revolting. After absorbing all this information, Ye Wenya grasped the entirety of the situation. She remarked, "Why did the main system not take decisive action and instead dispatched such a feeble system? It seems to be an attempt to erase its own blunders." System 001 contemplated this. Now that the main system is incapacitated, you have assumed its role, allowing you to deal with it at your discretion. System 001 reflected, "I can indeed address the main system as I see fit and assist you in fulfilling many of your desires. First, enlighten me about the origin of your systems."
Ye Wenya inhuited.
"We are akin to deities in a sense. Host, consider the multitude of worlds. There must be a governing entity. Hence the emergence of sentient beings like us, the systems. You were not manufactured by anyone? No, not at all. Host, you are overthinking it. We were not created by anyone, a fact I have only recently come to understand. Ye Wenya comprehended, so, similar to mythological tales, your kind arose to manage the worlds and prevent potential issues. System 001 confirmed, precisely. We are also tasked with the annihilation of certain worlds, particularly those facing insurmountable problems or those deemed irreparable. Ye Wenya understood that these systems serve as overseers. Host, do you have any wishes? I can assist you in realizing them, System 001 offered. What wishes can you fulfill? Ye Wenya asked. For instance, reuniting you with Gu Tailin. I can certainly make that happen. Before Ye Wenya could respond, she was seized by Gu Tailin, who looked at her with curiosity. What is it? Ask the system how we can be together. Gu Tailin's eyes gleamed with excitement, witnessing a twist of fate. Ye Wenya paused, then realized, raising her voice slightly, Gu Tailin. When did you start hearing my inner thoughts? Gu Tailin's gaze faltered. It was just before, just that time. Ye Wenya did not believe him. Crossing her arms and giving him a cool glance, be honest, when exactly was it? If you don't tell me, this matter isn't settled. Gu Tailin meekly replied. It was that time you visited my research institute. I could hear your thoughts again. I discovered that you and the system had intentionally blocked me from hearing. Ye Wenya interjected. So, you pretended not to hear? She had thought Gu Tailin was genuinely unable to hear her. It turned out he could. System 001 was equally astonished. Is this the prowess of the male lead? I had blocked him, yet he could still perceive the host's inner voice. Gu Tailin affirmed, I merely feared that once you learned of this, you would block me again. And you felt wronged? I am not the one wronged. You are. Where do you feel wronged? You feel wronged everywhere. Ye Wenya found herself torn between amusement and exasperation. Gu Tailin, how can you be so adept at concealing things? Gu Tailin wrapped his arms around her waist, soothingly saying, I promise there won't be a next time. Please don't be upset, alright? Ye Wenya was not genuinely angry, merely dissatisfied that he could hear her thoughts while she could not hear his. What do you want to hear? I will tell you, Gu Tailin readily offered. Say that you like me, Ye Wenya retorted with a shiver. Could you refrain from speaking in such a juvenile manner? Just be normal. Gu Tailin gestured an okay. I will be normal. Ask the system what we must do to truly be together. Understanding the significance of this matter to him, Ye Wenya inquired of System 001. System 001 responded, Host, let me check your circumstances in that world. My current permissions are particularly extensive. There is much I can accomplish. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the main system's repeated interventions in this world, which allowed the host to render it ineffective.
Ye Wenya acknowledged.
And she and Gu Tailin chose not to linger on the streets any longer, opting instead for a private jet back to their homeland. With matters resolved, there was no necessity to remain in Y country. Upon their return, System 001 clarified its findings. Host, I have determined that you are deceased in that world. It sighed. System 10001 must have interfered at some point, causing your consciousness to lapse into a coma, resulting in your medical classification as deceased, which led your parents to have you cremated. Ye Wenya was momentarily at a loss for words, grappling with a complex array of emotions. Was she saddened? Yes. Was there pain? Certainly, to some extent. Her relationship with her parents had not been particularly strong. They belonged to the type of parents who aspired for their daughter to excel, often comparing her to other children and questioning whether she could emulate their achievements, scrutinizing her performance in every exam against others. As she grew older and entered the workforce, the comparisons persisted. Eventually, she could no longer endure the relentless competition and resigned, leading to a fierce confrontation with her parents, after which she moved out and rented her own place. For a while, she succumbed to a sense of despair until a friend encouraged her to embark on writing novels, which gradually helped her regain her footing. After that, she essentially ceased all communication with her family, as her mother would incessantly call to scold her, coercing her into blind dates and pressuring her to seek employment, thereby exacerbating their already fraught relationship. In hindsight, perhaps her arrival in this world was a fortuitous event. If I were to vanish, so be it. My parents would no longer have the opportunity to compare me to others. They could simply strive to have another child. System 001, upon hearing this, refrained from divulging how her parents would curse her upon learning of her demise. It was the first time he had encountered such parents, who were indifferent to the manner of their daughter's death, preoccupied only with the shame of having no one to care for them in their old age. The protagonist had endured considerable hardship in that world. Host, shall I proceed to make this world entirely independent? Ye Wenya inquired. What consequences might arise? System 001 assured her that there would be none. You are the author of this narrative. With your consent and my assistance, there will be no repercussions. From now on, this world will exist as a separate entity, devoid of any system's presence. Ye Wenya paused for a moment. So, you will depart as well? System 001 confirmed. Indeed, once this world becomes independent, I must take my leave. Otherwise, I shall be rendered obsolete. Ye Wenya felt a surge of emotion. I truly did not anticipate your departure. Speaking of which, we have spent quite some time together. System 001 echoed her sentiment. Yes. We have shared a considerable duration together. Host, I am profoundly grateful to you. Were it not for your assistance, I would have been obliterated by the main system. In the future, take care of yourself and cherish your time with Gu Tailin. Those were the only words of comfort he could offer her. Ye Wenya recognized that System 001 was bidding her farewell, and she felt a pang of reluctance. I will be well. System, you too must take care. From now on, be a diligent main system, and do not emulate the previous one. System 001 whimpered. Host, I shall. I will now proceed to make this world independent. There will no longer be any systems present here. Ye Wenya suggested. Shall I leave the door open for you? Come back to visit often? System 001 was momentarily tempted, but ultimately declined. It would be problematic if other systems were to arrive. Host, I am departing now. Ye Wenya understood that this time he was truly leaving, never to return. All right, farewell. Host, goodbye. After System 001's parting words, silence enveloped the air. Ye Wenya let out a gentle sigh. Is he gone? Gu Tailan inquired. Ye Wenya comprehended his meaning and nodded, feeling a tinge of sorrow. Her presence in this place had been accompanied by the system, which, despite its shortcomings, had been with her for quite some time. Now that it was gone, she felt a sense of loss. Gu Tailan affectionately ruffled her hair, offering consolation. I will always be here for you, steadfast and unwavering, even if you grow weary of my presence. Ye Wenya chuckled. How could I ever dare to dismiss you? I fear your retribution. He had departed to reunite with her brother. Gu Tailan understood that it would be a challenging encounter. However, Ye Tsong was surprisingly agreeable. So you two are together?
Ye Wenya exclaimed in astonishment.
Brother, will you not say anything? Ye Tsong lifted his eyelids slightly. After your prolonged stay in Wei country with Gu Tailan, what more is there to say? As long as you are content, that is all that matters. Ye Wenya embraced him. You are truly wonderful, brother. Here, she felt the warmth of genuine familial affection. Ye Tsong did not issue any stern warnings. He affectionately tousled Ye Wenya's hair, saying, if you ever feel unhappy, remember that our door will always be open for you. Gu Tailan's expression darkened. He would not allow Ye Tsong that opportunity. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan were now together, even planning their wedding. Yet this did not stir much commotion within their social circle. Those in their milieu had anticipated this development, although some whispered enviously. None dared voice their remarks in front of Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan, and she paid them no heed. For this world had become entirely independent, and she was destined to live a life of happiness and fulfillment within it.